Hand them over to Alpha. Have him proclaim our kingdom's core principles before the entire world. Jiang Ye returned the national laws to Charles. Upon receiving the governance code, Alpha immediately began proclaiming it to the entire world. As the host, returned to the main seat below the stage to observe the founding ceremony. The proceedings unfolded smoothly thereafter. However, when Alpha declared the Kingdom of Yemen a monarchy, it drew considerable skepticism and debate. After all, with the advancement of civilization, the monarchy faced considerable skepticism and controversy in the eyes of many. But Jiang Ye paid it no mind. This nation was built entirely by his own hands. Naturally, it would revolve around him. Look at what this country was like before I arrived. And what is it now? It could be said that Yemen's current prosperity and global recognition were all brought about by Jiang Ye. A nation requires only one center of power. Otherwise, it easily leads to disunity. A situation of internal division. Even a powerful nation like the United States frequently sees conflicts erupt between its states. Therefore, this course of action is for Jiang Ye's own good. It's also for the sake of Yemen's future prospects. Even if we take a step back, who internally could even hold their own against Jiang Ye? Alpha? A Bujul? Even if Jiang Ye granted them the privilege of standing on equal footing with him, they wouldn't dare accept it. That's all. Alpha's gaze swept toward Jiang Ye below the stage. Their eyes met briefly. Jiang Ye silently acknowledged his efforts with a knowing glance. Alpha smiled and addressed the live stream camera. Next, we will proceed with the coronation ceremony. Please stay tuned. The coronation ceremony. This was arguably the most solemn event in the nation-building project. It held immense political and symbolic significance. It also signified the true birth of the Yemen kingdom, as Jiang Ye would now ascend to the throne. At this moment, billions watching on screens felt their spirits soar, for they knew they were about to witness a historic moment. Chapter 75, The Founding Military Parade Shocks the World. Blessed to witness history once more, the world order shifts forever. This moment shall be remembered. We become historical figures, folks. Looks like today is destined to go down in history. Future elementary school textbooks will surely record the birth of the Kingdom of Yemen today, right? Damn, I wonder which pope will crown the Yemen king? Crowned as king? Holy crap, this is thrilling. Hey, did you notice the Yemen king looks a lot like us Koreans? Could it be? Here we go again with the everything originates from Korea theory. Oh God, may Yemen find peace under his leadership. May the world be spared from war and suffering. The stage is meticulously prepared. The coronation ceremony begins. Jiang Ye ultimately activated the descent function. After all, it was the moment of his coronation. He had to experience it, after all. After the avatar took his place, Jiang Ye emerged from backstage and made his way to the center of the stage. High-ranking officials from various nations below applauded and offered congratulations. Such is the perk of power. Even these world-class leaders had to cheer and celebrate for you. A hostess in elegant attire carried a crown draped in red cloth onto the stage. Jiang Ye personally lifted the red cloth. This crown was exchanged from the system for over 100 million credits. Crafted from precious gems and pearls. The gems shimmered with deep, mysterious hues, while the pearls gleamed like precious moons under the spotlight, emitting a brilliant and sacred radiance. However, its design deviated from the common Western style. Instead, it resembled the style worn by ancient emperors of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, it is more accurately described as a crown with pendants. The meaning is much the same. But this is the only one in the entire world. Wait, is he planning to crown himself? Yeah, why hasn't the Pope shown up even though the coronation ceremony has already begun? How arrogant! Wang Difu? This is beyond my expectations. What kind of coronation is this? Oh my God, this is utter nonsense. Utterly disrespectful. Even if people accept you without the Pope's coronation, it holds no meaning. Crowning himself? Damn it, this guy's got no limits. I thought the Vatican had its own religious beliefs. Why is this happening? Amen, forgive this reckless youth. Interesting. This new king seems rather unique. I like it. What's this about a pope? Isn't it rumored that this new king is from the Dragon Kingdom? We Dragon Kingdom people don't believe in religion. You lot upstairs, get lost. The coronation ceremony. Once again, chaos erupted. For to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Ye actually intended to crown himself. Consider this. In many faith-based, religious nations, when their rulers ascend to kingship and undergo coronation ceremonies, a figure akin to a pope would be present. Whether it's a pope or not isn't the point. What matters is that during the coronation, represents the deity they revere. Or the faith itself performs the coronation. It signifies divine approval. The power is handed over to the crowned one, along with divine blessings. To some, what Jiang Ye did was nothing short of blasphemy. Unforgivable. Especially since Dongzhou was a region teeming with diverse religions. The gazes of the high-ranking officials from various nations below the dais shifted noticeably. But they dared not speak. Outwardly, they maintained smiles and offered polite admonitions. Yet in their minds, the image of an emperor who had once done the same thing surfaced. Napoleon. Jiang Ye placed the crown upon his head with natural ease. Faith? Supernatural beings? Jiang Ye didn't believe in such nonsense. Besides, if this Jiang Ye were to ask the deities and God, he'd want to know, how many divisions do you have, God? The coronation was complete. Jiang Ye exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of ease wash over him as tension melted away. The Kingdom of Yemen was hereby established. The most crucial task was now accomplished. After exchanging a few polite remarks, step down. Prepare for the next project, one that would flex our muscles to the entire world. Military parade. Jiang Ye had already assigned this task to Max and Henry to prepare. After all this time, preparations over there should be nearly complete. Live broadcast feed. Switch to exterior view. Everyone, would you like to join me outside for a look? Jiang Ye steps down from the stage, inviting the international dignitaries. Interested? Of course we're interested. We're super interested. The coronation and founding ceremonies aren't the main draw for them, it's the participation that matters. But attending the military parade? That's where they'll get a real deal glimpse of Yemen's military might. What piqued their curiosity most was precisely how many cutting-edge weapons Jiang Ye had at his disposal. The group followed Jiang Ye out of the hall. Outside, journalists swarmed the area. But the security team dispersed them. The reason was simple. No interviews would be granted at this time. The military parade had already commenced. Hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath, staring intently, afraid to miss a thing. The first figure to appear on screen was Soldier Fongjin. Nothing to see here. But the firearms carried by the soldiers caught everyone's attention. How come I've never seen these weapons before? We'd heard that the Houthi forces had long established their own production lines and used only domestically developed weapons. Holy crap, is this actually true? Next, a row of soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor made their entrance. Their appearance instantly drew countless stares. Holy crap? A sci-fi unit? This is getting a bit unrealistic, isn't it? Damn, they look awesome. These so-called exoskeleton suits. The childhood dream of so many men? This is the first time they've seen a nation officially unveil such equipment. The Yislite leadership watched the live stream. Fell into collective silence, their faces darkening to a terrifying degree. Because this was the very same mecha. The very type of mecha that had inflicted countless nightmares upon them during Gash's assault. Their experts were still secretly studying it to this day. Jiang Ye's actions was essentially a signature move. He was telling Yisili that behind Gaza stood the support of the Houthi armed forces. Yet Yisili had absolutely no way to counter this. Next came the VZ-58 armed tank, the PL-01 stealth tank, and the Y-58 amphibious tank. Worth mentioning is that, since his last surge in prestige points, Jiang Ye had already spent a significant portion of his prestige. He had purchased another batch of the 3 concept tanks. The tank fleet scale has reached over 300 units. While this may seem substantial, but for a nation, 300 tanks isn't a large number, it's actually quite small. Oh, and regarding fighter jets, Jiang Ye has also expanded his fleet. The fleet now exceeds 80 aircraft. After all, they are the main force on the battlefield. In modern warfare, air superiority holds immense strategic value. Controlling the skies means holding the key to victory in this war. Otherwise, why would so many nations have dedicated themselves to developing new fighter jets for so many years? Why does the unveiling of each new generation send nations into a frenzy and astonish the world? Chapter 76, Flaunting Military Might. This military parade. The fighter jet's appearance was the true highlight. Countless people craned their necks, straining to see as if they could lift their heads to the heavens. Citizens from all nations, whether ordinary onlookers or high-ranking officials, all felt an extraordinary mix of tension and excitement. Even the think tanks behind the nations were glued to their screens, scrutinizing every detail, afraid to miss anything. They sought to discern the details of the Houthi armed fighter jets from this parade, to further analyze the military strength of the Kingdom of Yemen. Lighthouse Nation. Department of Technology. Hundreds of professionals in white lab coats stood guard before the screens throughout the entire department. Paper and pens in hand, ready to record data. Beside them sat numerous test instruments with flashing lights. No one could have imagined. To seize the Kingdom of Yemen, the Lighthouse Nation would mobilize such a massive operation. A senior lighthouse official entered the data room. How about it? Everything is ready. The engineer replied. Excellent. The senior official said solemnly, once you obtain the test data, immediately compare it with our fighter jets. Report any anomalies to us immediately, understand? Understood. However, data analyzed solely from live footage of the parade may not be entirely accurate. But at least it will give the Lighthouse Nation a reference point. What the outside world doesn't know is this. The Lighthouse Nation had indeed approved the establishment of the Yemen Kingdom. Yet afterward, they harbored some regrets. Their greatest concern lies in the military strength of the Yemen Kingdom. They feared that allowing its creation would be like unleashing a beast threatening the entire world. If something truly went wrong, no one could bear that responsibility. Of course, threatening the world had little to do with the Lighthouse Nation. Their greatest fear was that the establishment of the Yemen Kingdom would threaten their interests. Whether the world remains peaceful or not is none of their concern. Have they not instigated enough wars? But they will never tolerate anything that harms their interests. It must be said that the so-called benevolence, peace, and freedom is pure bull. Pure bull. This time, the fighter jet's deployment method, orchestrated by Maxon and his crew. 10 aircraft took to the skies. The inaugural formation featured 5 aircraft taking off in a parade-style formation. As for the content, it was undoubtedly the usual repertoire. Demonstrating high aerial maneuverability, performing advanced flight maneuvers challenging for fighter jets. Surely they wouldn't Test fire a few rounds into the crowd, right? Soon, under the gaze of the entire crowd, the first wave of fighters roared overhead, their engines bellowing like the cry of a dragon, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was truly awe-inspiring. To let everyone see clearly, Jiang Ye had ordered low-altitude flight. The speed was also deliberately reduced. Wow! Are these the fighter jets of the Yemen kingdom? Why do they look straight out of a sci-fi movie? Unbelievable. Damn it, compared to these, our Mountain Eagle Kingdom's fighters are utterly weak. This is what a real fighter jet should be, exactly like the ones we've always imagined. So awe-inspiring that roar could make any man's blood boil. Thank goodness we're not the enemy. If we faced such monsters on the battlefield, I don't know how we'd handle it. But still, compared to our Triangle Nation's fighters, they're a bit weaker, right? Has India been drinking too much river water again? This fighter's design must have had our Korean designers involved. Netizens from all countries. Performing as expected. At that moment, the fighter executed a high-difficulty vertical takeoff mid-air. Buzz. The roar of engines once again sent a rush of adrenaline through countless men, instantly stirring their emotions. Immediately after one fighter concluded its display, another took to the skies to continue the performance. 5 fighter jets. Like a circus act, they drew continuous screams from the spectators below. This left online viewers watching the live stream green with envy. Such a scene, they all wished they could witness it in person. Live stream viewers. Online viewers surged rapidly, rising by hundreds of millions more. This shattered all previous records for concurrent viewers in the live streaming industry. Hundreds of millions watching a single parade simultaneously. A scale unimaginable for ordinary nations. Yemen watched the fighter jets flaunt their might before the entire world. He nearly choked on his own blood. Look at the mess you've created. Lewin glared with hatred at a high-ranking official from the Lighthouse Nation. You let them establish their country, it's like unleashing a beast upon East Continent. I'll be watching to see how you clean up this mess later. This military parade caused a huge sensation. After witnessing such formidable military might, which nation in East Continent would still take those Yemen seriously? The other party fell silent for a moment before replying, very well. We'll take responsibility for our actions. Didn't we supply you with a batch of the latest fighter jets last time? Why not deploy them to crush their arrogance? Lewin gritted his teeth. Fine. The Kingdom of Yemen was riding high on its momentum. Now was the moment to deploy the cutting-edge fighters recently supplied by the Lighthouse Nation. Entering Yemen's airspace in full view of the world to flaunt their might. Imagine the spectacle. Yemen would be utterly humiliated before the eyes of the entire world. When questioned afterward, simply state it was an accident, a pilot error. Looking at international relations worldwide, when faced with such incidents, nations can only swallow their anger and endure, because once hostilities begin, it amounts to a direct declaration of war. No nation dares to take such a step. Otherwise, they would face severe public pressure while other nations would seize the opportunity to launch wars under the pretext of this incident. The costs would outweigh the benefits. Therefore, nations have long reached an unspoken understanding. When confronted with provocative yet non-severe actions, they would only issue verbal condemnations. Then they swallow their pride and keep it to themselves. As for the outside world, they won't think twice, they'll only see Yemen being invaded by Israel. Yemen, utterly powerless, has lost all dignity. Especially at such a crucial moment in the nation's founding. They aim to humiliate Yemen before the entire world. This move was virtually unstoppable. They simply couldn't believe Jiang Ye would dare confront them directly then. He wouldn't dare. With this plan in place, Yemen swiftly moved to act. The military parade wouldn't last long. Several fighter jets patrolling the border received the order and immediately changed course, heading straight for Yemen. Strictly speaking, the two nations were neighbors not too far apart. Before long, the pilots reached the Yemen border and, under orders from high-ranking officials like Lewin, entered Yemen's airspace. Their mission was to flex their military might. Several Yemen pilots wore defiant expressions, already envisioning the scene when Yemen detected them, shocked yet powerless. Beep. Here, Jiang Ye received the news immediately. At this critical juncture, Jiang Ye knew exactly what Yemen was up to. Very well. Jiang Ye had a fiery temper too. If they came, he'd make sure they never returned. Chapter 77, Take him down. I knew you lot weren't staying put. So quick to show your faces. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh. Precisely because he knew this, Jiang Ye had ordered strict border defenses before the founding ceremony. But I never imagined they'd actually have the guts to show up. Everyone, excuse me for a moment. Jiang Ye left with a smile, his words trailing behind him as he turned and slipped away from the crowd, returning to his office. Max, intruders detected. Deploy fighters and shoot them down immediately. Regarding the fighter jets, Max now essentially manages operations. Shoot them down immediately? Max thought he'd misheard. Leader, shouldn't we issue a warning first? No need. They're deliberately provoking us, thinking we won't fight back. Well, I'll show them we will. Jiang Ye remained calm and composed. With only a few fighters arriving, they couldn't possibly be initiating hostilities. This is clearly a provocation. They want to circle in front of the whole world, then fly off nonchalantly. To humiliate the Yemen. Jiang Ye won't indulge them. Yes. Max arrived at the airbase and casually selected several elite pilots. The leader's orders were simple, shoot them down immediately, leave no survivors. Got it? Understood. Max nodded, watching as the pilots roared into the sky aboard their Caliban fighters. This time, Yisili had dispatched the most advanced F-35 fighters from the Lighthouse Nation. But Max knew, against the Caliban fighters, which surpassed current human technology, the F-35 stood no chance. It all came down to how they fought, making it more spectacular and decisive. After finalizing all arrangements, Jiang Ye returned to the parade grounds. As soon as he reappeared, all eyes turned back to him. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to witness a spectacular show. Jiang Ye flashed a mysterious smile. A show? What kind of show? Could it be that the main event of this parade is yet to come? Excitement began to build among the crowd. Viewers watching the live broadcast were also left hanging, speculating wildly. What was Jiang Ye referring to as the big show? As if on cue, shortly after he spoke, the distant sky echoed with the roar of fighter jets. Fighters too? Everyone instinctively assumed this was part of the parade ceremony. But suddenly, they realized something was amiss. On the other side of the sky, the three Caliban fighters that had already made an appearance reappeared in everyone's field of vision. Just as everyone was wondering what was happening. Whoosh! The Caliban fighters launched a direct attack on several F-35s. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. What's going on? The spectators watching the screen thought they must have accidentally switched channels. Live-streamed dogfights? The next second, under the stunned, incredulous gazes of countless onlookers, an F-35 was struck head-on, exploding mid-air with a thunderous boom. It shattered into countless fragments, raining down. At the same time, the other F-35 pilots, drawn by the deafening commotion, watched in horror as their expressions twisted into agony. Their radars hadn't detected any enemy aircraft along their entire route? When had it appeared? What they didn't know was their crappy radar. If it could detect Caliban fighters, that would be a miracle. Jiang Ye wore a look of satisfaction. Well done. Thanks. Consider it adding some excitement to our founding ceremony. Though bringing a few F-35s might be a bit extravagant. Jiang Ye flashed a smile at the camera. Yes. Knowing that Yisili was definitely watching the live broadcast, Jiang Ye's words were meant for Yisili's top brass. On the other side of the screen, Lu Wen, the Iceliot executives, and the high-ranking official from the Lighthouse Nation who had sent Lu Wen to provoke them earlier. Their expressions were stunned, their mouths agape. Their mood was a mix of bewilderment and complex emotions. Wang Difu? Jiang Ye actually dared to shoot them down? Not only did he shoot it down, but he did it in front of the entire world. What happened to flexing their muscles? Make Yemen swallow their humiliation. But instead, not only did they fail to make the other side swallow their pride, but they ended up with their own faces swollen from being slapped. No! Quickly withdraw the remaining forces. Hurry! The F-35 was shot down before detecting the enemy. They knew this battle was hopeless, they stood no chance. How could the enemy possess such advanced stealth capabilities? The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation turned green with shock. Their F-35s were equipped with the world's most advanced radar. But it was already too late. Lu Wen was about to give the order. When the live feed suddenly zoomed in on the remaining three F-35s, Caliban fighters even circled around the F-35s, openly showing off their skills. Only then did they unleash their firepower. With several deafening explosions, the remaining F-35s plummeted without a doubt into the flames. Lu Wen stumbled backward, plopping down onto his chair. He was stunned. At the parade site, live streams watched by hundreds of millions. Dead silence fell. Yes. Watching several F-35s get shot down one after another, everyone was stunned. Only now did they belatedly realize so this was the main event Jiang Ye had mentioned? They'd seen arrogance before. But never this outrageous. Seeing fighter jets shot down, most people wouldn't witness that in a lifetime. Live stream chat. Viewers from around the world erupted in excitement, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Fortunately, Jiang Ye had preemptively prepared ample servers to ensure stability. Otherwise, the stream would have crashed for sure. Holy crap, this is insane. Though we still don't know which country's fighter it was, just shooting it down like that? That's ruthless. The Eastern continent's tough guys truly live up to their reputation. Never seen such decisive and ruthless action. Damn, they really earned their reputation. Looks like an F-35 to me? Are we heading toward war with the Lighthouse Nation? It can't be the Lighthouse Nation. It wouldn't take that long to get from the Lighthouse Nation to East Continent. It must be Yisili. Those two countries are in cahoots. Why would an ISIL fighter jet be here? Probably trying to show off and apply pressure, but backfired? Ha! But the real shocker is that it was an F-35, the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter, and it got taken down in seconds? This scene. It quickly went viral worldwide, shared and reported by major media outlets across all platforms. Across all platforms. It dominated the charts with overwhelming popularity. That was the F-35, the world's most advanced fighter jet, yet it suffered dimensional suppression against Caliban. Rumors swirled that Jiang Ye possessed alien technology, dismissed by many as mere jokes. But now, it can't be real, right? The effect was achieved. Jiang Ye paid no further attention to the matter as the parade proceeded. Ladies and gentlemen, what just occurred was merely a minor incident. Please remain composed. I now announce the resumption of the parade. Next, there's a hidden surprise. Henry personally escorted Jiang Ye's national treasure, the nuclear warhead, and its accompanying launchers as they approached from one side. Chapter 78, The Myth of the Lighthouse Nation Shattered. Hearing Jiang Ye say this, everyone's mouths twitched.
throughout the entire history of warfare worldwide. What just unfolded was nothing short of a historic moment. Wouldn't it go down as one of history's most iconic moments? And you call this a minor incident? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the nuclear leveling squad slowly came into view. At first, no one paid them any mind. But the more they looked, the more off it seemed. This thing looks so familiar? Immediately, a flurry of question marks flooded the public chat. Is this ING a mushroom bomb? Did I see that wrong? Am I seeing things? The audience snapped out of it. Their minds felt like they'd been hit by some intense shockwave, unable to believe their eyes. Nuclear bomb. The Kingdom of Yemen actually has this kind of thing? Ahem. Jiang Ye cleared his throat and introduced it before the crowd. This is our domestically developed model. It employs a land mobile launch system with a range of approximately 18,000 kilometers. The yield per deployment can be freely adjusted between 50,000 and 800,000 tons. That was just a brief overview. Anything beyond that is classified. At that moment, everyone around the world who witnessed this scene felt incredibly conflicted. They seemed to grasp something profound. No wonder even the lighthouse nation agreed to the establishment of Yemen. Turns out, they've got the truth on their side. It wasn't just the bystanders who were shaken. The reaction from world leaders could only be described as earth-shattering. The Eagle Nation, the Beacon Nation, the Baguette Nation, the Black Chicken Nation, the White Elephant Nation, the Furry Bear Nation, and even the Dragon Nation fell into silence after hearing Jiang Ye's presentation. Fell into silence. Not ordinary silence. It was the kind of silence that comes when emotions run so high they momentarily freeze the mind. The land of the Beacon had received advance notice. They had only seen a photograph at the time. As for whether the Yemen truly existed, uncertain. But now it was confirmed. It exists. Over in the Dragon Nation. Emergency meeting. Since Jiang Ye had kept this information confidential until now, the Dragon Nation was completely unaware. This is no small matter. Once possessed, this thing would pose a major threat to the entire world. Compounded by the fact that little is known about the Yemen kingdom. Future developments were now an unknown quantity. The Yemen kingdom could very well become a ticking time bomb. The nuclear leveling squad passed by. Journalists worldwide snapped photos frantically. They practically pressed their shutters to dust. Even some high-ranking officials couldn't resist pulling out their phones to snap away at the scene. After all, the universal equalizer. Not many nations in the world possess such a device. The grand finale marched across the entire field. The military parade officially concluded. The nation was founded. The Kingdom of Yemen was born, stepping onto the stage of history and the world's chessboard from this day forward. On-site staff set off fireworks in celebration. Jiang Ye stretched lazily, feeling a bit tired. He prepared to take a break. However, at this moment, high-ranking officials from various nations approached to offer congratulations surrounding Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, the people of Deba sincerely congratulate you on the founding of the Kingdom of Yemen. Your emergence will surely lead the nations of East Continent toward prosperity and strength. Your Majesty, I am the King of Posey. I hope we can strengthen our cooperation and mutual exchange in the future, achieving mutual benefit and shared development. By the way, should you ever need anything internationally, please don't hesitate to ask. We will certainly assist. I am the President of Nanue. Your Majesty, I have prepared a congratulatory gift for the founding of the Kingdom of Yemen. Please do not feel obliged to refuse. I insist you accept it. Our nation primarily exports natural gas. Should the Kingdom of Yemen require any, please let us know. We'll provide it at the lowest possible price. The founding of the Kingdom of Yemen must surely be the will of heaven. Glancing at the sycophantic expressions around him, Jiang Ye was momentarily speechless. He knew. These are the top-tier figures whose every move sends shockwaves through the world. If I hadn't known better. He thought they were just a bunch of old men from who knows where. Jiang Ye raised his hand to signal for calm. Then he replied in unison, everyone, I appreciate your kind intentions. I've prepared a lavish banquet for all of you tonight in the hall next door. Please do me the honor of taking your seats now. To all the tourists here to watch, I'm thrilled you joined us for Yemen's founding celebration. To mark the occasion, tonight's late-night snack is on me. Holy crap! What a generous gesture. King Yi is the man. Awesome. Everyone present was thoroughly impressed. I wish I could go too. Woo. So extravagant. There must be tens of thousands of people there, right? This totally made everyone watching the livestream but not there green with envy. Jiang Ye did this with a purpose. To win people over. To establish his persona in the eyes of the world. Compared to that, a kingdom spending tens of millions to treat a group to a meal is nothing. The buzz generated by the spectacle, the subsequent surge in traffic. It would only bring more revenue to the Yemen Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom. The meeting concluded. They had no choice but to acknowledge that the Yemen Kingdom possessed nuclear weapons. There's no way around it. They were unaware at first. Now, the interests of both sides are too deeply intertwined. There are national relations to consider, not to mention the various transnational industrial collaborations recently launched between the two sides. There was no alternative but to acquiesce. We can't just turn our backs on them. Besides, even if we did turn our backs, the nuclear weapons of the Yemen Kingdom wouldn't just vanish into thin air. They remain where they were. The good news is that at least the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom are partners, allies. The one who should be worried now is the Lighthouse Nation. Who else but the Lighthouse Nation would back Yisali's attempt to cause trouble at the founding ceremony?
The whole world knows the F-35 fighter jet comes from the lighthouse nation.
Events unfolded exactly as Longhua had anticipated. Obama and other high-ranking officials are nearly driven to despair.
First, the F-35 got thoroughly outclassed.
This proves the Kingdom of Yemen's fighter technology far surpasses theirs.
As previously emphasized, air superiority is crucial in warfare. They feared the myth of the lighthouse nation's invincibility. That myth would be shattered, piece by piece, by the Kingdom of Yemen.
Then came the nuclear bomb's official debut. This alone.
If they ever wanted to suppress the development of the Kingdom of Yemen or seize an opportunity to act, they'll have to seriously weigh their options.
What does a 1,800-kilometer launch range mean? It could cover nearly the entire mainland of the lighthouse nation.
Given Jiang Ye's temperament, if he dares to shoot down an Italian fighter jet during the founding ceremony,
who's to say he won't get so pissed that day he'll drop a couple nuke bombs on your place and take you down with him? Jiang Ye was currently unaware of the incident surrounding the founding ceremony. Jiang Ye remains unaware of the events that have the entire lighthouse nation on edge.
After the founding ceremony concluded, Jiang Ye sought out the representatives sent by the Dragon Nation to attend the ceremony.
Zhao Shang. Another top-tier figure, wielding real power and holding an extremely high position. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhao Shang offered his congratulations while walking with Jiang Ye toward the office. What brings you here? Jiang Ye glanced at him indifferently.
There's something I think you'll find quite interesting. It concerns the peaceful development of the entire East continent.
Oh? At these words, Zhao Shang's eyes lit up. Chapter 79, Tripartite Peace Talks. All these years, East Continent has always been a crucial strategic location for the world.
This is because it possesses abundant natural resources of all kinds.
Wars are erupting almost everywhere in the world. Why does the Eastern Continent war draw such extraordinary attention? The reason is simple.
This region holds immense strategic importance for any nation, especially those with the power to make moves on the global chessboard.
And as is widely known, over 2 centuries of strategic planning, the Lighthouse Nation has invested immense effort in East Continent. Their investments have certainly yielded returns. Leveraging East Continent, they established a global hegemony centered on the US dollar. They have reaped countless benefits from this arrangement. Should anyone succeed in disrupting this status quo, it would deal a severe blow to the Lighthouse Nation and enable a break from the dollar hegemony system. This inevitably means the East that the Lighthouse Nation desires to see is fundamentally different from the East that the Dragon Nation envisions. The Lighthouse Nation desires a chaotic East Continent. Only through Eastern Continent's chaos can they exploit the situation to advance their interests. The Dragon Nation seeks to break this pattern by stabilizing East Asia and freeing it from the Lighthouse Nation's control.
To shatter their schemes.
Yet for years, the Dragon Nation has poured endless effort into achieving this. Constant mediation has yielded no results. Ethnic groups continue to clash, major religions remain at odds, and grievances erupt.
The Lighthouse Nation persistently stirs the pot behind the scenes,
achieving stability in the Eastern Continent. This path will require at least another decade of effort.
This is precisely why Zhao Shang felt intrigued when he heard Jiang Ye had a plan to bring peace to the Eastern Continent.
Jiang Ye didn't elaborate.
Instead, he briskly led Zhao Shang into his private conference room.
Let's sit down and talk.
Jiang Ye gestured with his hand.
After taking his seat, Zhao Shang couldn't wait to ask, so, what's your plan? Jiang Ye replied calmly, the current situation in Dongzhou involves 3 major factions, Yisili, the Anlabo Nation, and the resistance organization against the United States represented by Yilong the Resistance Arc. I assume you're familiar with these?
Of course. Zhao Chang nodded firmly. He had been one of the key figures quietly steering East Continent toward stability these past years.
It could be said he understood the East Continent's situation as well as anyone. But what did that prove?
Zhao Shang looked at Jiang Ye with confusion. Now, aside from the leaders of Yisili and Shashi, everyone is here with me. It's as if both sides have gathered together.
Why not seize this opportunity to foster relations between these 2 factions and end the war and hostility in Dongzhou? Sash is here too? Zhao Shang knew only this.
Shatai had fought against the Yemen kingdom, and it seemed they hadn't attended this founding ceremony.
I have already invited them to attend. Jiang Ye crossed his legs, adjusting his posture.
Just before the founding ceremony began, I sent them an invitation in my personal capacity, and they accepted. Though Shade had been soundly beaten by Jiang Ye several times,
they now understood the current situation. The former Yemen government forces are gone forever. Jiang Ye now represented the legitimate authority of Yemen. And no one understood the strength Yemen kingdom now displayed better than they did. They knew that continuing the conflict would only harm their interests. Thus, they also sought to use this opportunity of attending the founding ceremony to negotiate peace with Jiang Ye. When other nations threaten war, it might be bluff. But Jiang Ye is different. Jiang Ye's temperament means he truly dares to fight. Why wait to be beaten and humiliated again if reconciliation is possible? They weren't masochists.
Zhao Kang swallowed hard, stunned that Jiang Ye had already orchestrated events to this point.
But
Zhao Kang's tone was resigned.
We've tried countless times, it's impossible. You mean getting Yi Lang and Shashi to reconcile? We've attempted that repeatedly.
These 2 families are sworn enemies, their grudges aren't so easily resolved.
He'd thought Jiang Ye had some clever strategy up his sleeve. Instead, it was the same tired approach they'd exhausted. Disappointment settled in his heart. No, I don't think so. Previous mediation failed because the approach was wrong. Trying again might still be worth it, don't you think? Alright. At least it's an opportunity.
Success would be a win-win for everyone, failure would just mean starting over. Opportunities to bring together the leaders of Ilang and Shade are few and far between.
Jiang Ye smiled as he had President Shade and President Ilang summoned. President Shade arrived first. He exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Ye.
Please bear with us regarding past grievances. We were unaware of the circumstances at the time, which is why.
Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. The past is water under the bridge. Harmony among us is paramount. War only brings meaningless sacrifice and death, inflicting immense losses on both our nations, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Salman nodded in agreement.
As they spoke, President Rouhani of Ilang entered from outside the conference room.
Come to think of it, we're all old acquaintances.
Jiang Ye had met them all before. Just as he was about to invite him to sit down, the moment Rouhani and Suleiman saw each other, the air instantly thickened with tension.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Their eyes locked in mutual hostility.
Gentlemen, please sit down first.
Sensing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Ye quickly interrupted them, gesturing for Rouhani to sit down.
With Jiang Ye present, neither dared to escalate the confrontation. Plus, the Dragon Nation representative was right there.
After Rouhani sat down, both men turned their heads away, refusing to acknowledge each other. The tension between them was palpable. Zhao Shang reached up to press his temples.
I knew it would come to this.
Gentlemen, I invited you here primarily to discuss matters that might help you set aside your grievances and build a peaceful East continent.
Are you interested? Jiang Ye understood he must step forward to take charge.
Rouhani spoke up. It's not that I'm refusing your courtesy, but what Sheikh did back then, I think they know exactly what they did. Seeking peace won't be so easy.
Salam was equally displeased. What have we done? I'd like to ask you the same. Forget it. I'm here today to show respect to the king of Yemen. I won't stoop to your level. Ahem.
Jiang Ye cleared his throat, interrupting their quarrel.
I think you both need to consider this. Your relationship isn't necessarily one of enemies, is it? What do you mean? Salman and Rouhani both turned to look at Jiang Ye.
What I mean is, all these years you've been attacking each other, stirring up disputes and trading accusations.
But think about it, behind all this, who's truly profiting?
Their expressions grew grave.
From indignant to silent. Seeing progress. Jiang Ye continued, perhaps an invisible hand is silently manipulating everything between you.
I hope you see clearly who the real enemy is. As the saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, don't let others sell you out while you help them count the money.
Zhao Shang's pupils contracted.
He seemed to grasp the purpose behind Jiang Ye's gathering them together.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Chapter 80, Clear-Sighted Action, the Puppet Master.
After all, the Ilang and Shate clans are sworn enemies.
Decades of enmity won't dissolve so easily.
But resolving hatred is difficult.
Creating a new enmity for them, a common enemy, is surprisingly easy. A simple principle.
Once both sides have a common enemy and their interests are bound together,
there's no need to resolve their conflicts, they'll dissolve on their own.
Zhao Shang couldn't help but look at Jiang Ye with newfound respect.
Not yet of age.
Yet the depth of his experience and his ability to strategize for the greater good were truly astonishing.
How had he failed to see this move?
Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many years to get Ilang and Shah Zhe to sit down and successfully negotiate.
Still, Zhao Shang still couldn't quite grasp how Jiang Ye planned to execute this. He remained silent, watching quietly from the sidelines. Suddenly it dawned on him. Jiang Ye's astonishing achievements were no accident. Salman and Rouhani seemed frozen in place.
Seated in their positions, they remained utterly still. Their minds raced, dissecting the meaning behind Jiang Ye's recent words.
Salman suddenly spoke up.
No, I know exactly what the billion wolves are like. Only they would pull off those dirty deeds and then deny everything.
Rouhani exploded. Nonsense. I'll own up to anything my Ilang people do. What about you, Shashi?
You're all hypocrites and liars, saying one thing and thinking another.
Salman slammed his hand on the table.
Had Jiang Ye not been present, he would have struck immediately. The sudden outburst swept away all traces of his earlier composure. All he could think was that Jiang Ye was talking utter nonsense. They were nothing but a bunch of shameless scoundrels.
Enough. Jiang Ye intervened, knowing words alone wouldn't suffice.
He proposed, alright, since you don't trust my account, I'll let you stay here for a few days.
Use this time to communicate and cross-check.
All those military operations and attacks each side has launched against the other over the years, were they all deliberate actions, or were they orchestrated by someone behind the scenes? That should reveal the truth.
Jiang Ye's reasoning made sense. Plus, this was Jiang Ye's turf.
The two had no choice but to agree.
Alright then. Today is Mr. Zheng's founding ceremony. I don't want to spoil the mood and make everyone unhappy. Rouhani was the first to speak up. His emotional intelligence was still intact.
Jiang Ye had given them a way out, better to step down early than leave both sides with no face to save, which wouldn't benefit anyone.
Salman could only feign magnanimity and say, very well, I agree too.
In recent years, many matters have been viewed with suspicion by both sides.
Simply because the two families were sworn enemies. Blinded by hatred, they were incapable of calm reflection, nor did they desire it.
Pay lip service to one side, then just fight it out. Otherwise, the conflict wouldn't have dragged on for so many years. This might be a good opportunity for some deep reflection.
Both parties withdrew. Each went to verify their own accounts. Seizing the moment, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but remark, I must say, that was a masterstroke. Are you planning to shift the blame onto the lighthouse nation? Yes. Jiang Ye's smile deepened. And also to Yisili. Ha! Zhao Sheng burst out laughing. Exactly. Those two are in the same boat. The lighthouse nation is no good, and Yisili is even worse. Changing the subject. Zhao Sheng continued, right. If this plan works out, what else might you need our help with? To stabilize the situation in East Continent. In recent years, the Dragon Nation has spared no effort. They've poured in countless manpower and resources. If Jiang Ye could truly resolve this matter with just a few words. In Zhao Sheng's eyes, Jiang Ye would be nothing short of a god. He would spare no effort to cooperate with Jiang Ye. Countering the US dollar hegemony hinges on this crucial step. It truly was necessary. Jiang Ye said. Go ahead. Zhao Kong declared generously. Once they cross-check their records, they'll definitely notice something's off. But given the deep-seated animosity between Shizhan and Ilang, even if they pinpoint the issue, they'll likely just end the conflict. Reaching a truce will still be incredibly difficult. So what you're saying is, of course we need some kind of pivotal interest to bind them together. Zhao Kong paused briefly, his eyes brightening. I get it. He truly hadn't anticipated this. Jiang Ye had thought it through so thoroughly, even outlining the subsequent steps for him. I'll submit proposals to access projects in Shizhan and Ilang. Barring any surprises, higher-ups will surely approve. Nations wage war against each other. Isn't it all about interests? If they could gain profit and advance their nation without war, it would be an immense temptation. Provided that misunderstandings and conflicts are resolved, I believe Sanda and Ilang won't refuse such an offer. With matters settled, Jiang Ye invited Zhao Sheng to stay as a guest, to await the impending main event. Should Ilang and Shate long-standing enemies reconcile, it would mark the beginning of a new chapter in Dongzhou's transformation. It would be a historic moment. Future textbooks might well ask, in what year did the reconciliation between Ilang Shade occur? After Solomon and Rouhani departed. The stakes were immense. Without pause, they immediately began reviewing and investigating the events of recent years. Then cross-referenced their findings. Because many events occurred too long ago, compounded by incomplete records, they had to piece things together slowly. This delay took several days. During this period, Shasha and Ilang's factions made significant breakthroughs. After cross-referencing numerous records, both sides discovered that it became clear that nearly all the conflicts large and small between the two sides in recent years had been deliberately orchestrated and provoked by the Lighthouse Nation. Over 80% of the attacks on both sides were instigated by the Lighthouse Nation, deliberately fueling hostilities between the two sides. The truth became clear. Only now did Salman and Rouhani realize they had been led by the nose by the Lighthouse Nation all these years. The entire Shashan region, both the Yi and Lang factions, erupted in collective fury. So they've been fighting all this time. The deep-seated animosity between the two sides. Have they been working tirelessly to build the Lighthouse Nation's fortune all along? These beasts deserve to rot in hell. Salman roared with fury, finding Jiang Ye and cursing every generation of the Lighthouse Nation's ancestors. Jiang Ye merely smiled without a word. Before long, Solomon came knocking. He repeated the same message as Luohani. Jiang Ye relayed the news to Zhao Sheng, who was overjoyed and said he'd come immediately. Jiang Ye held both men back. Now, can we sit down and have a proper talk? Luohani and Solomon exchanged glances before silently agreeing. When Zhao Sheng arrived, he carried several stacks of important documents. These were the implementation plans for several major projects concerning Shashi and Ilang, approved by the Dragon Nation's higher-ups in recent days. With both sides reconciling today, tomorrow, these major projects would commence in both Sanda and Ilang. Chapter 81, Storm Clouds Gather, Fatal Mistake. Gentlemen, these are project proposals from Longwei aimed at fostering harmonious development and mutual prosperity between our nations. What do you think? Interested? Zhao Sheng sat down without waiting for a response. A calm smile graced his face. Over the years, Longwei had offered numerous concessions for their harmony. They had previously promised immense benefits. But the hatred remains. They refuse to reconcile. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, if they say they aren't tempted, that would be a lie. Jiang Ye spoke up, two choices now stand before you. The first is to choose reconciliation and ceasefire, then obtain the Dragon Nation's project proposal to accelerate your domestic development. The other is to continue serving as puppets for the Lighthouse Nation, acting as their enforcers to destabilize the East Continent and sacrifice your own interests for their gain. Jiang Ye thoughtfully presented them with two choices. Anyone with half a brain would know what to do. Needless to say, the Beacon Nation has been secretly undermining us for so long. If not for you, my mother would never have known the truth. Rouhani was seething with rage. Very well. Jiang Ye patted his shoulder and said, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Knowing is half the battle, right? It doesn't matter if you made the wrong choice before. What matters is choosing the right path from here on out. Then he turned his gaze to Solomon. Salman couldn't utter a word. After struggling for a long moment, he finally managed two words, reconciliation. He was furious. The thought of being played like a fool all these years left a bitter taste in his mouth. If only the domestic situation permitted it, he would have gone to war with the Lighthouse Nation. Sit down and talk properly. Zhao Sheng appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed.
He promptly invited both sides to sit down for detailed discussions.
Over 3 hours later, this simple meeting concluded. Various projects from the Dragon Nation would enter Shahjan and Ilan next month. As the intermediary, Jiang Ye, Zhao Shang knew he couldn't shortchange him. Therefore, he also secured numerous benefits for Jiang Ye. To summarize, Shahjan and Ilan reached a settlement.
The focus shifted toward the Lighthouse Nation. The Dragon Nation project's entry brought direct benefits to both parties, with Jiang Ye reaping indirect gains as the intermediary. The Dragon Nation's long unfulfilled goal of East Continent harmony will also be realized, truly killing 4 birds with 1 stone. A quadruple win scenario. Review the contract. Signatures from all parties. And so the matter was settled. Next, Salman and Rouhani each convened video conferences with their respective nations. Zhao Shang returned to the Dragon Kingdom temporarily with the good news. As for Jiang Ye, he breathed a temporary sigh of relief as he could finally get some proper rest.
Don't underestimate the process just because it was done via phone.
Managing all the details was still quite taxing on the brain.
He made plans with Wang Hai and the others. They planned to play basketball together that evening.
The situation in Dongzhou was stabilizing.
Meanwhile online, things suddenly became turbulent. Ever since the birth of the Yemen kingdom, discussions about the Houthi armed forces have been non-stop online. With billions of people worldwide. All kinds of people.
From the initial nationwide celebrations of the Yemen kingdom's founding, the prevailing winds have abruptly shifted.
Whether or not Yisili had once again wielded the power of public opinion remains unclear. Many now believe the emergence of the Yemen kingdom poses a threat to the world.
A nation built by a group of warmongers, just imagine what it could become.
Yeah, it's utterly ridiculous. Allowing a bunch of warmongers to successfully establish a nation? I think this is the world's mistake.
They dared to shoot down another nation's fighter jet in full view of the global community. That's nothing short of a declaration of war.
Exactly. Such armed forces deserve to be humanely eliminated. The reason?
Mainly because since Jiang Ye took control of the Houthi armed forces, they've launched several world-shocking campaigns in quick succession.
He openly shot down an Israeli fighter jet. Many viewed him as a war maniac, a warmonger.
Jiang Ye was at a loss for words.
Is his image really that terrifying?
All sorts of rumors. They were practically painting him as the ultimate villain from a movie, bent on destroying the world.
But the good news is, there were also voices defending the kingdom of Yemen.
After all, the Lighthouse Nation has done so many disgusting things, sucking up hatred from all corners of the world.
The emergence of the Yemen kingdom
can serve as a counterbalance to the Lighthouse Nation, especially to the equally troublesome Yixili in East Continent.
Additionally, the Dragon Nation has been subtly aiding Jiang Ye in maintaining the kingdom of Yemen's image. They say all this, yes, they fight wars, but they don't harm innocents. Unlike the Lighthouse Nation, which stirs up conflicts everywhere for profit. Have you counted how many innocent lives are lost each time? Not to mention the warmongers? Such hypocrisy. Hasn't your lighthouse father killed enough people?
Yet I never see you speaking out with such righteous indignation.
From my perspective, the Yemen kingdom's bigwigs are your masters, so you're unhappy, right?
All this howling and barking, watch out, you might break your own dog legs.
Implement real name registration and these people will shut up. Ha! That's right, the kingdom of Yemen has a temper that'll wipe you out in a heartbeat, ha! Many people think
that Yemen kingdom's hot-tempered, fearless fighting spirit.
Implement real name registration online. Even if I can't beat you up across borders, I'll hire a hitman to teach you a lesson.
In short, trolls who try to pick fights have no comeback.
Over in the land of the free, things got even livelier.
Ever since the founding ceremony, when Jiang Ye unveiled the universal equality device, there's been no peace. They specifically commissioned experts for verification.
The conclusion? Jiang Ye's nuclear data is mostly legit, capable of covering the entire Lighthouse Nation. If war truly broke out, how many strikes could they withstand? Launching a military campaign against the Kingdom of Yemen is now impossible. But refraining from suppression doesn't mean abandoning it. They must find ways to exert pressure. Otherwise, once the Kingdom of Yemen develops, it will become the greatest obstacle to their eastern continent. Mr. President, after the last founding ceremony concluded, President Sand and President Ilan remained in the Kingdom of Yemen for several days. Their activities remain unclear, but I suspect they may be plotting something detrimental to our interests. The female secretary in black uniform reported to Obama. Obama raised his hand to his forehead. Headache. What about the task I assigned you to assess the military strength of the Yemen kingdom? For now, aside from what was displayed during their military parade, we haven't obtained any other data. The secretary replied timidly. One of our current plans regarding the Yemen kingdom. Placing undercover agents and cultivating our own people. But the time required to infiltrate personnel and gain their trust is far too long. They simply cannot afford to wait. On the other side, Habit remained expressionless, his tone tinged with irritation. I told you we couldn't agree to their nation-building plan. Now it's too late to turn back. We'd better figure out how to wrap this up. Obama glanced up at him. Habit had vehemently opposed it back then. Obama, constrained by the nuclear threat and a misjudgment of Jiang Ye's personal capabilities, he made the opposite decision. Now, even he increasingly felt that allowing the Yemen kingdom to succeed in establishing its nation was a grave mistake. Chapter 82, Joint Sanctions. Yes, it's all too late now. Obama's face was clouded with worry, his thumb tapping the table intermittently. But rest assured, whatever decision I make, I will find a way to resolve it. Then, Obama left the office. That night, good news reached the Lighthouse Nation Intelligence Agency. The reason President Elon had lingered for several days in the Kingdom of Yemen this time seemed to have been found. That is, the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom appear to be fostering relations between the two sides, seeking reconciliation and resolving their conflicts. If this is indeed the case, then Obama and the entire leadership of the Lighthouse Nation would actually be less concerned. They've been laying the groundwork in East Asia for decades. The enmity between the two nations wasn't sparked overnight, it's been building up for years. It's highly improbable that the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom could reconcile their differences in a matter of days through mere words. They simply couldn't achieve it. Moreover, this incident serves as a reminder that their primary focus must remain on the situation in East Continent. Keep stirring the waters to create chaos and take advantage of the confusion. Everyone, there's no need to worry about Shashi and Elong for now. I've already dispatched personnel there. As soon as the presidents of Shashi and Elong return, our agents will begin sowing discord, ensuring the chaos persists. Obama convened a meeting. Several high-ranking representatives of Yisili immediately responded, that's simple. We'll contact Yisili and coordinate simultaneous military actions on both sides. Problem solved. All these years, they've always operated this way. I know that. I called you here today primarily to discuss how the Kingdom of Yemen will handle things after we've stirred up the conflict. Obama's voice grew solemn as he continued, we cannot stand idly by. Their establishment has already confirmed it will exceed our control. We must nip it in the bud. The Yemen Kingdom is growing unchecked. The day the flames engulf them is inevitable. They're just getting started, still in a critical development phase. They'll inevitably need many resources, and what they lack must be imported. Why not target that vulnerability? A senior official from the Lighthouse Nation proposed this strategy. The Lighthouse Nation controls most of the world's resources and international relations. To oppose them wouldn't end well. The usual trio, sanctions, sowing discord, and public pressure bring it on. He doesn't believe the Kingdom of Yemen can thrive. Proposal submitted. Put to a vote. The vote results were unusually unanimous, especially on the Italian side. Every single one cast a vote in favor. Obama had no reason to hesitate. Very well. I'll have someone draft a sanctions list shortly, then coordinate with France and the United States to impose sanctions together. Meeting adjourned. Obama wasted no time, immediately reaching out to leaders of various Western nations. He pressed forward with the sanctions. This left many Western nations looking extremely displeased. They had just publicly celebrated the birth of the Yemen Kingdom at its founding ceremony. Now, in the blink of an eye, you're demanding they follow your lead in imposing sanctions? That's a pretty abrupt change of face, isn't it? Under pressure from the Lighthouse Nation, most countries had no choice but to comply. They planned to impose symbolic sanctions at the appointed time, merely playing along with the Lighthouse Nation's grand performance. The Yisili faction, represented by Havid, began contacting Syria directly. Lewin received the call and knew trouble was brewing again. He was thrilled. Leave this to us, it's a sure thing. I'll make sure the animosity between both sides deepens. Lewin casually added, your job is simply to contain the Kingdom of Yemen. Remember, they must not be allowed to continue their reckless actions. He positioned himself as the troublemaker in East Continent. Yet he dared to claim others were the ones maintaining peace while committing outrageous acts. This shows just how shameless the Yisili people are. That evening, a private jet touched down within Yisili territory, with Havid personally arriving. He resolved to coordinate and execute the subsequent plan alongside Yisili's high command. The next day, the Lighthouse Nation's sanctions list was released. The Lighthouse Nation made an official announcement. Sanctions statement. Given that the Kingdom of Yemen has violated international conventions, possesses weapons of mass destruction, and poses a potential threat to global security while destabilizing the Eastern Continent region, this nation hereby imposes the following sanctions. Trade sanctions. Economic sanctions. Import-export sanctions. The various sanction items filled several pages. I wish I could include every single one I could think of. However, to summarize, it can be categorized into several main points. These include prohibiting the export of weapons and military equipment to the Kingdom of Yemen. Prohibiting the export of various high-precision equipment to the Kingdom of Yemen. Financial sanctions, increased tariffs, and stringent reviews, among other measures. As soon as this news was announced, before Jiang Ye could even receive the news, it had already caused a huge stir online. It was inevitable. Recently, the Kingdom of Yemen has become the focal point of the world, the center of global attention. Its prominence was undeniable. Wait, didn't the Lighthouse Nation just celebrate Yemen's founding ceremony a few days ago, claiming support for its independence? Why the sudden change? This is hilarious, typical of the Lighthouse Nation's hypocrisy. Seriously disgusting, how can they flip-flop so fast? Allies of the Lighthouse Nation, take note, they might just stab you in the back one day. That damn Lighthouse Nation is truly revolting. One thing on the surface, another behind the scenes. I'm done even cursing them. What are you talking about? Yemen is harboring weapons of mass destruction, and you won't even let anyone stop it? You're letting a ticking time bomb exist in East Asia, developing freely? What are you thinking? The Lighthouse Nation does this for the sake of the entire world. Please refrain from making reckless statements. TSK. The Lighthouse Nation's long-range cultivation technology is as formidable as ever, I'll give them that.
Other countries won't catch up for centuries.
The online debate rages fiercely. Opinions are roughly split into two camps: the defenders and the accusers. Jiang Ye soon received these updates.
After reviewing the sanctions, he remained utterly unmoved. His primary partner wasn't a Western nation at all, it was the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation possessed immense scale. Its industrial sectors were comprehensive and its resources abundant. It was entirely sufficient for domestic circulation and supplying other nations. With the Dragon Nation's backing, Jiang Ye had no worries about sanctions. Besides, if all else fails, he can always redeem items at the Fame Shop.
Can they really stop him from using it? Jump?
Jiang Ye flung his phone aside with disdain and closed his eyes to rest. Since the other party had gone this far, he decided to return the favor. He'd return the favor with a grand gesture.
Before long, sanctions lists from other Western nations emerged as well. Once again, the world trembled. A faint sense emerged. The Lighthouse Nation was preparing to unite numerous countries to collectively strangle the Yemen kingdom.
But just as netizens were going wild with discussions, Jiang Ye made a major move of his own.
Chapter 83: The Century's Reconciliation. Inside the Grand Hall.
This time, heavyweight leaders from Ilang and Sheikh were all present. Salam and Rouhani shook hands. After all these years, we've truly been ashamed. Both our sides have been doing the work for the Lighthouse Nation for so long. It's time to reconcile and shatter their schemes. Rouhani nodded, and the two leaders shared a symbolic embrace. Other high-ranking officials from both sides began introducing themselves and shaking hands in a gesture of reconciliation.
Jiang Ye watched this grand spectacle unfold.
A satisfied smile spread across his face.
Having a common enemy really makes a difference.
Zhao Shang was also present. He had flown in specially from Longwei to witness this historic moment.
Excellent.
Zhao Shang expressed his excitement. This is the ceasefire agreement and the details of our future cooperation.
Just sign it. After this reconciliation, we need to issue a joint statement. Is that okay? No problem. Absolutely. Salman and Rouhani agreed without hesitation. After signing, Jiang Ye instructed his media company to prepare globally.
In the afternoon, they would publicly release a joint statement to the world.
So at noon, a preview of the statement was released. The content outlined that Sandia and Ilang had reached an agreement to restore diplomatic relations, strengthen bilateral cooperation, reopen embassies, and dispatch ambassadors. Considering the security and stability of the East Continent region, a ceasefire agreement was reached. Both parties pledged to jointly uphold regional stability. In addition to Sanda and Ilang, the Kingdom of Yemen and the Dragon Nation. This is a matter of great significance.
Jiang Ye had it verified multiple times to ensure accuracy before releasing it to global media outlets.
The moment the news broke, the world was stunned.
Countries around the world were dumbfounded.
What? Wang Defu? Are you serious?
Military buffs know that East Continent's instability over the years stems from the constant infighting between Sand and Wolf. Both sides are so enraged they devour each other's flesh, drink each other's blood, and strip each other's sinews. Their hatred runs that deep.
And now they're suddenly reconciling? Unbelievable. Shocking.
Everyone knows what's really going on behind the scenes. Just look at the statements from the other two nations. Longwa and the Kingdom of Yemen, that's all you need to know.
With the hype from the preview.
During the joint statement livestreamed by the four parties this afternoon, the viewer count surpassed 100 million within half an hour.
Even before it began, hundreds of millions were eagerly awaiting. Has it started yet? Could this be fake news? Holy crap. If this really is a reconciliation between Sand and Wolf, it would be no exaggeration to call it a historic peace.
I want to know what exactly Longwa and the Kingdom of Yemen did.
Yeah, resolving decades of conflict like this seems pretty unlikely. I'm more curious about how the Lighthouse Nation feels right now. Yeah, their faces must be green with envy. Wait, won't their top brass have heart attacks when they see this news? Local media outlets everywhere are also reporting this frantically. Reposting global media outlets' published statements and previews. Since it's free advertising for themselves.
Jiang Ye didn't stop at the more shares, the better.
Online, netizens affectionately dubbed this joint reconciliation statement as the settlement of the century.
Jiang Ye found the description rather apt.
Netizens these days are truly talented. He smiled. The joint statement press conference was about to begin.
The meeting wouldn't be too long, as it would conclude with just the statement. The procedure would simply involve reading out the reconciliation terms.
Signatures from several parties.
Finally, a group photo to symbolize our friendship.
Jiang Ye activated the descent function once more.
Don't think it's just a one-time use, it costs at least 2,000 or 3,000.
Jiang Ye no longer cared about the expense.
Because each such world-shocking event
brings him massive prestige points. He recouped those 2,000 or 3,000 prestige points in no time. United Life commenced. The live stream's online audience has surpassed 500 million.
All here for the spectacle. Jiang Ye appeared on screen alongside Zhao Shang, Xia, and President Ilang. The host announced the terms of the reconciliation.
During this time, countless viewers lost their composure. Bullet comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Holy, it's actually happening? They actually reconciled.
Holy crap, no need to say more. Longwa and Yemen Kingdom are awesome.
Oh my god, I want to know what the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom did to make these two reconcile.
This directly undermines the lighthouse nation's interests.
The beacon nation must be furious right now. Their top brass is probably watching the live stream too, right? Ha, don't even mention it. If they see the comments you're posting, that's just asking for trouble. I'm bowing down in awe. No words needed, just pure awesomeness.
The East Continent's landscape is about to undergo a seismic shift because of the Yemen kingdom's emergence.
Netizens are thrilled and exhilarated. The founding ceremony is a historic moment.
This moment is no less significant. The future of Dongzhou is poised for a century-defining transformation.
The global landscape will become increasingly unpredictable due to the emergence of the Yemen kingdom. This trump card.
Now it's up to the lighthouse nation to respond. If they respond poorly, or if the lighthouse nation fails to produce a trump card of its own,
this will deal a fatal blow. Could deal a fatal blow. Meanwhile,
amidst the monumental news of the century-long reconciliation, the sanctions tactics employed by the beacon nation and its Western allies seems like child's play, a mere game. After all, they've overused this tactic far too often.
Perhaps for Yemen, their sanctions might not even scratch the surface. But for the lighthouse nation? This time, they're bound to bleed heavily. Finally,
Jiang Ye stood front and center, posing for a group photo with Zhao Shuang, Salman, Rouhani, and numerous high-ranking officials from the Sand and Wolf factions. A historic moment was captured.
Countless comments flooded the screen. Throughout the entire livestream, the peak online viewership surpassed 800 million.
In a sense, this was also a historic moment for the live streaming industry. After all, the viewership of the highly anticipated US presidential election didn't even reach a third of this figure.
Subsequent details.
Jiang Ye, head of global media, shared some behind-the-scenes details about the collaborative efforts to maintain stability in East Continent.
Continued to be released. The news continues to gain traction. Simultaneously, specialized videos were produced primarily for viewers unfamiliar with the context, explaining the relationship between Shait and Ilang, and how the lighthouse nation interfered in the process. Of course, to further promote his media company.
This time, Jiang Ye turned down all requests from other companies seeking authorization to cover related content. After this series of maneuvers, global media traffic skyrocketed. The official website's traffic exceeded 300 million visits in a single day. The follower count also skyrocketed. From obscurity to tens of thousands of followers and now to millions.
Global media has truly emerged into the public eye. It has become a world-class media powerhouse. Chapter 84. Make an example of someone. When the company executive handed the activity data sheet to Jiang Ye reviewed it and felt deeply gratified. Weren't the lighthouse nation and Italy the masters of controlling public opinion and dominating the media? Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder. With the emergence of global media, how would they respond? Moreover, having the power of discourse made all the difference. Whatever he wanted the world to see, the world would see. Jiang Ye had experienced the thrill of pulling the strings behind the scenes. Moreover, as an authoritative media outlet covering news in the East Continent region. Authoritative media. Global media's influence will only grow exponentially, continuously expanding its reach. If the lighthouse nation and Yisili want to play a propaganda war with Jiang Ye in the future, that won't work anymore. Just as the outside world suspected. The top brass in the lighthouse nation and Yisili are absolutely furious, thrown into complete chaos over this. They never imagined. In just a few short days, the kingdom of Yemen could actually broker reconciliation between Sands and Wolves. For this chess game, they had spent decades meticulously planning and orchestrating behind the scenes. And now, Jiang Ye shattered everything in mere days, dismantling their years of effort. The hearts of both sides' high command are bleeding. Years of effort, all for naught. I've always said these people are nothing but a plague. They'll severely damage our interests. A senior official from Lighthouse Nation, seething with rage, suggested declaring war outright to teach them a lesson. You can criticize the lighthouse, but you absolutely cannot say the lighthouse is incompetent. For so many years, they have held the position of world hegemon. In terms of military might, they tower above all others. He simply couldn't believe it. Faced with the lighthouse nation's massive forces pressing at its borders, could the Yemen kingdom possibly refuse to yield? And once they yield even once, then the lighthouse nation could legitimately seize control of Yemen, gradually infiltrate its own agents to cultivate a puppet government, and dismantle the Yemen kingdom's power. No. But this proposal immediately drew fierce opposition from many. Their weapons are highly advanced. You saw it last time our F-35 fighter jets were shot down without even being detected by their radar. Obama looked haggard. He hadn't slept properly for several nights. If war broke out and we couldn't crush the enemy decisively, it would expose our hand. Moreover, our involvement would incur massive military expenditures. Who could possibly shoulder that cost right now? As Obama spoke these words, everyone bowed their heads, faces clouded with worry, unable to utter a word. A full minute passed. Having finally spoke up, the lighthouse nation truly cannot intervene. In the eyes of many today, still regarded as invincible. They must preserve this myth. Only then can the world continue to hold them in awe. Otherwise, if the myth is shattered, and the lighthouse nation would find it truly difficult to maintain its current hegemony. Habit continued, but while the lighthouse nation cannot, Yisili can. We can have Yisili pressure Yemen, with the lighthouse nation providing support from the rear. But as soon as he said this, it met with considerable opposition. That won't work either. A white-bearded old man wearing reading glasses spoke up. Don't you fear that if Yisili attacks the kingdom of Yemen, it could escalate into a full-scale war? Other nations. We can afford to ignore them. But the kingdom of Yemen, this is something we must consider. After all, they dared to shoot down an Israelite fighter jet during their founding ceremony, in full view of hundreds of millions worldwide. Would any other country dare do that? No way. This proves that the kingdom of Yemen is fully prepared for all-out war. And in the event of full-scale war, Yemen controls the vital straits leading to the Zhonghai Sea. If they sever the lighthouse nation's supply lines to Yisili, Yisili and the lighthouse nation would be utterly helpless against Yemen. That won't do. That won't work either. Both sides were nearly driven to despair. The former world superpower never imagined they'd face such humiliation, such a humiliating day. The entire group was itching to skin Jiang Ye alive and tear him limb from limb. But what could they do? Their strength wouldn't allow it. The next day, through relentless investigation by the lighthouse nation's intelligence agency, high-level officials received intelligence. It was highly probable that Ilang and Shate had cross-referenced all the attacks big and small that had fueled the animosity between them over the years. Only when all misunderstandings are completely resolved can reconciliation between the two sides be possible. This time, Jiang Ye has truly dealt a significant blow to their prestigious faction, the Black House. After hours of deliberation, Obama and the senior officials ultimately concluded that Dongzhou must not be abandoned. The stakes here were too high. Losing East Continent would be tantamount to their demise. Obama produced the contingency plan hastily drafted overnight. Our primary objective is to first stabilize Shate. Compared to Ilan, Shah maintains closer ties with him. Though relations have soured, old ties remain, making them easier to sway and recruit. Obama paused briefly before continuing. As for the specifics, I believe only massive financial incentives will sway them at this point. We've decided to offer them substantial benefits. Even if Shashi doesn't side with them, we must at least ensure they remain neutral. The others offered no objections, remaining silent as they listened to Ayoba continue. This was already a last resort. They wouldn't compromise their own interests to stabilize Shashi unless absolutely necessary. Ayoba finished speaking. Another high-ranking official interjected, even if neither of those is achievable, we still have the delaying tactic of sowing discord among them. Yes. The Lighthouse Nation has planted its own agents in Sanda and other Arab nations, beyond providing top-secret intelligence during peacetime, but also for this very moment. Sowing internal discord. It's an old trick of the Lighthouse Nation. Hours of relentless high-intensity meetings had left the Lighthouse Nation's leadership visibly drained. Obama had no choice but to force a recess. Everyone took a break. Evening. The meeting resumed. This time, the focus was how to counterattack Yemen. Yemen had caused them no end of headaches. Even if they couldn't confront them head-on, they had to take some action. For instance, make an example of them. As for the target, some chose to strike at Dongzhou territory, a move that wouldn't cause much impact but would showcase the Lighthouse Nation's formidable strength. But suddenly, the representatives from Yisili joined forces to vote. If we must strike, let's start with Gaza? Yes, there's an armed group over there called Hamas. From what I understand, they have ties to the Yemen organization. Last time, it was them who attacked the Yisrael border, causing massive losses to Yisrael. This Yisili representative spoke with righteous indignation. Too many major incidents have occurred. They haven't even had time to settle that score yet. Now is the time. Obama exhaled a breath of stale air. After the Israeli representatives provided specific details about Hamas, Obama gave his approval. The plan was officially set. Chapter 85, The World's Greatest. As the founding ceremony concluded, peace gradually returned to the territory of Yemen. Yet prosperity endured. In just the past week, the number of tourists visiting Yemen exceeded the total from the previous 6 months. Economic indicators shot straight up. Many local Yemen residents also got a piece of the action. Even street vendors were making decent daily earnings. One measure of a nation's strength is its GDP. One indicator of a nation's economic strength is its GDP. Jiang Ye had a premonition. This year's total GDP for Yemen would easily exceed 10 times what it was under the previous Yemen government forces. Fortunately, Yisili and the others had been quiet lately. Jiang Ye was thinking of taking advantage of this window. Let's make the most of the time we have left and push forward with development. Current industrial infrastructure is quite advanced, yet far from perfect. Construction. Opening the construction system, Jiang Ye scanned through the pages one by one. Many of the buildings were truly tempting. However, constructing them now isn't cost-effective. Ultimately, Jiang Ye settled his gaze on a large industrial park. Let's build another industrial park. This facility holds significant value for a nation's development. Moreover, in certain respects, it can highlight the unique characteristics of the nation of Yemen. Why has Yemen never truly developed? Beyond the incompetence of the Yemen government forces, a major reason was that compared to countries like Singapore, Qatar, and Dubai, Yemen's presence was too low, boosting its profile. Only by addressing this issue first can we apply targeted solutions later. Of course, Jiang Ye's recent maneuvers have already made Yemen a focal point in the global spotlight. But when it comes to recognition, who would ever complain about having too much of it?
Click on construction and a cutscene appears, showing a group of little people starting work. Jiang Ye continued to monitor the construction progress.
The territory within Yemen is vast.
By the numbers, it spans a full 530,000 square kilometers, encompassing 21 provinces and 1 municipality.
It boasts 1,906 kilometers of coastline.
Despite Jiang Ye having previously established numerous light industries, heavy industries, and collaborative projects with Longhua. But upon examining the map, most areas remained largely vacant, with vast tracts of land yet to be utilized.
Oh, right. Jiang Ye suddenly realized something. How could he have overlooked the primary industry driving a nation's development? Real estate? Although Yemen's economy had always been weak, taking a long-term view, its economy would improve in the future. People would become more affluent. Demand for real estate would skyrocket. By then, demand would far outstrip supply. He could lay the groundwork now. Jiang Ye identified residential properties within the development. Subsequently, he demolished some non-essential landmarks in the city center. Proceed with construction? Yes. Under construction. This location is practically within Yemen's territory, one of the prime areas near the city center. Later, we'll do some promotion and advertising to boost the neighborhood's reputation. As for its status, Jiang Ye envisioned it rivaling China's Tangqingyipin in the future. It should also attract quite a few foreign tycoons to invest. With that in mind, Jiang Ye activated the promotion feature and invested heavily in several advertisements. Simultaneously, he enlisted global media to amplify the promotion worldwide. Headline: Reports indicate that Yemen Kingdom is set to invest heavily in constructing a new eco-city residential complex within the country. This high-end, luxurious development is dedicated to serving top-tier professionals across all industries. High-end. Luxury. Serving the elite. Jiang Ye understood. As long as you elevate the standards, wealthy individuals will flock to indulge in this prestige. And this world is never short of wealthy individuals. Sure enough, shortly after the ad went live, Jiang Ye's office. He received numerous emails from major corporations, many of them Fortune 500 companies. The emails primarily saw details about Jiang Ye's investment project. Some were even sent with the sole purpose of establishing a connection with Jiang Ye. They didn't even bother to ask about the project details. They were ready to invest money immediately. And for investment projects of this caliber, we're talking tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars. If Jiang Ye agreed, it would mean another massive influx of funds. Of course, the bigger the fish, the easier it is to reel in later. Jiang Ye politely declined these investment offers for now, choosing instead to keep baiting the hook. Once the fish grew fatter, whether to keep them in the pond or harvest them would be entirely up to Jiang Ye. Subsequently, Jiang Ye began planning the construction of supporting facilities around the residential complex, shopping malls, pedestrian streets, central parks, various entertainment venues, and more. This would indirectly enhance the happiness of nearby residents. A landmark plaza was also essential. But just as Jiang Ye was preparing to begin construction, he suddenly recalled an email from earlier one originating from the Dragon Nation. Wanda? He opened it again. Sure enough, it was the Wanda Group. All right. Jiang Ye knew this conglomerate all too well. Once the most famous tycoon in the Dragon Nation, he was the chairman of the Wanda Group. Wanda Plaza held the leading position in this sector across the Dragon Nation. Jiang Ye made the connection. This cooperative project, it's a go. Consider it a gesture to strengthen our relationship. As for the profits, we'll split it evenly when the time comes. Jiang Ye's main business isn't about making money from this anyway. Oil exports and trade dealings are where the real money is. Speaking of which, with such an extensive coastline, yet only a handful of well-known ports exist. Considering future business expansion and the growing demand for imports and exports, Jiang Ye decided to establish additional ports at suitable locations along the coastline. Opening the map, several locations caught Jiang Ye's attention. One was near the port of Aden, close to the southern entrance of the Sea of Yao. This was a crucial passage for maritime navigation through the Hong Sea. However, since Aden port already existed, it could only temporarily serve as a subsidiary port to Aden, providing supplies for passing ships. Should Aden port become overwhelmed in the future, the port constructed here would finally fulfill its purpose. Let's get it ready first, just in case. The other two locations are situated at the westernmost and northernmost points of the Yemen coastline. Prioritize the westernmost port. Here is very close to the Suez Canal. From now on, ships from all nations wishing to pass through here will be subject to Jiang Ye's whims. Construction completed. Jiang Ye immediately dispatched troops to garrison the area. Considering it as a reward, it should be on par with the world's top-tier metropolises. It also needed its own iconic landmark. Jiang Ye searched through the construction plans for ages but couldn't find anything suitable. Ultimately, he resorted to DIY. He manually adjusted the parameters and drafted the construction blueprints himself. Jiang Ye first searched online. The world's tallest building today is the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, standing at 828 meters tall. Every year, countless tourists flock to visit it. Jiang Ye decided to go all out and build the world's tallest skyscraper with a total height of 1,000 meters. He'd slap on every world's first and world's tallest label imaginable. World-class, he'd stamp every possible label on it. Wiping sweat from his brow after completing the operation, Jiang Ye noticed the city's prosperity index rising again in the upper right corner. slowly expanding toward the scale of a first-tier metropolis. Chapter 86, Massive Profits. After dinner,
He returned from playing ball with Wang Hai and the others.
Jiang Ye took a hot shower, then opened the game to continue infrastructure development.
Dongzhou had been unusually quiet these past few days. With nothing to do, Jiang Ye felt somewhat unsettled.
The only tasks left to do
Was managing infrastructure and improving facilities.
civilian projects were mostly underway or being upgraded.
Turning his attention to military facilities, Jiang Ye expanded the military bases across various regions, dividing his troops into 4 combat zones. Each would guard a specific location.
Another crucial point.
The Yemen kingdom was expanding rapidly, and the current military forces were insufficient.
Currently, they only numbered around 200,000. Far too few. Unlike many peaceful nations, its location in the eastern continent meant constant warfare was inevitable. Recruiting more soldiers can only bring benefits, not harm.
To eliminate future troubles,
Jiang Ye issued a conscription notice offering numerous favorable benefits. Unlike the Korean nation, joining the military is like digging up your ancestors' graves.
the Koreans all resist military service.
After implementing these measures, by the end of the day, Jiang Ye's recruitment notice had achieved remarkable results. Over 30,000 people applied.
By the next day, the military size had expanded to around 250,000.
Still not enough.
Jiang Ye envisioned having at least 350,000 or even 400,000 troops at his disposal. This would enable him to respond to any large-scale war that might erupt at any moment.
Yisili and the Lighthouse Kingdom.
Both nations had long coveted the Yemen kingdom, their eyes fixed on it like hungry beasts.
Exit game.
The next day, Jiang Ye awoke. He received another piece of good news. The pharmaceutical research company he had previously established achieved remarkable results. They had successfully developed a novel beauty product not yet available on the market.
After application, this product
effectively maintains skin hydration while delivering multiple benefits including antioxidant protection, anti-aging effects, skin brightening, and soothing repair.
Based on actual data testing, it outperforms any cosmetic product currently available on the market.
It's important to note that in today's world,
the female market far exceeds the male market. There's a popular online meme. Women top the consumer rankings, followed by children, then the elderly, and fourth. Isn't men it's dogs? Because men come in fifth.
Beauty products target precisely this massive market, women. Jiang Ye summoned the product manager. Your Majesty, our research shows this product works fast, lasts long, and most importantly, suits everyone with 0 side effects.
I'm confident it'll be a hit once promoted.
The other party personally demonstrated the results as a reward.
The results were indeed impressive. Instant results.
Pharmaceutical research originally focused on developing drugs to treat diseases.
Discovering a beauty product was a happy accident. Let's start production. I'll handle the advertising. We'll release an initial batch to gauge the response. Jiang Ye declared. The product manager was thrilled. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Jiang Ye funded the advertising campaign, enlisting entertainment companies under global media conglomerates to promote it.
Yes. Controlling the media requires control across multiple fronts.
Headquarters can consistently report on military matters.
Why can SWID dominate global public opinion? Because they're involved in all kinds of media.
Jiang Ye is preparing to follow this path.
Unnoticed.
He aims to weave a vast internet web that ensnares the entire world. So whether it's military affairs, entertainment, public welfare, advertising, or any other news sector, Jiang Ye intends to participate in them all. Bit by bit, dismantling the SQUID's myth of opinion dominance.
With global media traffic, the ads achieved solid results.
That evening, Jiang Ye tested a batch of pre-order products.
The result, 10,000 bottles of essence.
Priced at $459 per bottle. They sold out in a fraction of a second. It seems there are still plenty of wealthy people in this world.
Jiang Ye sighed.
Initially, everyone worried the price was too high, but there was no choice. The R&D costs were a hefty sum.
First, recoup the R&D costs.
Subsequent production costs were practically negligible. Every sale was pure profit.
But who would have thought people would just buy it without hesitation at over $400?
Jiang Ye felt a twinge of regret.
The price was set too low.
Next, he set up a factory for mass production while launching pre-orders for the next product line.
Jiang Ye had a beauty website set up overnight. Tian Mei Beauty Essence.
Overnight, the site saw over 3 million visits, with back-end data showing that over 100,000 users added items to their shopping carts. For a new product, it was nothing short of a miracle.
Jiang Ye opened the game data backend. Tian Mei Beauty Essence. Cost price, 57. Export cost, 46. Shipping cost, 15. Retail price, 459. Profit, 3,965.
Selling 1 unit yields a profit of about $400. The initial batch sold 10,000 units.
Profit, $4 million. The income was substantial. Jiang Ye arrived at the factory for an inspection.
The manager personally received him.
What is the monthly production capacity for this product? Jiang Ye inquired.
Production is around 50,000 units, but with the ongoing development of new production lines, I believe we'll soon surpass 100,000.
No need for now. Keep it at 50,000.
The manager looked puzzled but dared not ask further, merely nodding in agreement. Understood. This involves a specific marketing strategy.
Scarcity marketing. If products become oversaturated and too easily accessible, they lose their value. It loses its value. Jiang Ye aspired to establish his own premium brand someday. He could accept lower profits now, focusing primarily on establishing the premium reputation first. Besides, the company won't rely solely on this one product, more will follow. Each product could generate tens of millions of dollars in monthly profits. Countless beauty companies would drool with envy at such prospects. Currently, with oil revenues, tourism income, exports of various goods, imports of overseas materials, taxes, and now the profits from beauty products, the most challenging economic issue for a nation, Jiang Ye has effectively resolved it. Moreover, the head of the medical research lab informed Jiang Ye that a drug capable of treating Alzheimer's disease, commonly known as senile dementia, is nearing completion. It must be noted that Alzheimer's disease remains an unsolved global challenge. Once this drug hits the market, it will send shockwaves around the world. When it finally hits the market, Jiang Ye dared not imagine the staggering profits it would generate. Even Fortune 500 companies would have their work cut out for them. Subsequently, several ports opened successively. Jiang Ye hired a fleet of overseas merchant ships. They assisted in exporting light industrial firearms produced by the Kingdom of Yemen. Initially, over 30 countries became partners. Orders poured in one after another. The existing transport fleet was truly overwhelmed. Then, glancing at the state treasury's funds, Jiang Ye opened the game's investment section and, after conducting a risk assessment, Jiang Ye began investing. He primarily targeted companies with modest reputations and scales but promising prospects. Even if such companies incurred losses, the losses were negligible to Jiang Ye. But if they turned a profit, the future returns could amount to a substantial figure. Chapter 87, Establishing an Intelligence Agency. Training Spies. A proper strategy game. Yet Jiang Ye had turned it into an investment game. Outside the office, Charles, dressed in a suit, knocked on the door. Jiang Ye heard the sound. He motioned for him to enter. As an elite member rewarded by the system, part of the national think tank, Jiang Ye placed Charles in a position of significant trust. After taking a seat, Charles began, "Your Majesty, we've had some discussions and identified an issue that requires urgent resolution." When Jiang Ye founded the nation last time, the primary task entrusted to them was to eliminate internal risks. As professionals, their considerations were bound to be more thorough and comprehensive than his own. After their deliberations, they uncovered a rather serious internal issue. "Speak." Jiang Ye crossed his legs. "Our nation is still young. Have you thoroughly vetted every single person? If not, I fear that the United States and other hostile nations may have planted intelligence operatives within our ranks." Planted spies. That's an old trick of the Lighthouse Nation. Why is the situation in East Continent so chaotic? Why has Iran, the dominant power in East Continent, remained largely inactive? The primary reason lies in Iran's internal operations have been compromised by the Lighthouse Nation. Infiltration is far too severe, compounded by Jiang Ye's recent wave of conscription. This issue demands our attention. Jiang Ye nodded. Understood. I'll investigate this matter. Thank you for your hard work, Charles. Any other developments? Yes. Charles outlined the issue. Good. It's not critical. The immediate priority remains addressing the internal issues they're pressing. After Charles left, Jiang Ye summoned Alpha and the others, preparing to establish an intelligence organization for the Yemen kingdom modeled after the Ming dynasty's Jiang Ye. Personnel selection. They must be trustworthy. The best candidates, aside from Alpha, were Maxon and Henry, were the special forces members who had been rewarded to Jiang Ye along with them. Alpha moved swiftly. Jiang Ye had barely issued the order when, within hours, it was completed. The initial selection comprises 80 personnel. Further expansion will follow. Presenting to His Majesty the King. At the training ground, 80-odd individuals stood before Jiang Ye under Alpha's command. They wore uniformed attire. Their expressions were solemn and meticulous. After a brief inspection, Jiang Ye nodded in approval and instructed Alpha to resume training. The benefits of the training ground. Not only could it build soldiers' physical strength and combat skills, but also cultivate specialized intelligence operatives. Just then, notice, congratulations, host, on unlocking the intelligence function. Intelligence function? Jiang Ye had actually been puzzled for quite some time. As a specialized strategy game, it was tailored to real-world scenarios. With such meticulous attention to detail, why was there no intelligence department? So you have to establish an intelligence department to unlock the intelligence system? Enough with this dog system already? Jiang Ye felt too exhausted to even complain. He hurriedly began researching what purpose this intelligence system served. Soon, Jiang Ye realized this intelligence system had significant value. Simply put, it could grant various buffs to all intelligence operatives. Take one of them as an example. Jiang Ye clicked to open his personal data on the interface. Jack. Identity, Intelligence Officer. Affiliation, Intelligence Department. Intelligence Acquisition Efficiency, 63%. Overall Capability, 83. Stealth Rating, 92% Effectiveness of concealing identity while embedded in enemy factions. Languages, 7. Skills, none. Counter-surveillance capability, 88. All attributes at a glance. However, as an intelligence officer, the acquisition efficiency is only 63%. Too low. Jiang Ye can use prestige points to enhance it. Each point of improvement costs 20 prestige points.
Jiang Ye directly increased the acquisition efficiency by 20 points, spending his previous prestige points.
Though it only reached 83.
This intelligence gathering efficiency already surpasses most ace spies. It ranks among the world's elite.
For an intelligence operative, another crucial skill is concealing one's identity. Jiang Ye also boosted his concealment rating to 99%. The reason it wasn't 100% is because the system's maximum enhancement is capped at 99%. This was sufficient. With a 1% chance of detection, coupled with the spy's exceptional concealment and counter-surveillance skills, the probability of discovery was effectively infinitesimally close to zero. Jiang Ye has implemented partial enhancements for all personnel.
He had already partially enhanced everyone. Jiang Ye had already devised a plan for utilizing them. Some would remain to handle domestic affairs, while others would be dispatched overseas to serve as informants.
Countries like the Lighthouse Nation and Italy.
This was precisely the kind of trick the Lighthouse Nation excelled at. In doing so, he was essentially returning the favor in kind.
Intelligence Division. Unlike training in other departments, the time required is significantly longer.
A full 2 months. Jiang Ye couldn't afford to wait that long, so he spent over 300 reputation points to accelerate the process.
Thus, the training of 80-odd world-class intelligence operatives was completed. During the training period,
Jiang Ye had Charles and his team analyze all the countries where spies needed to be planted.
The analysis report was now complete.
The focus was primarily on hostile nations. The United States and Israel need no introduction.
It topped the list. Next came the Lighthouse Nation's lackeys, those Western countries. The Eagle Nation, the Baguette Nation, the Blue and White Nation. These.
Next up are the Foot Basin Nation, the Stick Nation, and the Indian Nation, all included. After all, this isn't a group tour.
Placing 1 or 2 undercover agents is sufficient.
So 80 or so professional spies are more than enough.
Some could even be left behind to handle domestic affairs. Jiang Ye handed the list to Alpha.
He decided to select one individual from among the numerous intelligence agencies to serve as director of the Intelligence Bureau.
Congratulations on your first use of the intelligence system. You have earned a critical hit opportunity. Reward, Black Odell character card.
Description, a top-tier intelligence operative, comparable to a real-life James Bond.
Intelligence acquisition efficiency, 99%. Stealth rating, 100%. Languages, fluent in any national language. Skill, smooth talker. Counter-surveillance ability, 100%. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted. Wow.
99% intelligence acquisition efficiency, the sole operative to break through the limitations and achieve 100% concealment.
Mastery of all languages as a built-in skill. And 100% counter-surveillance capability. Did the system just reward itself with a well-rounded, all-around powerhouse? A natural-born intelligence saint? Smooth talker. This skill is quite intriguing.
Typically describes those skilled at deceiving and pleasing others with flattering words and hypocritical facades. In modern Chinese, it's generally regarded as a form of hypocrisy.
Such behavior is not commendable. It's not something children should emulate.
But Black is a spy, a master of intelligence.
You figure it out, you really figure it out. Your Majesty.
Using the character card, Black, a foreign man standing over 180 centimeters tall, muscular and sturdy, with an honest, straightforward appearance appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes.
Jiang Ye nodded. He decided to appoint Black as the head of the Intelligence Bureau first. Chapter 88, starting from within.
Jiang Ye summoned Blake to his private office alone to discuss matters.
You're familiar with our situation, right? Because Black was special, the system rewarded mission card. Jiang Ye didn't know. Did Black know about the current state of the Yemen kingdom? Has the system recorded any related memories for him? That would make things much easier.
If not, Jiang Ye would still need to give him some time to familiarize himself with the global situation, the recent developments in the kingdom of Yemen, and so on.
Your Majesty, I understand. Black explained, I am also well versed in the current state of the world. You need only issue your commands directly to me. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of this system. It hasn't disappointed me. Jiang Ye handed a document to Black. Since you're familiar with the Yemen kingdom's situation, I'll be straightforward.
I'm assigning you a mission: investigate all suspicious personnel within our ranks. Enemy spies infiltrated into our organization.
No problem, right? As an intelligence officer,
he understood the gravity of the situation.
He replied, no problem.
I'll do my utmost to investigate thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Jiang Ye then assigned several individuals to serve as Black's assistants.
Regarding this matter,
Jiang Ye told no one else, only Alpha and the other system rewarded members who were absolutely loyal.
Jiang Ye had no intention of letting others know.
Otherwise, word would inevitably leak to the undercover agent, and all their efforts would be wasted. Black took the people Jiang Ye had assigned to him,
began formulating detailed plans. Meanwhile, a tense and complex atmosphere continued to permeate the entire upper echelons of Yisili. Despite the recent lull in activity, if not for sheer lack of options, Yisili would have been stirring up trouble in the Dongzhou region daily. Even Shashi had reached a historic reconciliation under the mediation of the Yemen kingdom.
Other Eastern continent nations either maintained neutrality or directly established diplomatic relations with the Yemen kingdom. leaving Sicily alone to struggle against the tide.
At present,
Their only hope rests on the lighthouse nation persuading Shashi.
by reigniting conflict, they could make Sazan renege on the truce and plunge the eastern continent back into chaos.
They could then seize the opportunity to strike against the Yemen kingdom.
But this notion among Sicily's leadership was a bit too naive. Make me renege on the truce? Sash. The reception room.
Upon hearing the envoy from the lighthouse nation speak, Solomon flew into a rage.
The lighthouse nation has repeatedly stirred up their feud with the Elong.
Using them as pawns was one thing, but they also subjected them to all manner of oppression, sacrificing their own interests to serve the lighthouse nation.
Now, they had the audacity to come knocking at their door. It's clear they want Sand to keep serving as their lapdog, their puppet. Salman was kept in the dark before. He's not mentally impaired. How could he possibly agree to their demands now?
Noticing the unease on Solomon's face, the lighthouse nation delegation hurriedly interjected, "We're unaware of what Yemen might have told you, causing this misunderstanding. Please trust us, our nation is committed to global peace and development, not war."
Salman's mouth twitched. He wanted to slap him across the face. The lighthouse nation loves peace?
This was easily the most laughable joke he'd ever heard in his entire life. No contest.
Enough.
We have our own considerations.
Besides, you needn't worry, igniting conflict in East Continent to reconcile with Elang will only reduce hostilities. Isn't that precisely what you desire? A peaceful East Continent. Salman retorted with a sarcastic edge. The American delegation's expressions darkened as if they'd swallowed a fly.
But there was nothing they could do. They still had to put on a friendly face.
Throughout the entire meeting,
the lighthouse nation delegation talked themselves hoarse, but Solomon remained unmoved.
His stance was utterly unyielding.
By the end, the lighthouse nation delegation felt utterly hopeless, realizing this trip had been a complete waste. Sash was no longer the puppet they could manipulate with a few words. News of this reached the lighthouse nation.
Obama had actually anticipated this outcome all along.
Yet for the moment, he found it difficult to accept.
Decades of strategic planning in the Eastern Continent. Decades of painstaking effort, decades of massive investment. All for naught because of Jiang Ye's failure. They simply couldn't accept it.
Havid's face was pale, with dark circles visibly deepening under his eyes. It was clear his entire state had changed dramatically in recent days.
He declared angrily, the Yemen kingdom must be eradicated. Otherwise, it will become a future threat.
How long has it even existed, yet it's already caused us such immense trouble? Many agreed with Hayward's stance.
The meeting's discussion.
The focus gradually shifted from the failed negotiations at Sunda to strategies for dealing with Yemen. After much deliberation,
the old method. Havid's face remained composed. I've considered it. Attacking from the outside now won't deal a decisive blow to the Yemen kingdom.
The only way is to sow division within their ranks.
This point had occurred to Obama. The challenge lies in finding the right entry point.
Harvard had a different perspective on this.
Mr. President, while Yemen appears prosperous, its fundamental problems remain unresolved.
To my knowledge, most local Yemen citizens still live in poverty. Only a small minority who seized opportunities profited from Yemen's reforms.
Speaking of which, the gap between rich and poor. It's a classic problem for any country. Many nations experience this phenomenon. The only difference with the Kingdom of Yemen is that Yemen is newly established.
Its foundations are unstable.
Addressing these fundamental issues can yield significant results.
Today's Yemen appears prosperous, with infrastructure and urban landscapes expanding toward first-tier scale. But this has little to do with the common people.
Therefore, Havid's gaze swept across the assembled crowd as he declared, this presents an excellent opportunity to stir up public discontent. Creating internal problems for them is far more effective than any external intervention we could undertake. At this point,
Havid thought of something and added, "Oh, and the king of Yemen kingdom, a dragon country native ruling over the Arab people.
Don't you think that's another excellent entry point? How many would willingly accept to have a foreigner lead them? Send some people to guide them from within. Before long, their own people will rise up in rebellion. Let Yemen be thrown into turmoil." Havid's words once again gained widespread approval. Otherwise, there's no other way. We could also target light and heavy industries.
Yemen's development is rapid, but it's impossible for them to cover every aspect in such a short time.
Many practical situations.
Improvements come only through experience and the test of time.
Finalize the plan. The lighthouse nation began deploying personnel to infiltrate the Kingdom of Yemen.
As the nation most adept at espionage games worldwide, Lighthouse Nation possesses a ready-made cadre of elite spies. And they are supremely confident in their undercover capabilities.
Chapter 89, The Execution Plan. Black Palace. Late at night, a female secretary in a form-fitting skirt uniform approached Obama's desk, holding a top-secret Lighthouse Nation document. "Here are the materials you requested, Mr. President."
He took the documents.
It read, "Active Intelligence Personnel Files of Dongzhou." He opened it.
Inside lay a roster of intelligence operatives the Lighthouse Nation had embedded in various Eastern Continent nations during earlier years. Qatar, Iran, Dubai, Aliankio, and Qatari. These nations were prominently listed. Many of these individuals held high-ranking positions within their respective governments. None knew they secretly served the Lighthouse Nation.
Among them,
Obama discovered several undercover agents who had been planted in Yemen years ago.
Yes, If the current Yemen government were still the same group led by Houthi back then, they wouldn't have to worry at all, because their people had already infiltrated the upper echelons. However, with Houthis' downfall, Jiang Ye forged a new regime. This advantage of theirs was overturned. The only silver lining was that within the Houthi armed forces they actually had their own people, though their positions were not high. Because the former Houthi militia was merely a minor armed faction, they paid it little attention, placing undercover agents within the Houthi militia. This was only possible due to a series of fortuitous circumstances. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered wasting their time. Unexpectedly, these individuals proved useful at this critical juncture. It was a case of planting willows without intending to. Take some of Abdullah's men, for instance. Over 3 mid to senior level operatives with direct access to Abdullah were among them. Get in touch with these individuals and tell them we'll do whatever it takes to help them climb to the top of Yemen, potentially gaining influence within the organization. This way, they can work with us from the inside. Got it? Obama looked at his secretary. The secretary nodded. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. She usually handled the liaison work. What the entire Lighthouse Nation remained unaware of was what they had considered. Jiang Ye had also thought of it. In the kingdom of Yemen, Black's preparations were complete. He brought his men to find Jiang Ye. Final confirmation of the main tasks for this operation. After receiving Jiang Ye's approval, Black set his plan in motion. Your Majesty, we require a roster containing information on all current mid to senior level personnel. The more comprehensive, the better. Charles. Jiang Ye glanced at Charles beside him. Jiang Ye was an amateur when it came to spies. But he had long anticipated that Black would likely need this information, so he had Charles prepare it in advance. Charles and his team served as the think tank for the Kingdom of Yemen. Handled all matters, big and small. Currently, they handled most matters. After receiving the roster, Black glanced through it. I believe I need to speak with this general, he remarked. He pointed to the photograph in the roster. It's Abdullah. Him? Jiang Ye had his suspicions, but Abdullah had always appeared loyal. For now, it's just a simple interrogation. Black explained. Apart from Alpha, Maxon, and Henry, currently holding the highest position in the Yemen kingdom, it was essential to investigate him, along with anyone who has had contact with him. Jiang Ye summoned a Bugel. Without explicitly stating it, he only mentioned that Black was the newly appointed combat commander. Some matters here require verification with Abdullah. Bugel showed no suspicion. Hello. The two exchanged introductions. Jiang Ye arranged a private meeting room for them. Jiang Ye considered listening in, but after a moment's thought decided against it. It wasn't necessary. This kind of work is best left to the professionals. Espionage work. It demands meticulous attention to detail. It's a real brain drain. In the dimly lit, slightly oppressive environment, Abdullah sensed something was off. But he didn't delve deeper into his suspicions. He knew Jiang Ye always handled things with extreme caution. When questioned, he simply assumed Black wanted more details to better handle the job. General Black, you're the most dedicated person I've ever seen when it comes to work. Abdullah said half-jokingly. Lightening the mood. Black smiled faintly and replied, my apologies. His Majesty's trust in me is an honor. I wouldn't want to disappoint him, so I take my duties seriously. That's a good thing. Yes. Also, thank you for your cooperation. I now require a list of all your subordinates and your recent schedule. Abdullah shot Black a peculiar look. General Abdul, please don't misunderstand. Black began to explain, His Majesty the King has tasked me with compiling an internal domestic dossier. Everyone must be investigated, including Alpha, General Maxon, and others. Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Black's words dispelled Abdullah's suspicions. He readily shared all recent arrangements and itineraries with Black. He also handed over the roster of his subordinates. Next, Black had Jiang Ye send people to assist him, instructing them to conduct a preliminary investigation into these individuals. Simultaneously, he had the latest eavesdropping devices installed in their residences. Installed the latest eavesdropping devices. This type of listening device cannot be detected even by the world's most advanced detection equipment. Over the next few days, everything continued to operate as usual on the surface, appearing perfectly normal. But behind the scenes, the true nature of all personnel within the Houthi Armed Forces original faction gradually came into focus before Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye instructed Black to provide daily real-time updates on the progress. Any suspicious personnel were subject to intensive investigation. Jiang Ye cared little about external interference, as long as they didn't create a mess internally. Thus, Jiang Ye's directive to Black was clear. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Day 4. Black presented the latest findings to Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, after thorough investigation, 3 high-ranking officials are under suspicion, while over 40 mid to lower-level personnel are also questionable. That many? Jiang Ye knew this investigation would uncover many problematic individuals, but he hadn't expected this many. This wasn't child's play. 3 at the top, over 40 in the middle and lower ranks if they're allowed to infiltrate bit by bit and plant their own people. How could that be tolerated? Those with concrete evidence should be executed immediately. Understood. But please grant me 2 more days, no more than 2. I will provide you with an accurate list. Those on it can be executed immediately. We've waited this long already. A few more won't make a difference. Jiang Ye agreed.
Black launched the final investigation, conducting a thorough purge across the entire Yemen kingdom. Some people were slow to realize. Gradually, they began to grasp the truth, but it was already too late. On the third night, the list was submitted as requested. Looking at the rankings on the list, Jiang Ye felt a surge of emotion. Some people had actually been swayed by these undercover agents. Wouldn't it have been better to just follow me obediently? No more words. Execution plan. Begin. Chapter 90, Cleaning House. Within the Ye territory. A luxury apartment complex. This was specifically built by Jiang Ye as a residence for soldiers who had distinguished themselves on the battlefield. The specifications were modeled after those of villas. Impressive and luxurious. Those who resided here were no ordinary individuals. And tonight, a storm was brewing. Alpha, Henry, and Black each led their teams toward their respective targets. On the third floor, inside a certain room. After conducting a thorough sweep of the room and finding nothing amiss, he carefully retrieved a confidential document from his briefcase. These documents contained detailed personal information on select high-ranking officials of the Yemen kingdom. What use were they? For the upcoming decapitation operation, this list would serve as the book of life and death. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. The value of this list speaks for itself. Not long after, Morris dialed a number. I'll have someone drop the package at the usual spot later. Make sure your people pick it up. Also, I've gained some initial trust from higher-ups and expect to be heavily relied upon in the second half of the year. Don't contact me during this period unless I reach out first. There's a risk of exposure. Understand? The other end only replied with an MM. The call ended abruptly. Morris carefully sealed the package when suddenly the door was kicked open. The loud noise startled Morris. What's that? Don't touch it. Alpha's voice boomed with intimidating authority. Though Alpha usually appeared easygoing in front of Jiang Ye, to outsiders, this was a super soldier whose combat prowess surpassed even the world's elite special forces. Killing people was as easy as slaughtering chickens. While this might be an exaggeration for most, it fit Alpha perfectly. Morris was so terrified he froze in place. He was stunned. Struck dumb as if by lightning, he froze in place, instinctively knowing he was finished. But how did he slip up? He had hidden it so well. Impossible. It couldn't be him. Something else must have led them to him? Hand over what you're holding. Alpha took 3 steps in 2 strides, closing in on Morris. Morris snapped to attention, trying to destroy the evidence. But Alpha kicked him to the ground. The intense pain made it feel like his entire abdomen was about to explode. And that was Alpha holding back. A full force kick would have sent an ordinary person straight to meet the Grim Reaper. While flipping through the personal files of Yemen's upper echelon that Morris had compiled, Alpha asked with a mocking tone, "What's this?" "Misunderstanding. All misunderstandings." Morris gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, still trying to struggle. "Misunderstanding?" Alpha shook his head. "This guy just won't give up until he sees the Yellow River." "Alright, you're under arrest. Cooperate quietly, and I'll make it quick." Alpha signaled. The escort stepped forward, restrained Morris, and led him away. Alpha's gaze swept around the room. Have the room thoroughly searched. Not a single detail is to be overlooked. Yes. Meanwhile, Black and his team also completed their apprehension smoothly. Overnight, every single person on the list was apprehended without exception. Jiang Ye had intended to execute them. After some thought, he decided to detain them collectively for interrogation first. Who knows? Perhaps something useful might come out of their mouths. The interrogation process still handed over to Black. That night, within the Kingdom of Yemen, a major, unannounced transformation unfolded. Jiang Ye couldn't help but admire Black's efficiency. System reward. Guaranteed premium quality. The next morning, Black presented the initial interrogation report to Jiang Ye. Most of these individuals were working for the Lighthouse Nation and Sicily. To Jiang Ye's surprise, there were also undercover agents from other Western nations and even Japan. Changing his perspective, Jiang Ye understood. Why was the Lighthouse Nation dominating Dongzhou's vital resource regions? Was it because other nations didn't want it? No. It's because they lack the strength to stand up to the Lighthouse Nation. If given the chance, do you think they wouldn't vie with the Lighthouse Nation for resources? On the surface, many nations tacitly accept the Lighthouse Nation's hegemony in East Continent. But after this incident, Jiang Ye realized that behind the scenes, many nations were quietly laying their groundwork in East Continent, hoping one day to turn the tables and take control. TSK. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that East Continent truly lives up to its reputation as a strategic battleground. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. But now that Jiang Ye has taken charge, their dreams were bound to shatter. Overnight, he purged the ranks. Black had cleared the internal backlog for Jiang Ye. From now on, Jiang Ye could act without restraint. Those with value were kept for further interrogation. Those without value, or who were stubborn and uncooperative, Jiang Ye spared no words with them. If they wished to die standing tall as heroes, Jiang Ye would grant them their wish. Execute them immediately. Meanwhile, the various nations faced the sudden disappearance of their undercover agents, whom they could no longer contact. Initially, they assumed it was merely inconvenient, temporarily out of reach. But as time dragged on, one by one, these nations finally began to panic.
The Black House. Obama looked troubled. Still no contact?
Yes, they've been out of contact for days now. We dare not reach out too frequently, lest we expose ourselves. Planting spies to undermine the regime from within. It's the best the lighthouse nation could come up with. The final, most effective method.
But shortly after we finalize the plan here,
all the spies and undercover agents over there have gone missing.
Let Obama know.
It should be said that the entire upper echelons of the lighthouse nation collectively questioned their existence.
Exposed?
Impossible. The spies they've cultivated are world-class, they couldn't possibly be exposed. Besides, even the best make mistakes.
One exposure might be understandable, mistakes happen.
But it's impossible for everyone to be exposed en masse in such a short time.
That's utterly implausible. Except for the United States.
Other nations, upon discovering their spies missing,
they're also in a bind.
But they dare not investigate the matter deeply.
Otherwise, it would be too easy to expose themselves. This led to, for many days afterward, a peculiar atmosphere permeated every nation with spies stationed in the Kingdom of Yemen.
In the end, the lighthouse nation was the first to lose patience.
Because this incident occurred,
their interests suffered the most damage. It nearly rendered their final trump card against the Kingdom of Yemen useless.
Obama spared no effort to thoroughly investigate the mole's information. But no matter what they did,
their spies vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed.
The entire upper echelons of the lighthouse nation were left utterly humiliated. When all other possibilities are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth. But when did the Kingdom of Yemen acquire such a formidable intelligence agency? So powerful that they could wipe out their entire spy network in one fell swoop?
As the nation that plays the spy game best,
this outcome is utterly unacceptable to the entire lighthouse nation.
So frustrating. So damn frustrating.
Chapter 91, The Tide Turns. Obama issued a direct order. Mobilize all domestic intelligence agencies to investigate this matter.
He still clung to a sliver of hope.
At the very least, he demanded to know the truth. If confirmed, the worst-case scenario would mean immeasurable losses for the Beacon Nation.
Because cultivating a world-class spy, the effort required goes without saying. Years are a short time frame, many must be trained from childhood.
The financial investment alone is astronomical. Moreover, if the lighthouse nation can tolerate these losses, well, that's because they're deep-pocketed. At worst, they can simply bleed their lackeys dry to recoup the costs.
Countries like Japan and South Korea are nothing but cash cows waiting to be milked for the United States. But one thing has them panicking.
Spies.
Key figures who often hold the most intelligence.
Once captured, they inevitably face rigorous interrogation.
They feared that the Kingdom of Yemen would extract scandalous revelations about the lighthouse nation from the spies during interrogation. This would not only have a massive impact on the entire nation's fate.
Nearly all high-ranking officials would likely be implicated in this incident. After all, they knew full well.
These high-ranking politicians, whose appearances seemed so polished and impressive,
who knows how many sordid deeds they've committed. Furthermore, numerous spies possess intimate knowledge of the lighthouse nation's internal secrets, military, political, and economic. Any single piece of information could have devastating consequences for the lighthouse nation.
They simply cannot afford the consequences.
Why not demand their extradition outright? Adopt a tougher stance. No matter what they say, they'll have to give us some face, right?
A senior lighthouse nation politician lost his composure. Whether from senility or dementia, he shouted it out in front of everyone.
Enough, Frankie. Obama motioned for him to calm down. Give them face? The Beacon Nation might hold sway over other countries, with plenty eager to curry favor. But who is it this time? The Kingdom of Yemen. The nation that dared to shoot down an Israeli fighter jet on its Independence Day, in full view of the global audience. No need to think twice. Jiang Ye wouldn't fall for that.
Instead, it would only provoke the other side.
The worst-case scenario? Both sides go to war.
Given the lighthouse nation's current capabilities, conquering the Kingdom of Yemen would be exceedingly difficult.
Geographical factors, military factors, international circumstances, and other factors all indicate that the lighthouse nation must not intervene lightly.
In such a scenario, it would be a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of its own.
What good would victory do? And with the Beacon Nation weakened, guess what? Other countries will seize the chance to act against its interests.
Moreover, directly demanding the extradition of individuals. This would amount to an indirect admission that the Beacon Nation has planted spies in other countries. Such inherently covert activities brought into the open. Needless to say, it would unleash a torrent of public outrage against the Beacon Nation.
Frank was panting with rage. Are we supposed to just swallow our anger and keep quiet? Rest assured, we'll find another way.
He felt helpless inside. But as president, Obama knew he had to step up and take charge. Even he was panicking. The situation was truly collapsing. While the land of the free descended into chaos once more, Jiang Ye remained remarkably calm.
This was a prime opportunity to establish his authority. It would also serve as a lesson for them. Let the Beacon Nation know that the Yemen kingdom isn't to be trifled with. Otherwise, they'll all think you're a soft target, poking you every other day. Jiang Ye's hot temper, he'd be better off just declaring war outright.
If they really pushed him too far, Jiang Ye has 100 ways to make the lighthouse nation regret it. After all, when it comes to military strategy,
Dragon Nation people are forever the world's ancestors. That said, Jiang Ye was genuinely curious how would the Lighthouse Nation break the deadlock this time. As he pondered his next move, Black entered from outside, bearing news. What is it, Black? Your Majesty, not long ago, you issued a global call for investors and cross-border workers to enter the Kingdom of Yemen. Recently, many have entered the country. After investigating their backgrounds, I've compiled a list of suspicious individuals. Should we take precautions? Yes, absolutely. You're truly professional. Jiang Ye merely intended to purge a wave of spies within the government. But Black had already anticipated this. Though these individuals aren't internal government personnel of the Kingdom of Yemen, if allowed to remain undercover and sabotage from within, the consequences would be equally grave. Especially the entrepreneurs. They could take some money to fund welfare programs. It's easy to gain standing among ordinary citizens. Then, leveraging that position, they could voice opinions detrimental to the Kingdom of Yemen. For those unable to discern right from wrong, they could be swayed. Black launched another operation, this time with greater efficiency. Within just a day and a half, he obtained concrete evidence that certain individuals were spies. In the shadows, arrest operations were carried out. Within the borders of the Yemen kingdom, apprehending these individuals proved remarkably straightforward. Black brought these individuals before Jiang Ye. Among them was a familiar face. A Westerner named Herx. His identity was that of a wealthy citizen from the Lighthouse Nation. Jiang Ye had even seen reports about him in the newspapers before. The official narrative painted him as a world-class successful investor, a great philanthropist, a super donor, personally aiding global poverty relief organizations with over $2 billion. The charitable foundation established in his name annually provides aid to millions of people worldwide. Many kings and presidents of various nations have extended invitations to him, inviting him to visit their countries, deliver speeches, and the like. Jiang Ye never imagined that all these identities were merely packaging from the Lighthouse Nation. It was nothing short of dramatic. This further exposed the true nature of the Lighthouse Nation. To achieve their goals, they stop at nothing. How should these individuals be dealt with? Black sought Jiang Ye's opinion. Jiang Ye thought for a moment. Detain them for now. These people will be of great use. Jiang Ye had a premonition. We can use these people to our advantage and make things even harder for the Lighthouse Nation. They're too idle. That's why they're stirring up trouble everywhere. Keep them occupied, and they won't have time to harm others. Jiang Ye was, in his own way, contributing to the world. The Beacon Nation probably never imagined. In the past, they were the ones stirring up trouble in other countries. Now the tables have turned. The tables have turned, that's for sure. Jiang Ye could only say that it was all about ridding the people of a menace. It was only right. Arresting these entrepreneurs is different from dealing with insiders. Insiders remain unknown to the outside world. But with these prominent entrepreneurs, it's different. They just vanish without a trace. It inevitably raises suspicions. This incident caused significant repercussions within the Yemen territory, especially concerning a prominent figure like Herx. In the Lighthouse Nation, Yisili, news reached them simultaneously. Even Herx has been arrested? The Lighthouse Nation's high command exchanged wide-eyed stares. Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 92, Bad news keeps coming. And soon, more grim news followed, yet this wasn't what left them most despairing. The most despairing part was this. The investors and multinational workers they had dispatched to sow discord and foment division within the Kingdom of Yemen. One after another, they were arrested. Before their arrests, these individuals received no warning. They were suddenly taken into custody. And they did so without showing any signs of compromise. They were just inexplicably arrested. The sheer strangeness of it all. It's like the Kingdom of Yemen knew every move made by the Lighthouse Nation. Every move they made, the Kingdom of Yemen intercepted. Could Jiang Ye possibly have foreseen this? In desperation, Obama urgently ordered the multinational workers and entrepreneurs he had just dispatched to leave the Kingdom of Yemen. But it was already too late. According to the latest reports, everyone on the list had already been taken into custody by the Kingdom of Yemen. Obama slumped dejectedly in his chair. His eyes no longer held shock, but fear. Yes. As the Beacon Nation, the world's dominant power, the unrivaled supreme leader of the entire globe. For the first time, he felt fear. He began to doubt. Was Jiang Ye even human? Looking at the Jiangdong upheaval, Jiang Ye's emergence seemed nothing short of a miracle. Within mere months, he had led the Houthi forces to grow in strength. He decisively crushed the Yemen government forces. He had thoroughly humiliated Jiangdong's powerful landlords, the Shatsa clan. Even Yisili now falls within their sphere of hostility. The entire Yemen region was transformed by Jiang Ye's arrival. Transformed beyond recognition. A complete metamorphosis. Each of these achievements, taken individually, could be called a miracle. Now, whenever the Lighthouse Nation made a move, Jiang Ye countered it step by step, completely seeing through their tactics, as if he had penetrated the very essence of the Lighthouse Nation itself. Facing such an adversary, how could Obama not feel fear? It's as if a pair of eyes were watching them from behind, making Obama feel utterly uneasy. He paused for over 10 minutes. Only then did Obama pick up the phone on his desk and dial a number. The recipient was President Liu Wen of Yisili. The plan failed again. The man we just sent over was captured too. We don't know how the information leaked. Failed again?
Lu Wen experienced the same shock Obama had felt earlier.
Yes. Obama was momentarily at a loss for words.
The other side seemed to know our every move, always one step ahead. If it weren't for the fact that the Yemen kingdom had only recently been established, he'd almost suspect. Could it be that Yemen had secretly planted spies within their own ranks? Lu Wen's face darkened. His body trembled slightly, his complexion poor. To be precise, ever since the kingdom of Yemen had crushed them several times, leaving them unable to lift their heads, Lu Wen's complexion had scarcely improved. The revolutionary plan has stalled.
What's your next move?
The so-called revolutionary plan was the Lighthouse Nation's scheme to collaborate with Yisili to sow internal division.
Now all the people involved have been rounded up. The plan ended before it even began. We'll have to find other ways.
No solution has been found yet.
Obama's tone was low and somber, but their foundations remain insufficient. They pose no real threat. Fear? I'm not afraid of them. Those words seemed to ignite Lu Wen's fury.
He practically gritted his teeth as he spat them out.
Obama.
He'd only mentioned it casually.
He hadn't expected Lu Wen to react so strongly. It was a bit like drawing attention to something you'd rather keep hidden. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to step forward and expose Lu Wen. Obama's expression grew grave as he said, "All we know for sure now is that their intelligence capabilities are formidable. We suspect they have an intelligence division internally that rivals our CIA and your Mossad. This is a thorny issue. How is that possible? But they know everything. How do we explain that? Could it be a coincidence?" Lu Wen tried to argue. "It can't be coincidence. We cross-checked the list. Every single person on it was apprehended without exception. Do you really think that's a coincidence?" Obama had considered it too.
The government has only been in place for a short while.
They lack governance experience. Their foundation is weak. Their intelligence capabilities are naturally negligible. The outcome speaks for itself. All signs point to one thing.
Yemen's intelligence apparatus is terrifyingly powerful, so formidable it rivals their own CIA and Iran's Mossad.
CIA, the most powerful intelligence agency in the land of the free.
Its mission is to openly and covertly gather and analyze intelligence on foreign governments, corporations, terrorist organizations, individuals, politics, culture, technology, and more. Of course, that's just the surface. Behind the scenes, the CIA also handles all sorts of dirty work and shady dealings. The nature of Mossad's work,
similar to the CIA. Both are among the world's most elite intelligence agencies.
The intelligence-gathering capabilities demonstrated by the Kingdom of Yemen this time,
without a doubt,
it's more than sufficient to rival the CIA and Mossad, and in certain aspects even surpasses them. How the hell did these guys pull it off?
Lu Wen couldn't help but join in the angry outburst,
venting the fury boiling within him. He couldn't accept that the Kingdom of Yemen, possessing world-class military capabilities,
and yet still possessed such a formidable intelligence agency. This is absurd. Could this tiny Yemen kingdom really be about to turn the world upside down?
These matters were known only to them now.
But what about the future? If word accidentally leaks out, the Lighthouse Nation and Yisili will become global laughingstocks. They're too proud to accept it. No matter what, Lu Wen simply couldn't accept this. All right. Obama forcefully steered the conversation back on track.
The main reason I called you in is to inform you that our captured undercover agents embedded in their government, along with some of the recently apprehended Heracles operatives, possess critical intelligence. These matters concern the national security of the Beacon Nation and Yisili.
We must first resolve this issue before considering how to deal with them. Ironically enough, in the covert struggle against the Kingdom of Yemen, neither Obama nor Lu Wen ever imagined they'd one day be reduced to the desperate position of playing defense. Bad news kept piling up.
Lu Wen felt a sharp headache, nearly fainting from dizziness.
Solutions? With matters reaching this critical juncture, what options remained?
Only forceful measures could be taken.
Did you truly wish to stand by and watch Yemen gradually seize all control over Jiangdong? After all these years of meticulous planning and immense investment in Jiangdong, were we to simply abandon it? Give up? Absolutely not. Lu Wen's passionate tone ignited Obama's resolve. Rest assured, we won't abandon Jiangdong. Yemen has become our top priority now. You understand what I mean? Meaning, the Lighthouse Nation now regards the Yemen kingdom as their #1 enemy. Before this, their primary targets were the Big Goose and the Dragon Nation. Chapter 93, Turning the Tide? I hope you're not just paying lip service. Obama's words finally eased Lu Wen's mind somewhat. At least it showed a stance. With the Lighthouse Nation backing them, Yisili could maintain its hardline stance toward the Yemen kingdom. Otherwise, he doubted whether Yisili could remain under the Kingdom of Yemen's control in Jiangdong. Have any say at all. Obama assured him, rest assured, that won't happen. You know how crucial Jiangdong is to us. Lu Wen understood this point well.
A Lighthouse Nation without Jiangdong would be like a tiger stripped of its teeth and claws.
Oh, right.
Lu Wen suddenly recalled something.
Hadn't the other side taken hostages to negotiate with you, demanding concessions for their release? No. Obama flatly denied it.
Well, if that were the case, it would be simple. The solution would be straightforward.
But the problem is, Yemen hasn't made a single move.
It seems they have no intention of negotiating.
Obama remains concerned about that issue. The Kingdom of Yemen will extract those top secret, untold intelligence from the spy's mouth. Alright, this is hard to explain over the phone. Later, I'll organize a joint meeting. We can discuss together how to handle this matter. Alright. Lu Wen agreed. The call ended. Both sides made their preparations. That evening, the Lighthouse Nation established a temporary platform via a dedicated network for the joint conference. About 20 people participated. Representing the Lighthouse Nation were high-ranking officials led by Obama, alongside senior figures from Yisili. To enhance meeting efficiency, before the meeting commenced, the senior officials from both nations were briefed on the main agenda items. The meeting commenced. After brief opening remarks, Obama addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions or opinions at this time, please feel free to voice them. I will take them all into consideration. A senior official from Yisili, named Jiang Ye, spoke up. Mr. A senior official named Jiang Ye spoke up. Mr. Obama, I have an idea. Oh? Please share it. Jiang Ye was someone he knew. He was one of the core figures in Yisili's crucial think tank. In earlier years, he had served as Yisili's second-in-command. His status was extremely high. Now he's in a state of semi-retirement yet still wields considerable influence. Given the gravity of this matter, Lu Wen thought it best to involve him as well. Jiang Ye smiled maliciously. Since things have reached this point and are beyond redemption, why not go all out? Obama's eyes darted around his head. I don't get it. What I mean is, they've even arrested a public figure like Herx. If we report this extensively, it will definitely attract major global attention. We need to stir up the people worldwide to condemn Yemen together. If they don't give us an explanation, they won't have it easy. Obama thought the other had some clever plan up his sleeve. Hearing this, he was disappointed. This won't work. Hercules was arrested because his work for us was discovered. Obama explained. Oh? Xiong Musu chuckled again. Can't we just deny it? If they suspect us, even if it's true, we can simply insist they're slandering us. And even if they have solid evidence can be fabricated, can't it? Obama was a clever man. In Xiong Mushi's view, this was a case of being wise all one's life, yet foolish for a moment. Aoba's mind went blank for a moment. Then something clicked. Xiong Musu decided to lay out his plan in detail. The crucial issue now was this. The Yemen kingdom hadn't just captured Heracles. They'd also detained other multinational workers, entrepreneurs, and investors they'd sent there. All of them were detained. They could easily use this to stir up propaganda, denouncing the Houthi dictatorship and economic hegemony, exploiting their dominance to seize foreign capital. The influx of foreign capital itself, accelerating Yemen's economic development. It would have led Yemen's people toward prosperity and strength. But Jiang Ye's actions will lead to domestic chaos. It would sever Yemen's economic lifeline and hinder its development. There are precedents to learn from. In the future, which investors worldwide would dare to venture into the kingdom of scams to invest? Who wouldn't fear being fleeced? At the same time, it would cement Jiang Ye's reputation as a tyrant, a king, short-sighted, and unfit for leadership. He wouldn't believe Yemen could ever prosper again. Yemen's territory is vast, but it falls far short of the Dragon Nation's vast land and abundant resources, which allow for self-sufficiency in most areas. Most sectors seeking development. It must rely on cooperation with other nations and investment from entrepreneurs. Obama. All the other high-ranking officials, as if enlightened, revealed expressions of sudden realization. Jiang Ye, your approach is quite sound. Obama acknowledged. This plan strikes at the very heart of the Yemen kingdom's lifeline. It strikes back at Yemen economically. Playing strategy games with them? Yemen is still too green. They would make Jiang Ye understand. The Lighthouse Nation had maintained its position as the world's dominant power for over 2 centuries, and for good reason. The Lighthouse Nation, Yisili, began covert operations. They gathered evidence of all arrest operations conducted by the Yemen government forces within Yemen's borders. They transmitted the materials back to their homeland. The news department processed, reviewed, and approved the materials. After completing the entire process, the Lighthouse Nation and Israeli authorities simultaneously released these reports. To maximize the news's reach, Yisrael even leveraged its formidable control over public discourse. Over 1,000 public media outlets worldwide, along with countless private media sources, launched an overwhelming, frenzied propaganda campaign. Everywhere you looked, explosive headlines about the Kingdom of Yemen dominated. Yemen Kingdom openly arrests large numbers of foreign investors. Is this banditry? Preparing to seize assets? Dictator, terrorist. How is this any different from banditry? Major shift, Yemen Kingdom braces for new media storm. King of Yemen Kingdom short-sighted? With foreign firms seized and executives arrested, has Yemen Kingdom truly advanced civilization? The Kingdom of Yemen, a bandit gang disguised as a nation, a terrorist organization. All kinds of propaganda. The more severe the narrative, the better. Some even deliberately label the Kingdom of Yemen as a terrorist organization, stripping it of its statehood. Regarding this matter, the Lighthouse Nation, in alliance with Italy, symbolically issued a stern condemnation before the world. Then, with full justification, they imposed economic, military, and trade sanctions on Yemen. Watching the overwhelming propaganda flood the internet, Obama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally. For so long, they'd been led by the nose by Jiang Ye. Now they finally stood their ground and gained the upper hand in the situation. It had been ages since he'd received such welcome news. Unlike the previous rounds of propaganda wars, this time,
Yisili mobilized a massive force, deploying nearly all their resources in this area.
Chapter 94, just that little trick. The truth came out. Capitalists worldwide gradually grew alarmed, sensing something was amiss. Across the entire world, no country dared to treat foreign investors this way. Not even the United States.
They treat the vast majority of companies with courtesy and respect,
because this brings development and prosperity to their nations. Yet the Kingdom of Yemen openly suppresses foreign investors and multinational employees from other countries. This is a blatant message to the world. Is the Kingdom of Yemen declaring it welcomes no investors and accepts no investments whatsoever?
The world was in an uproar. Many wealthy individuals and world-renowned angel investors watched the news and fell deep in thought.
Yemen grew increasingly prosperous, gradually stepping onto the world stage.
A significant number of people have considered bringing their businesses to Yemen for mutual growth. Now, forget about investing in Yemen.
Even just visiting Yemen? They won't go. Dragon Nation.
The backlash has grown so intense that even Longwa, which has always defended Yemen, has been left speechless this time.
Because Yemen's actions were too baffling. It left the people of Dragon Country utterly perplexed. What's really going on with Yemen? They're our partners, right?
Why stir up trouble at this critical juncture?
Yeah, this is just sabotaging their own future. Has the Yemen king lost his mind?
Yemen was mythologized to such an extreme that its flaws are now exposed. A bunch of narrow-minded, short-sighted fools who can't see the long-term benefits, only coveting immediate gains.
Hope they don't regret it. Sigh, what a shame.
I thought this time Yemen's leaders could lead the nation to create a new legend.
Looks like it's hanging by a thread. Netizens, thankfully, remain relatively rational. They're all seriously analyzing the issues, sighing over WeChat's future development.
As for the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, they share the same perspective.
Su Jinghua was deeply disappointed in Jiang Ye. After much deliberation,
he had intended to call Jiang Ye to warn him against such actions, which would stifle Yemen's future. Through several interactions, he knew Jiang Ye was a smart man.
How could he make such a grave mistake at this critical moment?
But in the end, he decided against it. Perhaps Jiang Ye was a military genius, exceptionally talented in warfare.
But when it came to governing a nation, forget it. For the Dragon Kingdom, this might not be entirely bad.
The more mistakes Jiang Ye makes, the more leverage they'll have over him in the future.
If all else fails,
Dragon Nation will simply take over Jiangdong directly. All these years of planning, Longwa has long prepared numerous contingency plans for Jiangdong, ready for any eventuality. Public opinion in the Dragon Nation is already in this state.
As for other nations, needless to say, unanimously, it's nothing but condemnation. What a bunch of assholes, openly committing such human rights violations. Oh God, do these uncivilized savages even realize what they've done? Their fangs are finally bared. We warned you, allowing the Kingdom of Yemen to establish itself as a global catastrophe. Now do you believe us?
I propose we unite to strangle the Kingdom of Yemen and erase it from the annals of history.
Oh my gosh, that's a great idea.
When it comes to assets within the Yemen territory, every country gets a share, no one gets shortchanged.
Yemen investors. From all over the world. Many nations, upon learning their citizens could face detention in Yemen and have their personal assets seized by the regime. Naturally, they're unhappy.
They unleashed even fiercer criticism. Obama and Lewin hadn't anticipated beforehand that this public opinion battle would prove so successful. It had been a long time since Yisili had unleashed such full-scale firepower.
They almost forgot.
They were the masters of public opinion in this world.
Mess with Yisili, and you won't get off easy. Lewin gloated over this.
This was the first piece of good news in ages that truly lifted his spirits.
Obama chimed in, yeah, but don't get too excited just yet. Now we can plan the next move. Video conference. The two exchanged a knowing smile.
Their smiles betrayed too much bitterness and helplessness, along with the relief of finally seeing their schemes succeed. Before the conflict with the Yao Kingdom,
neither of them would have imagined it. Neither Obama nor Lewin could have imagined they'd nearly be driven mad by this affair.
The situation continued to escalate. It had already caused significant repercussions within the Yemen Kingdom.
Many Yemen citizens believed Jiang Ye had gone too far, effectively blocking the path to development. As for multinational workers who have already invested or are employed in Yemen, are now planning their exit. There's no way around it. Yemen has been thrust into the eye of the storm. No one wants to stay here and get fleeced. Your Majesty.
Charles, the nation's think tank, realized that certain hard-won foundations of this country were about to collapse. They had no choice but to seek out Jiang Ye.
We must act, they said. Here is our plan of action. Would you care to review it? Not for now. Jiang Ye shook his head, a playful smile playing on his lips.
Rest assured, Charles. The corporations may want to flee now, but they won't be able to leave anytime soon.
I'll arrange a press conference soon to clarify everything. He knew the Lighthouse Congress was slinging mud.
Jiang Ye hadn't expected them to sling such filth.
That's the only trick they know how to play.
As for substantive impact,
at this stage, it's mainly some companies who, upon hearing the rumors, are already preparing to pull out their investments and flee. Jiang Ye certainly won't let that happen.
Good. Learning that Jiang Ye had a plan, Charles finally relaxed. Jiang Ye felt deeply gratified. Charles, aside from himself, was likely the person most concerned about this nation. Because of his role.
His role was to serve this nation, with safeguarding the country at its core. Rest well, Charles. Yes, Your Majesty, you too. Charles withdraws. Jiang Ye rose and left the office. Moments later, the camera cut to the interrogation room. Jiang Ye got up, grabbed some food from the refrigerator, and began eating while watching the interrogation on the screen. The interrogator was none other than Black. Your Majesty. Jiang Ye waved his hand, signaling Black to ignore him and continue the interrogation. Black understood. The person being interrogated at that moment was an entrepreneur from the Lighthouse Nation who had invested in the power industry. Due to his earlier non-cooperation, Black had given him a little lesson, leaving the stubborn man nearly covered in blood. Considerately, Black had preemptively injected him with a stimulant to keep him awake, preventing him from passing out from the excruciating pain. A brutal double torment, both physical and mental. But Black had finally cracked this tough nut. Now he answered every question. Answer a bit slower? Then it was time for the dragon fruit treatment. Interrogation complete. Next. This time, the one brought in wasn't an entrepreneur, it was Herx. Chapter 95, Self-Sabotage reaching a climax. After so many days in confinement, Herx, a man renowned worldwide, looked visibly haggard. Yet his expression held no fear, only defiance and grievance. Until Black showed him footage of the previous interrogator's session. Hercules fell silent. Speak. Your true identity, your purpose, and everything you know. Black sat in the interrogator's chair. His gaze was calm as he looked at Herx. But Herx knew that Black's current calmness only applied to him when he was cooperating. The gruesome state of the previous interrogation subject in the video was etched into his memory. You'd better tell the truth. I tracked you down and brought you here because I've thoroughly investigated you. I know you have issues, which is why I brought you here. I already know the answers to some of my questions. I'm only asking to see if you'll be honest. Black flashed a kindly smile. Devil. To Herx, it was nothing short of the devil's grin. Panic seized him, his voice trembling. I'll cooperate. Don't hurt me. I can answer any question you have. Your identity. My name is Herx, though that's not my real name. My real name is Thompson. I was cultivated by the Lighthouse Nation as a public figurehead puppet. My purpose is to infiltrate high-level government circles in other nations. My philanthropist persona is merely a cover. As for my mission here in Yemen, the higher-ups want me to infiltrate this place, gradually use my influence to sow chaos, and cultivate anti-Yemen factions. Smack! After watching Black's interrogation, Jiang Ye couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. With just a few words, he made Herx spill everything. He was truly born for this line of work. Next. The interrogation became even more thrilling. Black ordered Herx to reveal every internal secret he knew about Lighthouse Nation. Herx hesitated at first. But recalling the images from the video, he felt the pain in his fingers and teeth. They say the fingers are connected to the heart. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if Black served him a finger-chopping special. Herx's face turned ashen. In my residence, room 17405 of the Xylan building, under the bed in the bedroom, there is a silver-white safe. What's inside might interest you. Oh. Jiang Ye, upon hearing this, immediately dispatched men to the address Herx had mentioned. Before long, the items were retrieved. Herx opened the combination lock to reveal a collection of meticulously preserved confidential documents. These days, the internet sure has advanced. But when it comes to online content, no one can guarantee 100% security. Veteran intelligence officers like Herx still prefer to keep physical records. Jiang Ye didn't hesitate, casually picking up one of the files and flipping through it. First was the official roster of high-ranking officials from the Lighthouse Nation. The information was precise, including addresses, status and position, contact details, fingerprints, blood types, even iris scans. It also included their minor quirks. What dirty deeds they'd committed. Take Obama, for instance. Hadn't the evidence been right before his eyes, Jiang Ye would never have imagined he harbored such a peculiar inclination. And it wasn't just Obama, most of the Lighthouse Nation's high-ranking officials shared these niche fetishes. Each one more explosive than the last. Many were so extreme that they'd require censorship if aired on the news. Jiang Ye was utterly shocked. All he could say was, what a bunch of beasts in fine clothes. The contents completely reshaped Jiang Ye's understanding of the United States elite. Set them aside for now. It could serve as a ledger of life and death in the future. He'd been fretting over the decapitation plan, unable to find targets, and now they'd come right to him? And not just one, a whole pack. Jiang Ye picked up another document. This one documented the interactions between the Lighthouse Nation and Yisili over the years, the true state of affairs within both nations, and so on. After reading it, Jiang Ye finally understood why the two nations were so tightly bound together. Because many super capitalists in the Lighthouse Nation were actually squids. And Yisili, a nation founded by squids, why they'd align with each other became far less puzzling. A sealed, notebook-like object appeared in Jiang Ye's field of vision. Jiang Ye tore open the seal. Inside lay classified documents from the Lighthouse Nation's CIA. A pleasant surprise? Inside, a list of various covert operations executed in recent years was laid bare. This reminded Jiang Ye of something. The previously exposed international scandal from the Lighthouse Nation prism. They gained direct access to the central servers of 9 major tech giants: Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Yahoo, and others. They tracked global internet users' emails, chat logs, videos, audio, files, photos, and other online activities in real time. This also included monitoring and eavesdropping on citizens' phone call records and surveillance of their online activities.
This incident caused quite a stir at the time.
It sparked widespread outrage worldwide. It became an indelible black mark on the CIA's record in the United States. Coincidentally,
just by looking, I've already recorded quite a bit of data the CIA obtained through the PRISM surveillance program. It could potentially uncover many long-sought truths hidden in the dark corners of this world. There was simply too much to process all at once.
Jiang Ye decided to store it away for now and review it later.
It's unimaginable how much top-secret intelligence and scandalous material from the Lighthouse Nation this must contain.
Hard to say, but it was certainly enough to threaten the entire Lighthouse Nation. If exposed,
it wouldn't just spark public outrage, it would turn the Lighthouse Nation into the enemy of the entire world.
Jiang Ye suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. The Beacon Nation. Isn't it fond of fabricating baseless smears and rumors to defame others?
Now that these scandals are in our hands, it's their turn to crumble.
No rush. Jiang Ye decided to let the bullets fly a little longer. Oh, right. Does the land of the free want traffic? Want to shape public opinion? Jiang Ye will give you that traffic.
After leaving the intelligence department, Jiang Ye reached out to global media outlets, leveraging their massive reach.
He kept building momentum.
Over the next few days, he secretly stoked the flames, gradually pushing the online Yemen topic to its peak. Foreign companies operating within the country were panicking, fearing they could become the next targets at any moment. But they soon realized Jiang Ye had no intention of targeting them. Instead, he waited for the timing to be just right. When he felt the time was right, Jiang Ye directly called a press conference. At the press conference,
journalists from major media outlets around the world swarmed in, packing the venue to the brim.
The frenzy was unprecedented. Combined with the countless viewers watching the livestream, it was estimated that this broadcast would likely break yet another world record.
Facing the cameras at the press conference, Jiang Ye began his address. This press conference primarily addresses the various recent questions and concerns. Countless faces lit up with anticipation. They couldn't fathom why Jiang Ye would voluntarily sever his ties with the Yemen kingdom. This was completely out of character for Jiang Ye. I believe there should be no issue with me apprehending domestic spies and purging internal threats, correct? Spies?
After hearing this, countless people froze in front of their screens.
Was Jiang Ye implying that all those people arrested recently were actually spies? Chapter 96, Foreign Journalists, Collective Meltdown. A brief silence fell over the press conference venue.
The expressions on everyone's faces shifted subtly in unison. They seemed to have uncovered something truly shocking.
Spies? Mr. Jiang? Could you elaborate on the specific internal information? Why wasn't this disclosed to the public earlier? Are you suggesting that all these foreign investors and multinational employees you've arrested are spies planted by other countries within our company? Have you obtained conclusive evidence? Mr. Jiang, could you please explain on camera how you uncovered these spies' identities? Mr. Jiang, why did you wait so long to make this statement? Why no response for such an extended period? Doesn't the Kingdom of Yemen fear public opinion? The journalists' questions. They came pouring in relentlessly.
Faced with this relentless barrage of questions, Jiang Ye felt a sudden headache coming on. Which one should he address first? He could only raise his hand to signal the reporters to calm down.
Before Jiang Ye could speak, a reporter from the Lighthouse Nation forced his way into the crowd. Pointing his microphone directly at Jiang Ye, he bellowed, "Mr. Jiang,
as far as we understand, your government has arrested numerous foreign investors and entrepreneurs in a short period without presenting any evidence. If you had proof they were spies, you should have disclosed it long ago.
Yet this press conference was repeatedly delayed until now. Isn't your delayed response an attempt to evade accountability? Have you only come forward now because you realize the problem is unsolvable and need to force an explanation?"
Such bold words. What courage! All eyes turned simultaneously to the reporter who had spoken. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a meticulously slicked-back pompadour, and a microphone bearing the emblem of the American media outlet. It's a reporter from the land of the morning calm.
That's right.
The reporter's words instantly filled the air with tension.
Realizing a show was about to unfold, the journalists scrambled to point their cameras at Jiang Ye and the reporter, anticipating what would unfold next.
What dramatic footage might they capture?
Seeing the attention, the reporter seized the moment and pressed on, "Isn't this just purging dissent and seizing assets under the guise of reform? As the ruler of Yemen, how can you justify such inhumane actions? How can investors entering the Yemen kingdom ever feel secure?" This remark served a dual purpose. It both accused Jiang Ye,
while positioning himself as impartial and righteous. On the other hand, he was speaking to those investors already in Yemen and to entrepreneurs who had planned to invest there.
"See? This is the corrupt and filthy Yemen. If you don't withdraw your investments and leave, what are you waiting for?
A country with such ruthless, unscrupulous leaders who stop at nothing for profit is doomed to collapse sooner or later."
Awesome. So fierce. Hundreds of other journalists and onlookers were present.
At that moment, they all silently gave this guy a mental thumbs up. Not that they necessarily agreed with his stance.
Some journalists, upholding their professional ethics, maintained neutrality.
Their admiration for this guy stemmed from sheer respect for his courage. Jiang Ye was the kind of man who dared to confront even the United States. Speaking up like this in front of such a formidable figure. Aren't they afraid of getting their heads chopped off? However, Jiang Ye didn't get angry. Instead, he kept a smile on his face.
Truly the Beacon Nation. This talent for slinging mud is truly masterful. The other party clearly wanted to provoke Jiang Ye, achieve their goal, and expose it to the world. They wanted the world to witness Jiang Ye losing his temper and breaking down. But he wouldn't let that happen. Jiang Ye whispered something to the subordinate beside him, who then left the press conference. 1 minute later, a file notebook was brought to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye flipped through it, found the information he wanted, then addressed the reporter. Tom Franklin, male, 42 years old, residing at apartment 45, Lighthouse Jiazhou, Xingdi District. Employed by Lighthouse Nation's Yali Media Company. You're ambitious, but your performance has been mediocre all these years. The only viral story you ever broke was 3 years ago. Your boss is preparing to fire you, and you're about to face unemployment. Franklin. The Lighthouse Nation reporter who had just spoken stared at Jiang Ye in terror. Everything Jiang Ye just said was his personal information. He knew his age, address, company, job details, and even the impending dismissal. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. How did Jiang Ye know so many of Franklin's private details? Investigate him? Swallowing hard, countless people suddenly realized how terrifying Jiang Ye truly was. If Jiang Ye could uncover Franklin's secrets, if he wanted to investigate them, it would be a matter of minutes. No need to look at me like that. Don't worry, I wouldn't investigate your secrets, and frankly, I'm not interested in them either. Jiang Ye spread his hands and smiled. Already freaking out? The real bombshell hasn't even been dropped yet. How do you know my personal information? This is illegal. Franklin shouted angrily, his expression stern. A bit flustered. Quiet. Jiang Ye shot him a look, silencing him. I've already said it, I have no interest in your privacy, nor in investigating you. What's in it for me? Jiang Ye couldn't fathom what these people were thinking. Investigate you? Do you think my intelligence department is too idle, with nothing better to do? Jiang Ye lay on the bed and rolled over. Click the icon, edit the text. All this stuff is the handiwork of the Lighthouse Nation. I wonder if you remember the Prism scandal that happened before. Prism? Why bring that up? Wait, could this be connected to Prism? The reporters suddenly understood. It seemed they were gradually piecing things together. Jiang Ye pressed his forehead. What kind of brains do these people have? He'd made it so obvious. Arresting spies. The US government's Prism scandal. Connect the dots, anyone with half a brain would see the pattern. Yes, these things were all masterpieces from the Beacon Nation. Jiang Ye turned back to the reporter. You came here under orders, didn't you? But it's a pity. Even though you work for the Beacon Nation, you're being watched too. To be precise, everyone here, you, and you. All of you are under surveillance by the Beacon Nation. If you don't believe me, I have plenty of internal Lighthouse Nation materials confiscated from spies. Take your time investigating, I guarantee it will shock every single one of you. How about it, everyone? Interested? The reporter's eyes widened slightly. Everyone is being watched? Just imagine. Every move you make falls within someone else's surveillance scope. To certain eyes, you possess no privacy whatsoever. Cold sweat broke out on many faces. Chapter 97, The Lighthouse Nation Scandal. Jiang Ye's few words. Everyone present was completely shattered. Yes. Without exception. Including the one who came to Franklin on a mission from the Lighthouse Nation, now trembling with fear. Looking at the silent crowd, Jiang Ye knew his words had hit home. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, I know you doubt me, but think about it. The Kingdom of Yemen was only recently established. We fought the government forces, then battled the sand wasteland, and later engaged in open and covert struggles with Yislaming. Did we have time to orchestrate all this? Jiang Ye's words held merit. Franklin worked for the Lighthouse Nation. Yet upon learning he'd been stabbed in the back by the Lighthouse Nation, he remained composed. He carefully considered the hidden motives. This kind of scheme was precisely the sort of thing the Lighthouse Nation would pull off. Everyone, do you recall Mr. Herx? Jiang Ye's gaze swept across the room. He was the one packaged by the Lighthouse Nation as a super philanthropist. We obtained this intelligence directly from him. If you don't believe me, I can have Herx come out and speak with you personally. Hercules. Not an ordinary man. A world-class, super-duper philanthropist. He has fervent fans all over the world. In certain spheres, his influence rivals that of many celebrities. The countries he invests in. He is received by high-level officials in the host countries. In the investment world, Herx also held a high standing, enjoying the reputation of a stock god. Jiang Ye pressed a button. Behind him, a large screen abruptly displayed footage of Herx's interrogation. In the footage, Herx confessed repeatedly. How he worked for the Lighthouse Nation, how he served the Lighthouse Nation. Simultaneously, he disrupted the internal affairs of other nations to achieve certain objectives. All sorts of dirty deeds. Helix confessed to every last detail. Among the many journalists present, there were quite a few ardent fans of Hercules. Upon witnessing this scene, their collective faith shattered. Who would have thought the land of the free could sink to such depths of depravity? Even Hercules was merely a puppet they had elevated. A puppet for political gain. The large screen immediately displayed live footage of Hercules. He looked in good spirits, though not as vibrant as before. But he certainly didn't look like he'd been abused. Hello everyone, I'm Herx. Hercules greets the assembled journalists. The journalists snapped out of their daze and frantically pressed their shutter buttons, capturing the moment. This is Heracles. One can imagine the global uproar this news will cause when it breaks. It would likely prompt a reassessment of the lighthouse nation by the global community. Their slogans. What about freedom, democracy, peace, and equality? All of these have now become nothing but a joke, the very essence of irony. Mr. Herx, is this all true? That you were merely a puppet crafted by the Beacon Nation? Mr. Herx, why did you do this? Were your previous charitable acts also fake? Was it all just for the sake of building a persona? Who gave you these orders? In the reality we know, who else is controlled by the Beacon Nation like you? I want to know, just how deeply has the Lighthouse Nation infiltrated other countries? How much of what you've done stems from your own convictions, rather than being dictated by the Lighthouse Nation? The reporters began firing questions relentlessly. Jiang Ye raised his hand to signal. Quiet. He then shut off the large screen behind him. The live feed was shown merely to prove to the journalists that Hercules himself was indeed in their custody. This wasn't for them to interview him. Helps was still in a sensitive phase. Jiang Ye had no intention of letting him make many public appearances. Well, now you understand what I meant. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a smile. The reporters fell silent, still clinging to a sliver of hope perhaps this entire setup was orchestrated by Jiang Ye. They just wouldn't give up until they saw the Yellow River. Seeing this, he instructed the staff present to distribute a set of materials. Every reporter received one. Upon receiving them and taking a closer look, they realized they were personal information cards. The portrait on the photo felt strangely familiar to them as if they had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, someone sensed something was off, looked up to one side, then lowered their gaze again. They compared the person across from them with the portrait on the profile card in their hand. His scalp instantly prickled with goosebumps. These are our ID cards? The reporter exclaimed. He said he felt the portraits on the data cards they'd received looked familiar. Turns out they were the journalists present. They had seen each other at the venue, which is why they seemed familiar. It just hadn't clicked at first. Yes. Seeing that someone had finally noticed, Jiang Ye nodded and said, this information also comes from the CIA's intelligence in the land of the Morningcom. Ever since the last Prism scandal, they've been devising ways to use the internet to monitor people worldwide. Everyone here is a victim. These days, anyone and everyone goes online. And as long as you go online, your personal information will inevitably be exposed to those people. Jiang Ye could only state things this plainly. At this point, if anyone still stubbornly clings to the delusion that he was slandering the Beacon Nation, Jiang Ye could only say, you're impressive. As a witness, people often lack empathy, unable to truly understand another's perspective. But if they were dragged into the situation themselves, that would be a different story. At this moment, everyone, like Franklin, realized the gravity of the situation. Many cursed the Beacon Nation to high heaven in their hearts. They cursed their ancestors to the nth degree. Some journalists resolved to write news reports immediately upon returning home, exposing the truth to the public. Exposing the Lighthouse Nation's shameless actions. Jiang Ye knew it. There are still many who see things clearly. No. It should be said that this fire has now engulfed them, pulling everyone into a vortex of reason. They had no choice but to calm down. Think rationally. Human nature isn't that complicated, is it? The so-called treacherous nature of human hearts. It's more accurate to say that when interests diverge, even the most irrational individuals learn to act rationally when their interests align. The press conference continued. Jiang Ye almost forgot that his primary purpose was to clarify matters. Therefore, I personally wish to clarify here, the rumors about us suppressing and exploiting foreign investors, expatriate workers, and entrepreneurs are entirely unfounded. Let me emphasize this point. Furthermore, I pledge to everyone here, not only will we not suppress you, but we will do everything in our power to assist anyone wishing to develop in the Kingdom of Yemen. We will provide any lawful support, provided you genuinely come here for cooperation. All sorts of things. These developments have prompted investors within Yemen to consider withdrawing their capital. Many have already begun taking action. They want to leave Yemen. Another crucial objective of this press conference is to retain these individuals, and to extend an olive branch to wealthy individuals worldwide. Next, Jiang Ye publicly pledged to offer various preferential policies to wealthy individuals and enterprises who invest in Yemen in the future. With various preferential policies. Chapter 98, Lighthouse Nation, Reputation in Shambles. The Lighthouse Nation aimed to exploit the situation to undermine the developmental potential of the Yemen Kingdom. But by doing so, Jiang Ye believes the Lighthouse Nation will soon regret making such a foolish decision. Because not only did they fail to achieve their desired effect, on the contrary, it was essentially a global advertisement for Jiang Ye. Combined with the preferential policies Jiang Ye had just announced, it's believed that soon many wealthy individuals from around the world will be tempted to invest in Yemen. Jiang Ye convened a press conference. With an event of this magnitude, the Lighthouse Nation and Yisalai couldn't help but take notice. The press conference commenced. High-ranking officials gathered together, paying close attention to the content of the press conference. When the exposure of Herx's activities unfolded, and Herx revealed their global surveillance operations hacking into countless private lives through the internet, everyone panicked. How did Herx manage to expose all this? And how did Herx even know about it and have evidence? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at each other. Complete bewilderment. Hercules was indeed their intelligence operative handpicked and promoted by them to the forefront. But regarding this incident, the evidence Jiang Ye obtained from Herx and exposed to the public, even they had no idea Hercules possessed such material, Was Heracles secretly plotting against us all alone? Or was it for self-preservation? Someone suddenly realized. Helks. He likely knew they held him in their grasp, even his life was in their hands. Hercules knew exactly when he was useful. The Lighthouse Nation won't harm him. But the moment he lost his value, given all the inside information he possessed, the Lighthouse Nation would certainly not allow him to live in this world. Because only the dead can truly keep secrets. To protect himself, Hercules secretly gathered evidence that could threaten the Lighthouse Nation. To ensure that when the Lighthouse Nation no longer needed him, Hercules could still survive. By a twist of fate, this material ultimately fell into Jiang Ye's hands, who proceeded to make it public. The higher-ups were furious beyond belief. They were itching to arrest Herc and execute him on the spot. The Prism Gate incident. It had already plunged the Lighthouse Nation into a severe public relations crisis. It took immense effort to finally quell the uproar. The subsequent damage was incalculable. Now, Jiang Ye's press conference could very well plunge the Beacon Nation into a similar predicament. It could even be worse than the last time. Because this isn't the first time. A senior executive stood up, exclaiming angrily, "What are we supposed to do now?" Their original plan was for the Kingdom of Yemen to issue a clarification, stating they were arresting spies who refused to confess. After all, it was unlikely the other side possessed concrete, decisive evidence. But now look at this mess. Jiang Ye had actually found the decisive evidence. What others referred to as. Everyone realized something truly terrifying. Hercules had been gathering all this evidence behind their backs. What about the others? Could something similar have happened to the others? If so, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire upper echelon of the Lighthouse Nation would collapse. Don't ask, just say it was another miscalculation. Obama wiped the sweat from his forehead. Enough. It's too late for words now. First, contact the Yisli side and have them contain the public opinion backlash. Simultaneously, have someone produce a clarification video denying the press conference incident. At this point, we're back to the old ways. Denial is key. As long as they don't admit it, he doesn't believe the Yemen kingdom can do anything to them. Simultaneously, have Yisli help contain the spread of news and suppress this incident as much as possible. Minimize the impact it would bring. At the press conference venue, the press conference continued. After clarifying the matter, Jiang Ye briefly outlined his vision for the future of the Yemen kingdom. The primary reason remains the same: attracting wealthy individuals from around the world. As long as investors come, Yemen will inevitably prosper. Jiang Ye's vision was to transform Yemen into a global megacity and a super commercial hub. Then, leveraging existing resources and capabilities, gradually take control of the entire Jiangdong region and oust Yisli. Then, he'll slowly lay the groundwork for the entire world. Of course, these were Jiang Ye's inner thoughts, things he kept to himself, never to be spoken aloud. The reporters started out full of enthusiasm. Now they were merely going through the motions. They snapped a few shots and made a cursory record. All they could think about was wrapping up the press conference quickly so they could return to editing their footage and writing articles to expose the Lighthouse Nation. It was only through Jiang Ye that they learned the Beacon Nation had been perpetrating these morally bankrupt acts all alone. Spying on everyone's private lives. What about the parts that haven't been exposed? Just thinking about it sends chills down your spine. Seeing the reporters' urgency, Jiang Ye wasted no time and wrapped up the press conference swiftly. After the reporters left, major media companies sprang into action, top to bottom. Some wrote articles. Video editors edited footage. Global media, being Jiang Ye's own media outlet, received the first-hand information in advance. Thus, before other outlets could publish. Global media, however, had already taken the lead, releasing the pre-prepared news video on their official website. The moment the video went live, views surpassed 100,000 within 1 minute, 300,000 within 10 minutes, and 700,000 within half an hour. In less than an hour, the view count surpassed 1 million, and it spread like wildfire. Views increased exponentially. While the 1 hour mark hit 1 million, just an hour and a half later, the view count reached a staggering 8 million. Global media, reaching netizens across the globe. In an instant, the scandal exposed in the Lighthouse Nation has become common knowledge, causing a huge stir. It sent shockwaves across the globe. Damn it, I knew the Lighthouse Nation was a bunch of shameful, filthy bastards. In their eyes, is there any human rights left when they steal others' privacy so brazenly? The freedom, equality, human rights, and harmony they preach? To me, it's a joke. The Prism scandal already landed the Beacon Nation on the trending list once. They swore it was just a misunderstanding and vowed such things would never happen again. Yet barely any time has passed before something even more outrageous has occurred. The facts prove the Beacon Nation is a bunch of liars and hypocrites. LOL, you're just now realizing the true face of the land of the free? Damn, the Beacon Nation is truly shameful. But hey, maybe they're just trying to protect the world by gathering more intel? No need to overreact, right? Typical Koreans, the US's favorite sons. Still defending their master even now? Ha! In an instant, the Lighthouse Nation's reputation was utterly destroyed. Chapter 99, protests erupt in the Lighthouse Nation. Watching the news released by global media. Such explosive coverage. The entire Lighthouse Nation leadership trembled internally. What the hell? Didn't we have Yisli help control the narrative? What's going on? Obama flew into a rage.
reporting that negotiations with Yisili have been finalized, but the media outlet publishing this falls outside Yisili's jurisdiction.
This platform is beyond Yisili's authority to intervene. What? That media outlet is the same one from before. Bao recalled. He declared. Almost all major media outlets worldwide are controlled by Yisili.
All they need is one word.
And the news simply couldn't get out.
Unfortunately, this particular media outlet is privately owned by Jiang Ye, and Yisili has no authority to interfere.
A similar incident had occurred before. At the time, Yisili and the Lighthouse Nation attempted to leverage their financial clout. But the other side showed zero interest in the astronomical price they demanded. Obama closed his eyes and massaged his temples. What about that clarification video? It's ready and can be released anytime. Release it immediately. Yes, Mr. President. To demonstrate sincerity.
This clarification video was personally recorded by a high-ranking official from the Lighthouse Nation.
The video was quickly released online. We thought some might buy it.
After all, the Lighthouse Nation still commands respect, and there are many in this world who blindly idolize it. The outcome, however, came as a shock to the Lighthouse Nation. The previous Prism scandal had already subjected them to a public relations storm, and now a similar incident had occurred again. Even the lackeys they cultivated were utterly disillusioned. It's safe to say this clarification video has already lost all credibility in many people's eyes.
The comments section was completely overrun. What garbage? Didn't you learn anything from the Prism scandal? Now you claim to repent?
Who knows if you'll just keep repeating the same mistakes?
Don't even bother. It's hopeless. We've said it before, the Beacon Nation is a cancer on the world.
Yeah, they should just vanish from this world sooner rather than later.
When the Beacon Nation makes a promise, pigs might just fly. This country is utterly rotten. They steal people's privacy at will. Every citizen lives in a place with zero privacy and zero human rights. If I were an American, I'd just kill myself, huh? Honestly, people everywhere are under some level of surveillance. It's just that their own citizens face far more monitoring because the technology makes it easier to do. I'd love to know what Americans are feeling right now.
Enough said. Anyone with a shred of decency couldn't stand by and watch the Lighthouse Nation run amok. The Lighthouse Nation initially tried to deploy troll armies to manipulate the comments sections.
But the comments section itself was a major battleground. They couldn't possibly control it.
Their posts were buried under a flood of new comments within seconds. The speed at which negative comments refreshed was terrifying.
The Lighthouse Nation sank into despair.
The situation had escalated far beyond their worst-case scenarios.
Watching the online sentiment ferment and escalate,
Jiang Ye wore a satisfied smile.
This is satisfying. The Lighthouse Nation was accustomed to waging information warfare, stirring up turmoil across the globe. Now, the boomerang has come back to bite them.
Let them taste the bitter flavor of being mired in a public relations storm.
No restraint. Jiang Ye instructed global media to keep secretly pushing the narrative, exposing the Lighthouse Nation. On the Lighthouse Nation's side,
one crisis followed another.
Following the global media's actions,
the journalists who had attended the press conference earlier finally finished writing their news articles and producing their video reports upon returning to their respective outlets. The result was what could have been contained before. This time, it was completely out of control. Around the world, media outlets of all sizes began frenetically reporting on the incident. After all, the scope of the damage is extensive. It touched nearly every industry. This time, the losses weren't confined to a single country or faction. It encompassed nearly everyone. To put it bluntly, the Lighthouse Nation has stirred up public outrage this time, including among its own citizens.
And as is widely known, Americans are generally very privacy conscious. The result? Massive protests erupted across the country. In Jiangye, hundreds of groups took to the streets in massive processions, demonstrating their grievances. Leaders waved the Lighthouse Nation flag.
Under his leadership, the Fortunate Group continuously chanted slogans demanding explanations from the Lighthouse Nation's leadership. The number of participants in the protest continued to grow. Within just over 10 minutes, more and more passers-by joined in, swelling the crowd to thousands.
Florida.
The enraged crowd began smashing shop windows along the street or storming into various government buildings to rampage and destroy property.
They vandalized public facilities.
They spray-painted graffiti on walls expressing discontent with the government and voicing their protests.
Some even went further.
Engaged in $0 shopping at supermarkets.
Shouts, roars, and panic screams filled the entire street.
The entire city's order collapsed, becoming a haven for crime.
Shangtan City.
Passing vehicles were smashed and looted, while protest marches swelled to tens of thousands, bringing the city's entire transportation system to a complete standstill. The sound of horns blared continuously. Suddenly, flames from burning flags ignited vehicles. Against the backdrop of raging fire, the already chaotic city descended into even greater disorder.
Everyone was venting their frustration. Of course,
most were seizing the opportunity to retaliate, expressing their discontent with the leadership of the Lighthouse Nation.
Regardless,
chaos reigned within the Lighthouse Nation, utter chaos.
Because it's not just these few cities, similar incidents have erupted everywhere, large and small. Collective strikes are the mildest form. On some university campuses, students openly defied authority, chanting various rebellious slogans. Black House. Bad news, Mr. President. Hundreds have gathered for a protest march in Jiangye, demanding answers. Some have even openly burned the Lighthouse Nation flag.
Serious protests have erupted in Shandong City, New York, New Gold Mountain, and elsewhere.
What?
The gravity of the situation sent shockwaves through the entire Lighthouse Nation Congress.
Urgent orders were immediately issued. Massive police forces, even military units, were dispatched to suppress the demonstrators nationwide. This led to
direct confrontation between protesters and authorities, resulting in the first fatalities and hundreds of injuries.
News of the events reached Obama and his team. Obama and his team were overwhelmed.
They never imagined the situation would deteriorate to this extent.
Looking back,
they had to admit they'd lost this battle of public opinion and lost it completely.
After all, this is the United States, the nation that excels at this very thing. In their own specialty. To be defeated by others. One can only imagine how they feel. It's just that the conditions weren't right. Otherwise, if conditions were even slightly more favorable, they would have launched a direct war against the Kingdom of Yemen.
Chapter 100 Internal conflict at the Lighthouse Kingdom, too preoccupied with their own troubles. Franklin returned home with a gloomy expression, his mood growing increasingly sour the more he thought about it. He served the Lighthouse Nation. Yet, even he had become a major victim of this privacy breach. He knew. If one dug deep enough into this matter, it might unearth something all citizens of the Lighthouse Nation would find unbearable.
After much deliberation, he decided to write down the truth and make it public. Half an hour later,
Franklin recorded a video of himself.
In the video,
he detailed how he had been instructed by superiors to smear the Kingdom of Yemen at the press conference and how, over the years,
how the Lighthouse Nation had secretly pressured
to fabricate negative public opinion about other nations. He also detailed how they had personally threatened him. He demanded comprehensive coverage of these events. He aims to expose the shameless face of the Lighthouse Nation to the uninformed public.
The result?
The Lighthouse Nation, already in dire straits,
with Franklin himself stepping forward to provide definitive proof. The reputation of the Lighthouse Nation became even more precarious. I knew it. I wonder how many underhanded things the Lighthouse Nation has done behind our backs. What the media wants the public to see is precisely what the Lighthouse Nation wants you to see. It's terrifying. This world seems utterly devoid of credibility.
It's not that there's no credibility, it's that the Beacon Nation has none.
All I know is this country is utterly rotten to the core.
As a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation, I am genuinely ashamed.
Is this what they call freedom and equality?
The land of the free slogans sound utterly ridiculous at this moment.
With Franklin's exposure,
the already tarnished reputation of the so-called Beacon Nation faces even greater public backlash.
Dragon Nation.
After seeing the online content, Zhao Sheng urgently contacted the Kingdom of Yemen.
Jiang Ye, I never would have guessed you'd pull off something this big without telling me beforehand. Ha, it was just a minor matter. Trivial?
Zhao Sheng chuckled. This time, Jiang Ye caused the entire public opinion pressure from the Lighthouse Nation to collapse, turning it into a global laughingstock. This is no small matter.
The internal protests and demonstrations alone will be more than enough to keep them busy. You're being too modest. The Beacon Nation absolutely despises you now. You'd better be careful from here on out.
When he first heard Jiang Ye had arrested a large number of multinational investors from the Kingdom of Yemen, Zhao Sheng assumed Jiang Ye was preparing for a major cash grab, seeking only immediate gains, lacking foresight and grand strategy. Later, he learned it was actually to apprehend spies and to extract such explosive information from them.
He didn't need to guess. What must the Lighthouse Nation's high command be feeling now?
But this time, Jiang Ye had struck at the very foundation of the Lighthouse Nation.
Severe retaliation was inevitable.
His call was a warning to Jiang Ye to be cautious.
The Lighthouse Nation still possessed considerable strength.
The Kingdom of Yemen had only recently been established.
He fears something might happen to Jiang Ye. Rest assured, thank you for the warning. Jiang Ye had certainly considered this. By the way, regarding this matter, if the Dragon Nation has the means, could you help spread the word?
Given the Dragon Nation standing internationally,
promoting it, it'll only make the Lighthouse Nation feel even more desperate about how they're handling this. Absolutely no problem. Zhao Kong generously agreed. After all, dealing with the Beacon Nation is everyone's responsibility, it's only right.
Jiang Ye didn't mention it, but he'd have to make arrangements for the follow-up. After all, the Beacon Nation never misses an opportunity to stir up trouble. Only when the flames lick at their own doorstep, other nations could enjoy a moment's peace. If he could, Zhao Sheng would have loved to see this fire burn on and on, never stopping. By the way, has old Su been in touch with you?
Zhao Sheng changed the subject.
No, why?
Well, Longwei is preparing to host an important conference soon. They might invite you to attend, so start getting ready. Don't worry, this meeting will be beneficial for you.
A meeting?
Yes.
They'll extend the invitation to you under diplomatic auspices.
Alright, I'll be there. Jiang Ye agreed immediately. Visiting my own country under the guise of an interview sounded rather intriguing. Though he didn't know the specifics, Zhao Cun's assurance that it would benefit Yemen was enough.
After chatting briefly with Zhao Sheng, no sooner had he hung up than Su Jinghua, the venerable Mr. Su, contacted Jiang Ye.
He extended an invitation for a diplomatic visit. Jiang Ye accepted immediately. By the way, Jiang Ye, how do you plan to handle the spy issue? Su Jinghua posed a crucial question. There's no way we can let them return to the Lighthouse Nation. I plan to keep extracting information from them bit by bit. Once they've served their purpose, we'll either execute them or figure out another solution. Very well. After what happened, even if you let them go, I doubt anyone would want to return to the Lighthouse Nation anyway, huh? Old Su chuckled warmly. Take Heracles, for instance. The Lighthouse Nation must despise him to the core by now. What awaits Heracles if he returns? Being skinned and dismembered would be the best outcome. So he absolutely cannot go back. And other nations? Most have ties to the Lighthouse Nation. Going there would just get him handed over. For now, the Kingdom of Yemen has become Hercules' best option. At least in Yemen, Jiang Ye wouldn't touch him for the time being. Except for Hercs. The same applies to other spies. Because the Lighthouse Nation would suspect they too had leaked certain intelligence. They won't let them off easily. Old Su, if you guys think this guy has any use later on, I could send him over. Squeeze every last drop of value out of him. Keeping him alive or killing him is no better than handing him over to the Dragon Nation. Might as well go with the flow and do them a favor. Ha, that works. Since Jiang Ye had spoken, Su Jinghua didn't refuse. Keeping such an important figure locked up would suffice. The goal is to keep the Lighthouse Nation on edge. Coordinate with the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation media, go all out. Obama and other high-ranking officials felt their hearts sink halfway. They knew the United States' public opinion pressure was completely out of control. As for why the Dragon Nation suddenly launched this campaign? No need to guess. It must be Jiang Ye pulling strings behind the scenes. This was too much. Obama helplessly tossed his phone onto the desk, leaning back into his ergonomic chair. He knew he couldn't just sit idly by. But he was truly at a loss. The only glimmer of good news was the recent report that chaos in some areas had been suppressed. There were casualties. Fortunately, they were within acceptable limits. The next step was to calm public sentiment and prevent the situation from escalating further. Additionally, we must create other events. Redirect public attention. Habit entered the office from outside, snorting coldly with a grim expression. The Lighthouse Nation is currently preoccupied with its own affairs and has no capacity to discipline Yemen. But this matter won't be left unresolved. Chapter 101, Diplomatic Recognition List, Breaking Through the Stalemate. President Obama, preparations for the reckoning can begin. We'll soon release some compromising material on Zhongdong to divert attention. Once the storm passes, we'll settle accounts with the Yemen Kingdom. Habib claimed to be a high-ranking official of the Lighthouse Nation. His true identity, however, is that of an Italian-American. He joined the Lighthouse Nation and became a senior counselor there. It was Yisili who recommended him. The purpose? To strengthen exchanges and cooperation between the Lighthouse Nation and Yisili. This incident, it can be said to have thoroughly enraged Habib and the entire Yisili leadership. A propaganda war. To suffer such a crushing defeat at the hands of Jiang Ye, this is a disgrace, a major disgrace for Yisili. All those years of strategic planning. In the media sphere, who knows how much capital and effort had been poured in. Finally, they had woven an invisible, global internet giant web. And yet, Jiang Ye, who had only recently emerged into the public eye just a few months ago, utterly dismantled it. This is something no one can accept. As for the riots and protests erupting across the country due to Jiang Ye exposing their secrets, well, that goes without saying. I know. Obama propped his chin on his hands, looking utterly defeated. The success of the Yemen Kingdom ultimately stemmed from that Dragon Nation leader being too extravagant. Solve him, and the Yemen Kingdom would be nothing to fear. Habib's eyes lit up. You mean we should execute the decapitation plan? Eliminate that man? Yes. Any specific plans? Not yet, but I'll consider it. Besides, I've discussed this with others, and most agree. Very well. I support it too. Let me know if you need any help. I'll handle the contact with Yisili. Obama nodded. Right. Internally, we'll classify this decapitation operation as a counter-terrorism mission and execute it with the highest priority. Habib heard this. His eyes weren't filled with excitement. Instead, his eyes burned with fervor. In his view, Obama's previous actions had been signs of weakness. For instance, supporting the establishment of the Yemen Kingdom. This had created such a massive hidden threat. Moreover, after the subsequent falling out, his attitude toward the Yemen Kingdom remained equally weak. If it were him, he would have long since commanded the military to launch a full-scale crackdown on the Kingdom of Yemen. Now, however, Obama has elevated the execution of Jiang Ye to the highest priority for the Lighthouse Nation. Finally, he got to see Obama and stand his ground for once. Obama was absolutely right. Looking at the history of the Yemen Kingdom's development, Yemen's inherent strength is a pile of nothing, utterly insignificant. Even the government forces led by Houthi could keep the Houthi forces in check. It was Jiang Ye who truly transformed the Houthi forces into the current Yemen Kingdom. Only by eliminating Jiang Ye can they reclaim their position and influence in Zhongdong. I understand, Charles. Thank you for the warning. The Kingdom of Yemen. Charles summarized the recent situation in Jiang Ye's office. Finally, he cautioned Jiang Ye to be extremely careful in the coming days. This time, the commotion has been far too great. The Lighthouse Nation will inevitably harbor resentment, and next, the Kingdom of Yemen will face the Lighthouse Nation's frenzied retaliation. Charles particularly emphasized the personal safety of Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, if there's nothing further, I'll take my leave. Preparations for your visit to the Dragon Kingdom are underway. Once the details are confirmed with them, I'll notify you of the schedule. After Charles finished speaking and received Jiang Ye's permission, he withdrew. Speaking of the visit, Jiang Ye recalled. According to convention and international protocol, now that the Kingdom of Yemen has been formally established, it was customary to conduct a series of visits to each country that had established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Yemen. Promoting international exchange was one aspect. Jiang Ye had also long desired to conduct a basic survey and understanding of countries around the world. Seeing things firsthand would surely provide a more accurate sense of reality than data on paper. Jiang Ye had someone prepare a list. A list of nations that had established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Yemen, intending to visit each one in turn. As for the first stop, he still planned to arrange it in the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation now held immense global influence and commanded a vital position in key international markets. Amidst the joint boycott and sanctions imposed on the Yemen Kingdom by the Lighthouse Nation and the Western powers backing it, Jiang Ye sought to develop. The only viable partner for cooperation was the Dragon Nation. Other nations either possessed markets too small to sustain the Kingdom of Yemen's growth. On the other hand, they lacked sufficient strength. Even if cooperation were established, the Lighthouse Nation loomed as a covert threat, making it possible for these nations to terminate their agreements with the Yemen Kingdom at any moment. Jiang Ye didn't want to waste energy on this, nor did he want to take that risk. Not long after, the list of countries seeking diplomatic relations was submitted. Quite a few, actually. Over 20 nations had already confirmed their intent to establish ties. Several others had submitted applications to establish diplomatic relations with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye hadn't had time to approve them yet. He'd handle them later. Jiang Ye murmured. The rest of the afternoon was spent waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to finalize the itinerary. Finally, around 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Ye logged into the game. He received an invitation from Longwei for a visit scheduled 1 month later. Just right. Not too long, not too soon. Before heading there, Jiang Ye would have ample time to prepare thoroughly. A bujul. Jiang Ye summoned a bujul. Regarding my visit to the Dragon Kingdom, you may discreetly leak some information to the outside world, letting them know about it. Your Majesty, this. A bujulai expressed his concern. If word gets out, especially to the Lighthouse Nation and the Yisili region, it could put you in a precarious position after your departure. Both nations are practically seething with hatred toward Jiang Ye. Let them know. They will absolutely take covert action such as ambushing you along the way. If Jiang Ye meets with misfortune, it will be disastrous. Don't worry, Jiang Ye replied. That's exactly what I want. Ha ha. Jiang Ye flashed a meaningful smile. They want to kill me? I'll give them their chance. Whether they seize it or not is up to their own fate. So what if they know? What difference does an ambush make? Jiang Ye was actually relieved he'd been struggling to find a reason to declare war on them. That junk equipment from the Lighthouse Nation. Their top fighter, the F-35, had already shown its worth last time and wasn't even in the same league as the Calavan fighters. If they dared to come, Jiang Ye would make sure they never returned. Moreover, since they initiated the attack, this already violated international regulations and contravened global norms. Afterward, Jiang Ye would have every right to carry out decapitation strikes against their nation's leaders and commanders. You started this. Don't blame me. Yes. Though the Kingdom of Yemen and the Lighthouse Nation, along with numerous other countries, have now openly turned against each other, no direct conflict has erupted between them thus far. Even on the Yisili front, both sides have temporarily fallen silent. Jiang Ye now needs a reason to break the current deadlock. The Lighthouse Nation craves conflict, craves war. But in Jiang Ye's view, the chaotic situation might not necessarily be a bad thing for the Kingdom of Yemen. Was not necessarily a bad thing. Chapter 102, the new fighter jet makes its debut. Jiang Ye's command. A bujulai had no choice but to comply. He merely reminded Jiang Ye to prioritize his personal safety. For no one understood better than a bujul. The prosperity of the Yemen Kingdom today was entirely brought about by Jiang Ye. As the core of this nation, anyone could meet with misfortune. Except Jiang Ye. A bujul instructed his men to release news of Jiang Ye's visit to the Dragon Kingdom. News of such magnitude reached all nations. They quickly took notice. Zhongdong Nation showed little reaction, their interest stemming merely from curiosity. It seemed the relationship between the Yemen Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom were stronger than they had imagined. As for other Western nations, they sensed something amiss. Jiang Ye's visit to the Dragon Nation was likely more than just a simple diplomatic call. With such frequent exchanges between the two sides, perhaps something is brewing, a plan targeting them. Since it was just a rumor, Jiang Ye had merely instructed Abdullah to release the information tentatively, without confirming its accuracy. The authenticity of this matter remains to be verified by various nations. This approach, Jiang Ye intended to whet their appetite, with the real news to follow later. On the Dragon Nation's side, once the matter was confirmed, they had already planned to help Jiang Ye conceal it, ensuring his visit proceeded without incident. But unexpectedly, Jiang Ye went and exposed it himself. Rest assured, old Su, I have my reasons for doing this. Mr. Su Jinghua, old man Su himself, personally called to verify whether any link in the chain had failed. Only then did Jiang Ye reveal the truth. You. Ha ha. Su Jinghua chuckled. You really are bold. If they actually take action, I fear you won't be able to handle it. No worries, Mr. Su. Jiang Ye's tone remained calm. If they come, I won't let them off easy. Besides, if it really comes to blows, it might not be all bad for us. I can outlast them. A few words. Su Jinghua fell silent. Deep down, he admired Jiang Ye's audacity. For he was facing the world's most powerful nations. If it were anyone else, might not have dared to act this way. Even if he put himself in their shoes, he wouldn't make such a risky decision. It could very well have cost lives. No matter how formidable Jiang Ye was, he remained human and humans inevitably die. Thus, the fear of death was instinctive. But Jiang Ye didn't seem to share that fear. Alright then. By the way, we'll dispatch a squadron of fighters to escort you. Better to be safe than sorry, don't you think? These words warmed Jiang Ye's heart. Being valued felt pretty good. They were even preparing fighter jets to welcome him. Few people receive such treatment. That's too much of a fuss. No need. Jiang Ye declined. My side can handle it. I forgot to mention, old Su, we've been developing a new fighter jet recently. It's already in the testing phase. Perfect for putting them through their paces. A new fighter jet? Su Jinghua couldn't contain his excitement upon hearing this. A fighter jet? You just cobbled it together like that? Yes. Jiang Ye was referring to a fighter jet he'd set his sights on long ago in the prestige store. Compared to the Caliban fighter, this new fighter boasts superior performance, especially in stealth capabilities. It's a whole tier above the Caliban. At the time, redeeming this fighter required a significant amount of prestige points. Jiang Ye couldn't afford the required prestige points, which is why it's been delayed until now. This matter would be announced sooner or later, so it was better to reveal it now to prevent the Dragon Nation from being too surprised later. Shocking the Western nations would suffice. Alright. Su Jinghua swallowed hard, genuinely stunned. Where on earth did Jiang Ye find all these talented people? Where did he get the production lines? How could they develop a fighter jet so quickly? Even the model that debuted at the founding ceremony, the one that utterly outclassed the Lighthouse Nation's F-35, had already seemed outrageously advanced. This new fighter jet. Could it possibly be even more outrageous than that one? Su Jinghua was secretly astonished but refrained from asking further questions, as fighter jets involved top-level state secrets. As a key leader of the nation, he understood the unspoken rules. Questions that shouldn't be asked unless the other party volunteered the information, it was best left unasked. Unless the Dragon Nation had bargaining chips to trade for this fighter jet's data. But the problem was, there wasn't. In the short term, Longhua couldn't produce it. After chatting with Su Jinghua for over half an hour. Security concerns. Because Jiang Ye had refused his proposal to dispatch fighter jets for escort. Su Jinghua therefore decided on the spot to personally arrange a relatively safe route for Jiang Ye. The route would prioritize passing through Allied airspace. Simultaneously, before Jiang Ye's departure, arrangements were made to coordinate with these allied nations to ensure their cooperation. This was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Ye was visiting Longhua. If danger arose during the journey, they would bear responsibility. It simply wouldn't do. Jiang Ye agreed to this arrangement. Fortunately, the airspace issue spared him the need to arrange it himself. Negotiating with other nations is exhausting. Handing it over to Longhua to handle was the best solution. Not long after, Su Jinghua's team sent over an aviation route map. Just follow this route when you fly over, and there shouldn't be any issues. Alright, thank you, Mr. Su. No need for formalities between us. Su Jinghua waved his hand dismissively. That would be too formal. It's the least we can do. Outside. As the news spread further and wider, Jiang Ye remained completely silent, offering no direct rebuttal. The Lighthouse Nation and Yisili gradually began to take notice. However, high-level officials on both sides were not in agreement. The Yisili faction saw this as a golden opportunity to execute their decapitation plan. But representatives from the Lighthouse Nation, led by Obama, believed this was likely just a smokescreen. Otherwise, how could such a highly classified matter be leaked so easily? Both sides remained deadlocked. The situation reached an impasse. This even led to a heated argument. After all, Yisili hated Jiang Ye with a passion. Having finally seized this opportunity, he couldn't let it slip away. And just as the two sides were locked in a heated argument, Jiang Ye was leisurely browsing his phone. Browsing the second-generation fighter jet from Yemen Kingdom, set to debut alongside the Caliban fighter. This fighter jet. Jiang Ye had been eagerly anticipating it. Wind Shadow Fighter. Exchange price 800 prestige points. Exchange period 24 hours. First redemption includes a complimentary ace fighter pilot. A single Wind Shadow Fighter costs a whopping 800. Back in the day, exchanging for a few would have bankrupted Jiang Ye. But today is different. All the recent major incidents have brought in huge rewards each time. His total prestige points now approach the 100,000 mark. At 800 per unit, the price was entirely acceptable. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ye exchanged 10 units at once from the prestige store. Exchange required prestige points 8,000. Confirm? Jiang Ye placed his thumb on the confirmation button and pressed it down. Chapter 103 Wind Shadow Fighter. Jiang Ye slaps the clown in the face. Ding! Congratulations on successful redemption. You have obtained 10 Wind Shadow Fighters, and the system has gifted you 10 ace pilots. Because those who pilot fighters are all super talents. If purchased independently, the cost of 10 pilots would be no small sum. The system's gift. Jiang Ye felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Jiang Ye opened the warehouse. Inside were parked 10 decommissioned Wind Shadow Fighters. Jiang Ye clicked again. A 3D dynamic rendering of the foaming fighter appeared on the phone screen.
The sleek, sharp lines of the fuselage appeared as if meticulously carved by an artist. The silver-white metallic shell. It emitted a cold, crisp luster. Under the indoor lighting, it now shimmered with a mysterious sci-fi glow. Its nose resembled a razor-sharp spike, while its wings spread like those of a soaring eagle, exuding a distinctly futuristic texture. The overall impression it conveys is an indescribable sense of sophistication. Many sci-fi fighter jets from movies and TV shows would likely pale in comparison to this foaming before his eyes. For the first time, Jiang Ye truly grasped the meaning of the word sophistication. He now understood its true meaning. He couldn't wait to have a pilot climb aboard one and see how it performed. The foaming fighter activated. The tail nozzles flashed with a deep blue glow as powerful air currents surged forth, propelling the massive, multi-ton fuselage out of the hangar and soaring skyward. A dazzling trail of light streaked behind its tail. Awesome! So cool! Especially the roar of the fighter jet, thunderous and awe-inspiring. Sports cars? They're nothing compared to this. If he could take this thing out for a spin, Jiang Ye couldn't even imagine how many heads it would turn. No, should I say blow the sky away? He chuckled darkly. Though he'd reviewed the foaming fighter's specs countless times, Jiang Ye clicked them open once more. The foaming fighter and the Caliban fighter. Similar in size. Length, 22 meters. Wingspan, 15 meters. Height, 5 meters. Empty weight, 20 tons. Maximum takeoff weight, 45 tons. The Wind Shadow fighter's prowess lies in its array of high-tech systems. Take its propulsion system, for instance. It features two new high thrust-to-weight ratio vectoring turbofan engines, delivering exceptional power output and high reliability, enabling the fighter to rapidly accelerate to hypersonic speeds in a short time. Its maximum speed exceeds that of the Caliban fighter by 0.7 Mach, or 0.7 times the speed of sound. Its standard cruise speed also surpasses the Caliban's by 0.5 Mach. Yet the Wind Shadow's greatest strength lies not in these attributes. Its true strength lies in its unique stealth capabilities. Its distinctive diamond-shaped fuselage, swept twin vertical tails, and internal weapons bays drastically reduce its radar cross-section. The airframe is coated with advanced radar-absorbing materials that effectively absorb and scatter radar waves. This renders its radar cross-section nearly negligible. Under these conditions, the probability of radar detection by the lighthouse nation and Italy for the Wind Shadow fighter is zero. Its weapon systems are even more formidable. It carries air-to-air missiles with a maximum range exceeding 400 kilometers, precision-guided air-to-ground missiles, and a naval cannon capable of firing 3,000 rounds per minute. It also possesses the most advanced electronic pulse bombs. Once deployed, can instantly cripple all enemy electronic systems, turning them into scrap metal. Other high-tech features such as active phased array radar, electronic warfare systems, electro-optical targeting systems, and data link systems need not be elaborated upon. Any single one of these technologies could easily outclass existing human capabilities. With this kind of technology, Jiang Ye truly couldn't fathom. How could he possibly lose? The only disadvantage was likely the limited quantity, just 10 units. But the superior performance of the foaming fighter more than compensated for that. A few days later, online discussions were buzzing about whether Jiang Ye would actually visit the Dragon Nation. Countries like the Lighthouse Nation and Sicily had been conducting covert investigations non-stop. Most netizens, however, dismissed it as fake news. The reason was simple. Jiang Ye had just done something that infuriated the United States. For quite some time, he must guard against retaliation from the Beacon Nation. It's impossible for him to make such a high-profile, blatant visit to the Dragon Nation. Forget traveling all the way to the Dragon Nation from Yemen. If he dared step half a step outside Yemen's borders and still dared return, I consider him a man of substance. Does he have the guts? Forget it. He'd never leave Yemen unless he's suicidal. If he dares leave Yemen, I'll eat my own standing on my head. Ha! To provoke the Beacon Nation like that, does he really think they're a joke? He'll definitely stay put in Yemen like a turtle from now on. Why would he come out to get himself killed? All I can say is, the world is vast and nothing is impossible. Online, you always get to witness the full spectrum of human behavior. At the same time, one can't help but marvel. The Lighthouse Nation's remote farming technology other countries will likely never catch up in their lifetime. No wonder. Jiang Ye's actions over the past 2 months have been far too high profile. Who knows how many people's myths of the Lighthouse Nation's invincibility he's shattered. Resentment toward Jiang Ye was only natural. After all, what Jiang Ye shattered alongside those dreams was their own beacon of hope. Online, the attention surrounding this incident keeps growing. Seeing that the anticipation had been sufficiently whipped up, Jiang Ye decided to make an announcement. He explicitly stated he would be visiting the Dragon Kingdom. Upon receiving the news, they also released a news statement welcoming Jiang Ye's visit. Netizens instantly erupted. Jiang Ye, you actually dare to make a move at this time? Does he not fear retaliation from the Lighthouse Nation? Wow, he's actually going through with the visit? With things so sensitive lately, isn't he afraid of retaliation from the US? Yeah, I thought the news was fake. He'd never dare visit. Turns out it's real, and he even admitted it himself? Is he suicidal? Hilarious. Remember all those claims that he'd never dare leave the US? Where are those people now? What about the one who said he'd eat upside down? Hope you keep your word, buddy. A Dragon Nation citizen visiting Dragon Nation? Ha! Interesting. This seems no different from just going home. Remember all the bluster before? claiming Jiang Ye could only hide like a turtle, too scared to leave Yemen.
Jiang Ye has thoroughly humiliated them. Facing nationwide ridicule, they'd become nothing but a bunch of clowns. And the one thing Dragon Nation netizens are most eager to see. All evidence points to one thing. The king of Yemen is indeed a Dragon Nation citizen. Now visiting Longwa. Wouldn't they just slap on a red scarf and belt out my Dragon Nation heart right there? This generation of netizens sure has a dark sense of humor. It's just too dramatic.
No one could have imagined how a Dragon Nation native would lead the Houthi forces to turn the tide of war and single-handedly establish the present-day Yemen kingdom.
On the day the news broke, the Lighthouse Nation was particularly interested. Finally receiving concrete confirmation, they suddenly felt a sense of relief.
They sensed the scent of imminent vengeance.
A group gathered immediately to discuss a decapitation strike. Chapter 104, No Fighter Escort? It's because you can't detect it. Yisili. Luwan located the chief of Mossad's intelligence division and issued a direct order.
I don't care how you do it, but you must obtain his flight path.
Only then can we execute the decapitation strike. Is that clear?
Yes. John Lin saluted, reassuring Luwan that there was still time before the target departed, more than enough for their investigation. Before Jiang Ye could confirm the intelligence, some information had already leaked. This information indicated to John Lin that Yemen's internal security protocols for information confidentiality were apparently not as stringent as they should be.
Otherwise, news of Yemen's visit to the Dragon Nation wouldn't have been leaked prematurely without official acknowledgement. Under these circumstances, obtaining Jiang Ye's flight itinerary posed no challenge for Mossad's intelligence capabilities. As one of the world's top intelligence agencies, John Lin believed they possessed the capability. They launched a covert investigation. As expected, by the third day, they obtained an internal flight schedule. After 2 more days of verification, Mossad intelligence ultimately confirmed that this flight path was precisely the air route Jiang Ye would take. Well done, John Lin.
Luwan immediately shared the flight path map with Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation's high command was just as excited as Luwan.
Excellent. This time, they're finished.
Finally, we can eliminate that cancer, Zhongdong. Once he's gone, everything else will fall into place. Zhongdong is still ours.
Prepare the decapitation plan immediately.
This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. The decapitation operations conducted by Lighthouse Nation over the years boast a success rate exceeding 85%. In the eyes of many, Jiang Ye was facing certain death this time.
Obama frowned deeply, sensing something amiss.
But in the end, he said nothing. The decapitation operation was set in motion.
No one knew
that Yisili had obtained the intelligence the leaked flight path diagram was actually Jiang Ye's doing.
It was Jiang Ye's deliberate arrangement.
The flight path wasn't fake either, it was indeed Jiang Ye's scheduled route for his upcoming visit to the Dragon Nation. Jiang Ye was eager to see if Yisili and the Lighthouse Nation would dare to show up.
Time flew by.
Jiang Ye selected 3 senior officials, Alpha, Maxon, and Henry, to accompany him on the journey. As for the domestic affairs, Charles would temporarily take charge. Jiang Ye granted Charles the position of acting king with extensive authority. For those rewarded by the system would never betray him.
Jiang Ye had no lingering concerns. Alpha, Max, and Henry each brought their most capable subordinates. Including Jiang Ye, the delegation's core members numbered 43. 6:30 a.m. After Jiang Ye completed a wave of infrastructure construction within the domestic system, the passenger aircraft took off in real time from Yemen territory. Shortly thereafter, it departed Yemen's airspace. Through the aircraft window, Jiang Ye watched the scenery of Yemen's territory unfold on the screen. The central urban area was already quite well developed. Only areas farther from the city center still lacked a certain flavor. But there was no rush. There was plenty of time to gradually expand the development. Jiang Ye called Longwei to inform him that they had taken off. They established a real-time connection to ensure Longwei could respond immediately if any issues arose. Alpha, do you think they'll come? I think it's highly likely they'll make a move. Alpha paused briefly to consider. They've finally seized this opportunity, they'll likely come. The only question is how far they'll take it. Will they just send people to cause minor disruptions? Or have they resolved to kill, determined to eliminate them today? That was anyone's guess. Jiang Ye wore a faint, ambiguous smile. He crossed his legs, his gaze sweeping over the scenery below. At that moment, Henry brought Jiang Ye a glass of red wine, poured it, and Jiang Ye took the glass, swirling it in his hand. He took a sip. For some reason, amidst this calm, he sensed a hint of uneasy, murderous intent. Our forces are rapidly closing in on the target. Rapidly closing in on the target. At the same time, over 30 fighter jets were streaking across the high skies. Good. Remember not to be detected. Once the target enters attack range, don't hesitate, shoot it down immediately. Isa Lai. A certain command center. John Lin communicated in real time with the pilots via the intercom. Over 30 of the Lighthouse Nation's newest fighter jets. Each fighter was fully loaded with munitions. This scale of deployment was enough to make most nations worldwide, save for the 5 major powers, tremble in fear. Never mind taking out a single leader. Even bringing half a city to its knees would be no trouble at all. John Lin refused to believe they could fail this time. Unless Jiang Ye was a god, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Yisili High Council Chamber. The Black House of the Lighthouse Nation. Nearly all high-ranking officials from both nations were present. Everyone wore solemn expressions, their faces tense.
On the large screen beside them played various simulated combat scenarios and strategic projections they had previously conducted.
Today was destined to be a historic moment for them, whether they could eliminate Jiang Ye and reclaim sovereignty. All eyes are on what happens next.
Everyone was on edge, constantly praying to their god, desperate for Operation Decapitation to succeed.
At that moment,
a report came in from the front lines.
Report.
We have successfully reached the vicinity of the flight path. The target is about to enter the attack range.
About to enter the attack range. It's coming. Hearts of both Yisili and the Lighthouse Nation were nearly in their throats.
Some high-ranking officials were practically leaning into the screens to watch.
The enemy has yet to detect our presence.
So far, so good.
Excellent. Stay alert, this mission must succeed.
Failure is not an option.
Obama's voice trembled as he issued the final order. So, it finally came, did it?
Jiang Ye stared at the radar display, a mocking smile suddenly spreading across his face.
Not detected? What a joke.
The radar detection range of the Wind Shadow fighter exceeded 1,000 kilometers.
Any so-called stealth capabilities were utterly useless against this radar.
Jiang Ye not only spotted them but had locked onto their position long ago.
Alpha wasted no words, issuing combat orders. Get ready. Give them a little shock. Lighthouse Nation. What? No fighter escort?
All high-ranking officials received news that stunned them.
Jiang Ye is actually sailing solo, with no escort whatsoever. What does that mean?
The passenger plane Jiang Ye was piloting was now a sitting duck for them.
Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Obama thought it through and felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Ye couldn't possibly be that bold.
He recalled the previous engagements.
Their fighter jets had been taken out before they even spotted the enemy. Therefore, Obama and all the high-ranking officials present saw their pupils contract sharply. Trouble. Be careful. Everyone, be extremely careful. Chapter 105, a cliffhanger lead.
Over 30 fighter pilots instantly became hyper-alert. They continuously activated their radar scans. But the radar remained silent.
They split into groups, dispersed their formation, and sought ways to attack from the flanks. The fighter squadron dispersed in the sky. Obama and the others felt their heart rates soaring toward 200 beats per minute. At the founding ceremony, after the F-35 was shot down by the Yemen kingdom, they realized the key to their defeat was the radar system. They couldn't detect the enemy. This time, they deliberately enhanced their radar capabilities.
They deployed the latest model never before disclosed to the outside world by the Lighthouse Nation. After all, what country
doesn't have some hidden technology?
Not only the Lighthouse Nation, but the Dragon Nation too, and the Big Goose likely has it as well.
Yet, the fact that even the upgraded version couldn't be detected is downright terrifying. Or is it that Jiang Ye is just that reckless, so wildly unguarded that he truly has no backup? With a heavy heart,
the Lighthouse Nation's high command could only continue directing the battle, no turning back once the arrow was released. At this point, regret was too late. This battle must be fought, come hell or high water. The fighter jet sped past, the distance between the two sides closing at a visible pace. Yet, still no enemy escort aircraft detected. Excellent. No escort at all? Aoba and his men were overjoyed. Jiang Ye was truly reckless. He actually came without any escort at all. Did he really think they wouldn't dare to act? Then victory is assured this time. Obama exhaled a heavy breath and ordered, "Shoot him down. Shoot him down." Everyone's eyes burned with intensity. They had waited far too long for this moment. The thought of witnessing their long-awaited revenge filled them with uncontrollable excitement. Obama clenched his fists. "Jiang Ye, oh Jiang Ye. You are intelligent, you are capable. But alas, even the most capable can falter. Today truly exemplifies what it means to make one fatal mistake that haunts you forever." Alpha glanced at his wristwatch. He turned to look at Jiang Ye. "Your Majesty, it's about time. What do you say? Let's proceed. And take your time, no need to rush. This journey has been tediously dull. Perfect, just the thing to pass the time." Jiang Ye commanded several drones to take flight, heading toward the positions of all the F-35s. For no other reason than to record combat footage. At 6 o'clock, an F-35's fire control radar locked onto Jiang Ye's passenger jet. The pilot couldn't wait to press the launch button. To eliminate Jiang Ye during this mission would be no small achievement. He would surely be commended upon returning. He was already dreaming of promotions and riches. However, ZZZ. After pressing the launch button, there was no response. Instead, the electronic display before him flickered with continuous arcs of electricity. Wang Defu? The driver instantly questioned his existence. Soon, white smoke billowed from the entire electronic control panel, sparks flew from within, and finally with a loud bang, the entire console exploded. Yes. The fighter jet became completely inoperable, crashing out of control at hypersonic speeds. Immediately after, the cabin began to rupture. Violent air currents surged in, making it hard to breathe and blurring his vision. In desperation, the pilot pressed the ejection button with a terrified expression, but it too offered no response. The entire fighter jet had failed. In that instant, his brain froze. The centrifugal force from the hyperspeed descent caused a single word to flash through his mind before he lost consciousness completely. Electromagnetic pulse. Nice. Facing over 30 enemy fighters, Jiang Ye had deployed over 30 drones. Watching the real-time footage transmitted by the drone,
Jiang Ye couldn't help but clap in admiration. What had just unfolded was indeed an electromagnetic pulse cannon. Jiang Ye had only seen descriptions of this weapon before, knowing it could instantly destroy all enemy electronic equipment. He never imagined it would be this devastating. This was without Jiang Ye holding back, otherwise it could have disabled over 30 fighter jets simultaneously, setting off fireworks in the sky. Ha! Alpha chuckled. I bet those guys' expressions right now are absolutely priceless. He wasn't referring to anyone else, specifically the Lighthouse Nation and Yisili. Silence. The entire Black Palace fell into a deathly silence as the first F-35 plummeted to its doom. Dead silent. A terrifying silence. They hadn't even realized what had happened. How had one of their own fighters been shot down? Obama roared like a madman. What the hell is going on? Why the failure now? You need to give me an explanation. Present were only high-ranking officials and a few core technical personnel present. Without expert explanation, they couldn't comprehend the intricacies of this high-tech combat. A trembling researcher in a white lab coat stammered, President Obama, the fighter jet couldn't have malfunctioned. We likely encountered an electronic attack just now. The speaker was no minor figure. Bertrand Hubert. He was one of the United States' top aviation experts, among the most authoritative in the world. He also served as the Director of Development for the F-35. Numerous classified research projects in the Lighthouse Nation. He is one of the core figures in the Lighthouse Nation's research and development sector. He is one of the core figures in the Lighthouse Nation's scientific research sector. Electronic attack? Obama was completely baffled. This is a weapon that targets electronic devices exclusively. I suspect it's an electromagnetic pulse cannon or similar. But the fact that they can launch such attacks silently suggests their EMP technology has reached terrifying levels of advancement. Bertrand Hubert nervously swallowed. Electromagnetic pulses. A field the entire world is striving to overcome because modern technology. We're practically inseparable from electronics. EMP weapons are the bane of all electronic devices. But due to their complex technology and high difficulty level, many nations have pursued research, yet after all these years, the results remain underwhelming. Even the United States, which dominates the global technology landscape, has made little progress in electromagnetic pulse technology. And now, you're telling me that the Kingdom of Yemen has already advanced this level of technology to such an extent? They didn't even realize when the attack was launched. Goosebumps erupted all over Bertram Hubert's skin. It was unimaginable what kind of team the Yemen Kingdom. What kind of team must they have to achieve technological development at this level? This wasn't merely a matter of being ahead, while other nations are still in the early stages of developing electromagnetic pulses. Yet the Kingdom of Yemen has already mastered it to perfection. This is a cliff-edge lead. A lead so vast it's downright despairing. Obama was stunned. Suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, his lips turned pale and his arms slumped limply. But for Jiang Ye, the real show was just beginning. After testing the electromagnetic pulse, what's next? Why not go straight for the anti-aircraft missiles? Chapter 106, The Lighthouse Nation's Fighter Jet's Last Stand. Anti-aircraft missiles. Full name, Anti-Air Countermeasure Missile. Jiang Ye learned that this was also a unique technological product exclusive to the Phonying fighter. Its power and precision far surpassed world-class standards. It must be said, the Lighthouse Nation and the Icelians were quite accommodating. Upon learning Jiang Ye had developed a new fighter jet, they even sent personnel specifically to assist with testing. How embarrassing. Boom! A Phonying fighter jet streaked toward an F-35 at breakneck speed, firing several anti-aircraft countermeasure missiles at the enemy's tail section. The F-35 pilot's pupils contracted violently, shrinking to pinpricks in an instant. Good news. The enemy fighter they hadn't detected was finally spotted. Bad news. The radar still showed no response. It was spotted with the naked eye. He prepared to dive the fighter to evade the incoming missile. But he completely overestimated the F-35's maneuverability. As soon as he initiated the emergency turn, the airframe began violently shaking mid-air, followed by a loss of control. This caused the missile launched by the Phonying fighter jet missed its target, and the F-35 began plummeting toward the ground. The missile whizzed past him. Of course, it couldn't end there. After traveling several kilometers, the missile abruptly executed a high-speed turn. Even as it spun out of control and neared the ground, its tracking system remained firmly locked onto its target. Ultimately, the missile caught up with the F-35 at an altitude of several thousand meters and obliterated it into fragments. Boom! A dazzling fireball erupted in the sky, billowing thick smoke. From Jiang Ye's vantage point aboard the passenger jet, the spectacle was breathtaking. Just minutes earlier, Jiang Ye could no longer hold back and activated the descent function. At that moment, he was sipping red wine while watching the breathtaking spectacle unfold. This world-class aerial combat would soon shock the entire globe. Not witnessing it firsthand, it would be a real shame. Is this what they call the world's most advanced fighter jet? Alpha sneered, turning to Jiang Ye. Leader, I never imagined your latest fighter prototype would be this formidable. The best is yet to come. Jiang Ye set down his wineglass, and the beautiful attendant beside him promptly refilled it. Lighthouse Nation. The destruction of yet another F-35 was driving them mad. They wanted to slap themselves hard. Wake up! Then someone tells them it was all just a dream. Mr. President, distinguished members of Congress, I must insist we withdraw. This battle cannot be sustained. Continuing will only bring greater losses. The commander of the Lighthouse Nation Air Force could no longer sit still. The gap was too vast. He had come to realize their chances of victory in this air battle were infinitesimally close to zero. How can we fight when we can't even detect enemy aircraft? Instead, the enemy. We could lock onto them with ease. If that wind shadow fighter hadn't revealed itself earlier, they'd still be clueless, not knowing where the enemy was. No! Havid's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, "We've come this far, retreat is out of the question. Where would our honor lie? Even if every one of our 30+ fighters goes down here today, I'll take the king of Yemen's life. This battle has begun. It can't be covered up. It will inevitably draw global attention, the eyes of the world upon us. If they lose, how will the world view them? How can the myth of the Lighthouse Nation's invincibility be sustained? Credibility is lost. What will sustain the Lighthouse Nation's global hegemony in the future?" From the outset, he saw no room for retreat or surrender in this battle. It must be fought to the bitter end. As the saying goes, better to endure a short pain than a long one. Eliminating Jiang Ye once and for all, removing the threat permanently, is far better than allowing him to remain a constant distraction. Even if it meant sacrificing everything. But there are no buts. Hayward shot him a glare, and the Air Force commander immediately shut his mouth. The atmosphere throughout the Black Palace suddenly turned strange. Everyone knew Havid had likely lost his mind and made a foolish choice. Yet no one spoke up to stop him. They all chose to tacitly accept Hayward's actions. The reason was simple. As high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation, their decisions routinely shape the world. Each was accustomed to being arrogant and self-important. Yet here, they kept getting humiliated by Jiang Ye. Now their prized F-35s were being thoroughly outmaneuvered. With so many people involved, who could claim to remain completely rational? All have been clouded by hatred and rage. On Jiang Ye's side, the aerial battle raged on. The F-35 fighter squadron abruptly altered course, intending to temporarily withdraw and expand their operational radius. This maneuver would afford them greater maneuverability and operational space. Noticing their intent, Jiang Ye immediately ordered 10 Typhoon Shadow fighters to pursue in waves. Inside the cockpit of one F-35, the pilot steered the fighter as the landscape outside the window receded at breakneck speed. The supersonic shockwave generated by the fighter's speed shattered the clouds, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. At that very moment, damn it! The fighter pilot's expression turned as if he'd seen a ghost. Suddenly, a fleeing fighter jet rapidly closed in on him, the two aircraft coming dangerously close, almost touching. Flying at such speeds at high altitude was a suicidal act. Because if either pilot made a single mistake, a collision at that altitude and speed would be an impact force no one could survive. Only destruction and death would remain. Madman! Madman! The F-35 pilot cursed furiously, trying to pull away, but he realized with horror that the fleeing fighter's speed was far beyond his own. Even at full throttle, he couldn't shake it off. Instead, the enemy stayed glued to his front, maintaining a parallel flight path. In the eyes of a fighter pilot, it was a provocation. Blatant provocation. The enemy clearly didn't regard him as a worthy opponent. Gritting his teeth, he fired several missiles at the target, attempting to intercept it. The Korean fighter executed an aerial turn. The missiles whizzed past. Wang Defu? The pilot was stunned. What kind of insane performance was this? At such high speeds, and still perform such agile maneuvers? Is this truly a fighter jet developed with current human technology? At this moment, he felt his entire worldview had been shattered. At that moment, a cannon launcher suddenly activated above the Wind Shadow fighter's cockpit. No, no! The F-35 pilot screamed in utter disbelief, sensing death in the air. The next second, the air cannon unleashed a furious barrage of over 3,000 rounds per minute toward his position. Drenched in sweat, he frantically maneuvered the fighter to evade. But the barrage was too dense. Soon, the nose was hit, spewing thick, acrid smoke. Beep! The electronic instrument panel sounded an alarm. One by one, the buttons and lights on the control panel began to fail. He sank into despair, slumping in the cockpit. Collapse and wait for death. Chapter 107, an expensive fireworks display. At that very moment, such scenes were unfolding repeatedly across various airspaces. Wherever the foaming fighters appeared, before long, an F-35 fighter would plummet from the sky due to various malfunctions. The battle had barely lasted half an hour. The number of F-35s destroyed had already reached a staggering dozen or more. Keep in mind, these aren't cheap cabbages. They were the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighters. Countless nations have sought to purchase these fighters, yet the United States refuses to sell them. This represents the formidable firepower capable of obliterating a small nation. Yet now, it lies in utter disarray. Had such an outcome been predicted before the war began, no one would have believed it. Yet it happened utterly unbelievable. As for the economy, another direct loss of over $1 billion. Obama nearly choked on his own blood at the sight of this outcome. The entire high command was flushed crimson. The Air Force commander sat with a grim expression, saying nothing. After all, he had already proposed withdrawing the troops. It was this group who acted on their own initiative, insisting on continuing the fight. No matter how great the loss, it's no longer his concern. Isn't our Air Force the world's best? How could this have happened? Havid turned to the Air Force commander, his tone sharp with accusation. In modern warfare, air superiority is paramount.
Possessing air superiority means controlling the skies of this war.
The Lighthouse Nation understands this well. Thus, their annual expenditure in this domain reaches astronomical figures.
Such exorbitant military expenditures. Yet it leaves them utterly disoriented in combat.
He cannot accept this, absolutely cannot. The F-35 is absolutely not weak.
Hearing this, the Air Force commander grew indignant.
The F-35 fighter is more than capable of dominating the world. It outclasses nearly every other fighter jet.
The reason we suffered this defeat is because their fighter is simply too advanced.
They've even developed that game-changing electromagnetic pulse technology. We had no chance whatsoever. You, Harwood, hadn't expected such unapologetic arrogance. You owe me an explanation.
I only know you once claimed the F-35 was invincible.
Enough.
The Air Force commander, thoroughly enraged, yanked off his cap, filling the entire Black House with a palpable tension.
The high-ranking officials lost all interest in watching the battle unfold. Their moods were incredibly complex.
If you believe I'm unfit for this job or that this incident stems from my negligence, then I'll resign.
With that,
the Air Force commander strode out in front of everyone. He had seen it clearly. This group of shameless individuals had caused the defeat in this war through their own carelessness and blindness. Yet they would never take the blame themselves. Instead, they would find someone to shoulder all the blame for them. He had no intention of taking the fall for these fools.
With the departure of the Air Force commander-in-chief, the atmosphere in the Black Palace Hall completely erupted.
Some high-ranking officials, watching the relentless destruction of F-35s, had already lost their composure. Especially the representatives from the Italian side.
They simply couldn't accept it. The Kingdom of Yemen possesses such formidable fighter jets. This is unreasonable and unscientific. Obama gritted his teeth and immediately ordered, by any means necessary, you must shoot down one enemy fighter today.
Then find a way to retrieve the data we need to conduct a comprehensive analysis of this fighter jet.
At this point, this was the best solution. If we can obtain the enemy fighters' data, they could build even more formidable fighters. Compared to that, losing over 30 F-35s is entirely acceptable. Everyone turned to look at Obama. Their mouths opened and closed, but no words came out. The remaining 20 or so F-35s were scattered across different airspace sectors. When the order to fight to the death came, the pilots' expressions turned despairing. They could only pilot their fighters deeper into the battlefield, engaging in a high-stakes game of cat and mouse with the Fengying fighters. Boom!
Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as another F-35 was shot down without warning. The shadow of death. It enveloped everyone, sending chills down their spines. As members of the Lighthouse Nation's Air Force, they had once believed this was their good fortune. For no other nation's Air Force in the world could rival theirs. Wherever they went, they held absolute air superiority and the power to execute their enemies. They never imagined the tables would turn. They had become the ones being toyed with,
watching their allies fall one after another, while the radar remained as unresponsive as if asleep.
They pounded the radar with punch after punch. Air combat without radar is like a man without eyes. This was a battle with no suspense.
10 winged shadow fighters, like ghostly hunters, preying on their victims with utter abandon.
Jiang Ye's side had just received a call from the Dragon Nation. Upon learning of the ongoing dogfight, the other party nearly choked on their own heart.
What? You're not joking, right? Zhao Shang's eyes widened.
Yes, but don't worry.
I can handle it.
They're a joint force from the Lighthouse Nation in Sicily, deploying around 30 F-35s.
Oh, and Jiang Ye remembered something. The F-35 fighter data Dragon Nation would be very interested in that. Upon learning Jiang Ye's thoughts, he became visibly excited. Great. If we can record or retrieve some data, that'd be ideal. We'll owe you one for this. Dragon Nation's primary adversary remains the Lighthouse Nation.
With F-35 data in hand, why would we ever need to worry about not being able to handle the F-35 in the future? They'd poured immense effort into understanding the F-35 before, even paying exorbitant prices to acquire it.
But they came up empty-handed.
No need to talk about favors or obligations, we're friends. Consider it a small gift.
Jiang Ye smiled.
Zhao Shang reminded him, by the way, you must be extremely cautious over there.
Don't underestimate the enemy.
Also, if you need any help, just let me know. I'll arrange for the nearest combat units to rush over.
Understood. Jiang Ye appreciated the thought. But help? Honestly, it won't be needed.
Given the current state of the battle, just landing a single hit on the Wind Shadow fighter would count as a win for them.
Alright, let's wrap this up quickly.
We need to head to Longwoy as soon as possible, other matters await.
He hung up. Jiang Ye issued the order for a swift engagement. The Wind Shadow fighter pilot understood and dove the aircraft, teleporting over 10 kilometers.
The F-35 pilots even heard the sonic booms from outside. They knew exactly what those sounds meant. They were coming from the Wind Shadow fighters.
Yet the radar remained completely silent. For a moment, they doubted whether they were dreaming. If only it were. At least they would wake up eventually. But reality was brutal.
10 Wind Shadow fighters had already surrounded and destroyed over 20 F-35s from multiple directions.
Fire. Coordination complete.
The firing command crackled through the communicator. 10 Typhoon fighter jets simultaneously launched missiles. A grand and costly fireworks display unfolds in the sky.
Chapter 108, Hartsing's top secret leaked. Within a mere 10 seconds,
Across various airspace sectors, flames erupted from F-35 explosions. Thick smoke billowed across the scene.
Every inch reeked of money.
Fortunately, this time the Lighthouse Nation deployed F-35s instead of their F-22s. Otherwise, Jiang Ye truly believed they'd be crying their eyes out. Because while the F-22 and F-35 belong to the same generation of fighters, the F-22 is far more expensive to produce and outperforms the F-35 in certain aspects.
It's just too expensive. The Lighthouse Nation was convinced that neither the Dragon Nation nor the Big Goose could develop fighters superior to their own.
Therefore, they shut down the F-22 production line 3 years ago. The F-35 can be rebuilt if lost, but once the F-22 is gone, it's truly gone.
Never mind.
Anyway, both the F-35 and F-22 are the Beacon Nation's prized possessions. Jiang Ye stared at the screen. He could practically see the Lighthouse Nation's people gnashing their teeth in frustration.
Brilliant. Absolutely spectacular. After a volley of fire,
of the 20-odd F-35s, only a handful had managed to slip through.
Jiang Ye ordered one intact aircraft to be preserved,
to bring its data back to the Dragon Nation. Jiang Ye, however, couldn't care less about F-35 data.
Nonsense. With the phonying fighter in hand, what use was this junk? Even the Caliban fighter is several times more capable than the F-35. Don't even get me started on the upgraded phonying. The Lighthouse Nation knows full well this battle is hopeless. They've been utterly defeated. Gradually realizing how utterly preposterous their initial plan to decapitate Jiang Ye had been,
they urgently ordered the remaining fighters to withdraw immediately. They aimed to minimize losses.
Every single aircraft they could save counted. But they had once again overestimated themselves.
Escaping the Wind Shadow fighters was nearly impossible. After swiftly dispatching several, 10 Wind Shadow fighters fixed their sights on the last one. They forced it from all directions, leaving it no choice but to head in the opposite direction of Lighthouse Nation.
Take your time. Once the lighthouse runs out of fuel, it'll stop on its own.
The passenger plane gradually drifted away from the battlefield. Jiang Ye used the communicator to notify the Wind Shadow fighter pilots.
Next, Jiang Ye no longer needed to intervene.
Let them slowly run out of fuel.
Once the enemy's fuel is depleted, we'll force them to stop. Of course, that was the ideal scenario.
After forcing them to stop, securing an intact, undamaged F-35,
the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly gain significant insights from studying it.
In the worst-case scenario, Jiang Ye will transmit the combat data from this engagement, and the Dragon Nation will still gain valuable insights. As the Lighthouse Nation's trump card. This time, the Lighthouse Nation has suffered heavy losses and faces the risk of classified information leaks.
Beacon Nation. Report. Only one of our fighter jets remains operational, the rest have been destroyed. The losses are catastrophic.
This outcome caused Obama to lose his footing, crashing to the floor with a thud. The other high-ranking officials,
their minds went blank. Blank.
At that moment, news arrived that plunged them into even deeper despair. It seemed the enemy had no intention of shooting down our last fighter jet, but rather aimed to force it to land.
Obama leaped to his feet. His spirits instantly lifted. What did you say?
They seem to be trying to force our last F-35 to land, not shoot it down.
Obama was stunned. Not shoot it down, but force it to stop? What does that even mean? Anyone with half a brain can guess what they're up to. No. Even if we have to self-destruct, we can't let them get the F-35's data. Obama issued an emergency order.
As their trump card, the F-35 embodies cutting-edge technology. Any leak would spell catastrophic consequences for them.
Besides, they knew Jiang Ye was visiting the Dragon Nation this time. Who the classified information would leak to was obvious without even thinking about it. This bastard, playing such dirty tricks. Have it roared.
First he orchestrated a decapitation strike to assassinate Jiang Ye. Now he's turning the tables,
accusing others of being underhanded.
His true colors are showing. The last F-35 pilot, facing the Wind Shadow fighters closing in from all sides, wore an expression of utter despair. All he could do was pilot his fighter,
circling within the trap they had set.
This path led only to certain death. At that moment, a voice suddenly crackled over the communicator.
Jaref, you are a warrior. Now is the moment your nation needs you.
Please take your highest honor and sacrifice yourself bravely like a warrior.
We will remember you forever. Jaref slammed his fist onto the control panel.
He knew they were sending him to his death.
But to die like this? He refused to accept it. He didn't want to die. Jaref, do not hesitate. Have you forgotten the honor of being a warrior? Jaref took a deep breath. Though he didn't want to die, he knew he had no choice. Sacrificing himself was the only option. But at that moment,
another voice sounded through the communicator.
Stop right there. We won't harm you. We need the F-35 fighter jet data.
The speaker,
a pilot of the phonying fighter.
The Wind Shadow fighter's prowess lies not only in its flawless radar,
but also its formidable electronic intrusion capabilities. Yes.
He directly hacked into the F-35's communication system and spoke directly to the pilot, knowing he had a chance to survive.
The driver froze. After all, no one wants to die.
In that moment, the primal human desire for survival made him cast everything else aside.
What about a warrior's honor? That's because it wasn't you who was dying.
When death comes knocking at your door, you might just panic even more than he did.
To hell with warrior's honor. To hell with national honor.
Only one thought filled his mind.
Stay alive.
He began his descent, searching for a place to crash land.
Looks like they've agreed.
Alpha felt relieved.
Yes.
Jiang Ye set down his wineglass, stood up, and stretched his limbs. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the wise.
Many overlook humanity's fear of death. This F-35 will be transported back to Yemen territory first, then we'll notify Longwei to come collect it. Jiang Ye ordered.
Yes. Alpha stepped away from Jiang Ye and began making calls to various parties.
The Lighthouse Nation panicked once more. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Why isn't he following orders and going to his death? Havid's face turned green.
He urgently grabbed his communicator and shouted at the pilot.
What are you doing? Have you forgotten the honor of being a warrior?
Where's your resolve?
Are you really going to be a coward? FCK. FCK. FCK.
Yet the only response was silence. The pilot shut off the comms system and proceeded to land the F-35 on his own. As the communication ceased, the hearts of all the Lighthouse Nation's high-ranking officials sank completely.
It's over. Everything is lost. This battle not only resulted in the loss of numerous F-35s,
but the F-35's core data, their highest-level classified information, would also be compromised.
Chapter 109, Arrival in the Dragon Nation.
The reason the Lighthouse Nation has maintained its hegemony for so many years, its status as the world's dominant power.
It all comes down to their core technology. Military weaponry that leads the world. Among these, fighter jets hold an exceptionally vital position. Just imagine. When the world's dominant power, the strongest nation, loses its most potent asset, what would the consequences be? Other nations rapidly rise to challenge and dismantle that hegemony. Then, the entire Lighthouse Nation standing in the world would be severely shaken. Everyone would regret it bitterly.
If given a chance, they swear they would never have initiated this war today.
But it still comes down to that saying. There's no turning back once the arrow is released. Obama slumped despairingly in his chair, his entire being seeming to age a decade overnight.
His lips turned pale, his eyes dim. As for the others, their state wasn't much better.
This time,
the sword-bearer had lost his sword.
Upon receiving the news, the Dragon Nation rejoiced.
The Dragon Nation possessed its own fifth-generation fighter jets, but greater knowledge of the enemy meant a sliver more advantage in the war. No one ever complains about having too many cards in their hand, only about having too few.
Well done. Zhao Shang's voice trembled with excitement over the phone.
This time, you've truly made the Lighthouse Nation bow and all.
They're going to bleed heavily, ha. No big deal. Just doing my part.
Jiang Ye shrugged indifferently. They started this war themselves.
Suffering a little loss is only natural, isn't it? We're all adults here.
They have to take responsibility for their actions.
F-35s, are you sure you don't want to study them yourselves first before shipping them over?
The F-35 suffered a crushing defeat this time, but don't forget,
it remains the world's most advanced fighter jet, unmatched globally. No country in the world wouldn't want the F-35's core data. Put it this way. If Jiang Ye were to publicly price the F-35, countless nations would find ways to acquire it. They'd gladly pay any price. No need. Jiang Ye replied calmly, we don't need it.
I believe the Dragon Nation needs the F-35 data more than we do.
Alright, thank you.
Zhao Shang expressed his sincere gratitude.
You've given us such a tremendous gift this time, we don't even know how to repay you. It's too precious. So much so that Zhao Shang felt ordinary gifts wouldn't suffice. Not at all.
Just in the future, when it comes to other aspects of Yemen Kingdom's development, we'd appreciate your continued support.
That won't be a problem at all. Just give us a word, and whatever you lack that we have, we'll make sure you get it.
That's perfect. No need for thanks, haha.
Of course. With our relationship, saying thank you feels like putting up a wall.
Jiang Ye glanced at his wristwatch.
Alright, I'll be there soon. Shall we discuss it when we meet? No problem. I'll come pick you up. He hung up.
Zhao Kong immediately drove to the airport to pick him up.
Upon hearing the news, Su Jinghua also got up and headed there together. In the car,
Zhao Shang told Su Jinghua about the F-35 matter. Su Jinghua's jaw dropped at the news.
Are you serious? Mr. Su, I wouldn't lie to you, huh?
Zhao Shang chuckled.
Su Jinghua swallowed hard, his cloudy eyes flickering with disbelief.
He never imagined Jiang Ye's visit would bring them such a huge surprise.
He immediately dialed a number.
Jiang Ye couldn't come all this way for nothing, have someone prepare a gift. Though the gifts couldn't compare to the F-35 core data, they must be prepared with the highest possible standards.
Besides Zhao Kong and Su Jinghua,
other high-ranking officials were also present. By the time the two arrived, most others were already present. They exchanged greetings.
Then they waited quietly for Jiang Ye's arrival. 20 minutes later, a passenger aircraft landed successfully at the airport.
Zhao Kong, Su Jinghua, and others stood not far from the aircraft door, watching the cabin entrance.
The welcoming party stood ready.
As the door opened, a young face came into view.
Many people were present,
though they were all top-tier figures. Except for Zhao Shang and Su Jinghua, who had personally visited Yemen. The others were seeing Jiang Ye for the first time.
They couldn't help but be astonished by Jiang Ye's youthful appearance. So young.
Yet he'd achieved such earth-shattering accomplishments in a chaotic place like Zhangdong.
It was truly hard to believe.
Applause erupted as the honor guard showered him with flowers, watching Jiang Ye step off the plane.
Long time no see. Su Jinghua stepped forward first, extending his hand.
Jiang Ye shook his hand, then noticed Zhao Shuang standing behind him.
Zhao Shuang proceeded to introduce everyone present.
Only through his introduction did Jiang Ye realize that so many important figures had come to welcome him today.
Let's talk inside first.
The weather was scorching hot, and everyone had been waiting for Jiang Ye under the blazing sun.
All right. The group entered the inner hall together. During the process, bodyguards formed a protective perimeter around everyone to ensure security.
After such a long journey, let me have someone take you to rest first.
We'll make preparations here, and we can all have dinner together tonight.
Considering Jiang Ye had flown for several hours,
arriving in Longhua, he must be exhausted. Zhao Shan thoughtfully considered this. She motioned for someone to escort Jiang Ye to the lounge while also arranging resting areas for Alpha and Max.
No need. Jiang Ye politely declined. I'm not tired myself, but I feel terribly bad that you all waited out in the blazing sun for me.
With the gene-enhancing serum, a few hours on a plane was practically negligible for Jiang Ye. The same applied to Alpha and the others.
As super soldiers rewarded by the system, they certainly possess that level of endurance.
Not at all.
Beside Zhao Shang, a middle-aged man in an executive jacket who looked under 50 remarked, it's only proper.
You've come all this way, it's only natural we'd welcome you. Otherwise, it would seem rude of us. Everyone was being very polite.
They knew Jiang Ye had brought them a major gift this time.
Everyone was thrilled. They dared not be negligent.
When the other party questioned his insistence, Jiang Ye thought for a moment and decided to rest instead.
This trip to Longhua allowed ample time.
There was no need to rush.
The lounge, spotlessly clean and tidy, every amenity imaginable was provided.
This space was typically reserved for hosting top-level leaders from other nations.
Before long, snacks were delivered.
Since Alpha and his team were there to protect Jiang Ye, they were stationed in the adjacent room.
Alpha wanted to stand guard outside Jiang Ye's door.
However, Jiang Ye knew the Dragon Nation was very safe, so he dismissed him, telling him to return to his room and rest.
Jiang Ye deactivated the descent function. He also slept in the apartment. When he awoke, night had already fallen.
When Jiang Ye opened the game again, he received dinner invitations from Su Jinghua and the others.
Chapter 110, the highest state honor in Longhua. The banquet location.
Located on the eastern shore of Jade Garden Pond in the capital, this was one of the renowned ancient gardens and historical sites of the imperial city. It embodied the ancient culture passed down through thousands of years of Dragon Nation history. The setting was elegant and resplendent with gold and splendor. It is here that leaders from various nations are typically received for banquets. At the banquet, many faces Jiang Ye had never seen before appeared. Of course, he meant he hadn't met them in person, though he'd seen them often in the news and newspapers. They were all top-tier figures, among the most influential in the world. Some were on par with Su Jinghua, while others were even more influential and prestigious. The early part of the banquet focused primarily on introductions. Since Jiang Ye was attending for the first time, he didn't know anyone.
Once they got acquainted, things would be easier.
A bottle of premium baijiu was opened.
They drank and conversed.
The conversation naturally turned to Jiang Ye's recent encounter with an intercept mission during his visit to the Dragon Nation.
Not to brag, but the Yemen kingdom, though newly established, already dominates global airspace. The Lighthouse Nation is powerless to counter it. I believe the Yemen kingdom will soon occupy a pivotal position on the international stage.
Whether Zhao Shang was speaking from the heart or simply drunk, he sighed sincerely. From its founding to utterly dominating the Lighthouse Nation, it had taken only a few short months.
This isn't a miracle. It was a divine miracle.
Across the entire globe, throughout all of human history, no one had ever achieved such a feat.
Ha!
Seeing this today, I truly understand what it means when they say heroes emerge in youth.
An elder praised. Not at all. Jiang Ye humbly replied, the kingdom of Yemen is still in its infancy. We have a long journey ahead.
When the time comes, I humbly request your continued support.
I will never forget this kindness.
The others looked at him.
You're being too formal.
Su Jinghua pounded his chest in assurance, just give the word.
Anything within our power, we won't hesitate to deliver. Especially after Jiang Ye's unconditional contribution of F-35 combat data and his offer to deliver the entire aircraft. They knew it. Jiang Ye was one of their own. Helping Yemen develop was the right move. It would indirectly pressure the Lighthouse Nation while stabilizing Jiangdong. Killing multiple birds with one stone, so to speak. Moreover, this clash between Jiang Ye and the Lighthouse Nation has also sent shockwaves through the Dragon Nation.
The F-35 was designed to counter China's latest fighter jet.
The result? The F-35 got completely outclassed. What if the Lighthouse Nation were replaced by the Dragon Nation? They couldn't even imagine the outcome.
Everyone was puzzled. The kingdom of Yemen's air power seemed to have developed at an almost unnatural pace. But knowing it involved too many classified matters,
Jiang Ye might not disclose it.
So everyone tacitly agreed not to bring it up. It was the same principle as if Jiang Ye were to ask about the Dragon Nation's core secrets. They wouldn't disclose it either. It was the same principle.
Alright, everyone, dig in. Eat up. Su Jinghua urged everyone to dig in.
This grand banquet features chefs who are among the finest in the Dragon Kingdom, with flavors that are beyond reproach. Every precious ingredient imaginable was on hand. They spared no expense in showing their utmost sincerity.
After everyone had eaten their fill, Jiang Ye instructed Alpha to retrieve a laptop. The laptop contained analytical data on the aerial combat. Knowing the F-35s would be delivered, many Dragon Nation researchers were drooling with envy. However, since the F-35s couldn't be transported in the short term, Jiang Ye decided to provide them with combat data first to analyze the F-35's performance. As the laptop powered up, the combat footage began playing. Everyone crowded around. This was a gathering of top-tier leaders. Globally, they held significant influence. Those unaware might have thought they were just a bunch of old men who liked to gather around for the excitement. After watching it, they were once again stunned by the air combat capabilities of the Yemen kingdom. They knew it would be overwhelming, but never imagined it would be this overwhelming. How did they manage to completely miss your fighter jets? What kind of stealth coding are you using? Su Jinghua asked in disbelief. Oh, it's a new type, just recently developed. We were just testing it out, and the results have been pretty good. The others twitched their lips. That's a bit of a backhanded compliment. You've completely outclassed the Lighthouse Nation. And you call that just pretty good? Moreover, throughout the entire operation, the foaming fighter jet kept a close eye on every move the F-35 made. The gap is nothing short of enormous. Too powerful. Su Jinghua and the others were once again secretly alarmed. Fortunately, the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom were not enemies. Otherwise, just the fighter jets in their hands would be a real headache. The video footage was transmitted. Su Jinghua had his people send it to the top research institute in the Dragon Kingdom for data analysis. Shortly after, Su Jinghua had a state gift delivered. A small token of appreciation, but it's nothing to write home about. With that, Su Jinghua had it opened. Inside the gift box lay an exquisitely crafted porcelain piece. At first glance, its hue was rich and mellow like congealed chicken fat, a bright yet soft yellow that seemed to capture sunlight and seal it within. Under the light, its surface shimmered with a delicate sheen, as if a faint halo flowed across it. The overall lines flowed with natural grace. The rounded body gracefully unfolds, exuding dignity and stability. The rim curves upward ever so slightly, as light as a flower petal. Every transition and curve had been meticulously carved, showcasing masterful craftsmanship in every detail. Jiang Ye recognized it at a glance. Chicken fat yellow national gift porcelain. This was an exceptionally precious and symbolically significant state gift. Throughout history, only a handful of individuals had ever received such a gift personally. Once bestowed, it signified the recipient's recognition by the Dragon Nation, carrying immense prestige and honor. This gift, setting aside diplomatic ties, it was a private gift from Su Jinghua to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye knew this was already a state gift of the highest caliber, extremely precious. It's far too valuable. Jiang Ye offered a polite protest. Not at all, not at all. Su Jinghua even felt it was a bit meager. Compared to the F-35 combat data Jiang Ye had provided them and the fighter jets soon to be delivered, what was this gift? Oh, right. Su Jinghua suddenly remembered something. On your way back, bring 2 giant pandas over. Put. The unexpected remark nearly made Jiang Ye choke. Giant pandas. This is precisely why they're the ultimate state gift exchanged between Dragon Nation and other countries, symbolizing peace and friendship. Countless countries worldwide. Countless nations have sought China's assistance to borrow pandas, even offering exorbitant prices only to be turned down. After all, who could resist the irresistible charm of those adorably clumsy giant pandas? Getting one for the zoo would be pretty great. Jiang Ye chuckled darkly. Building a zoo would add another attraction within Yemen's borders, a lucrative venture indeed. Jiang Ye couldn't help but admire his own business acumen. He stopped refusing. Since the other party offered, Jiang Ye accepted because it was his due. Chapter 111, The Myth of the Lighthouse Nation shatters. Arabian Sea. This usually desolate stretch of water suddenly bustled with activity. Frequently, the silhouettes of helicopters or other aircraft could be seen gliding across the sea surface. Various cameras were trained on the waters, as if searching for something. If you looked closely, you could also spot numerous reporters holding microphones, explaining to the camera while eagerly scanning the water below, trying to find something in the sea. Moreover, beyond the air and sea, vessels of all sizes continuously approach. Some even carried specialized fishing equipment. Just 20 minutes earlier, news of the aerial combat over the Endless Sea had spread from somewhere. Upon hearing the news, numerous journalists immediately sprang into action. Grab your gear and head this way. This was major news. If confirmed, the first reporter to capture evidence would undoubtedly grab today's global headlines and secure staggering traffic. And so, reporters from major media companies swarmed in, all searching for traces of the battle. After searching for hours, they found nothing. The Arabian Sea is simply too vast, finding any combat traces is next to impossible. Just as all the journalists began to suspect the rumors were likely pranks or fake news and prepared to return, a sudden change occurred. Thick smoke rising from the distant horizon captured everyone's attention. The reporters were instantly jolted. What else could produce such thick smoke at sea? They frantically aimed their cameras in that direction, while some rushed off in boats and others took to the skies in helicopters, all heading toward the source of the smoke. There, a large section of aircraft wreckage floating on the water. The thick smoke was emanating from some equipment beneath this wreckage. Wreckage of a fighter jet? Some immediately recognized its origin, and upon hearing this, the journalists were all stunned. It turns out the battle in the Arabian Sea was real. Cameras went wild. Shutters clicked relentlessly, as if free to capture this moment. Some reporters even started live streaming. Because before the incident,
Numerous rumors had already circulated online, making this incident extremely popular on apps like Liked and Facebook.
As soon as the livestream went live, viewers flooded in. Viewers from all over the world. Most viewers were merely curious about the incident and clicked in to join the commotion.
None of them believed the air combat in the Arabian Sea was real. After all, war is prohibitively expensive these days.
Many nations share an unspoken understanding, unless absolutely necessary, they would never initiate hostilities.
Otherwise, they would face severe international condemnation. But when they saw the actual debris in the footage, clear remnants of a fierce battle,
everyone's spirits soared instantly. Excitement. Wang Defu? A real battle actually happened? Who's fighting whom? Arab nations? Why would they fight? It couldn't be the Arab nations. Would they even use fighter jets in their conflicts? Yeah, and if they were fighting, the war would mostly be on land in Jungdom, not out at sea. Wait, didn't you notice this debris fragment looks familiar? It resembles the US F-35. This section should be the right rear tail fin, and the paint scheme matches too. Are you kidding me? Who has the capability to shoot down a lighthouse nation fighter jet, especially their 5th generation F-35? Exactly. No one dares declare war on the lighthouse nation head-on. You can rest assured. Engaging in aerial combat with the lighthouse nation? That'd just mean dying more miserably than anyone else. Anyone knows that.
The lighthouse nation's air force is unmatched globally. They possess the most advanced 5th generation fighters and cutting-edge air combat technology.
The only ones who can match them are likely only Canada and China.
But neither of these nations holds an absolute advantage over the lighthouse nation, let alone downing its F-35s. The live reporter explained to the camera, "Everyone, preliminary assessments confirm an aerial engagement occurred here, with a fighter jet downed.
The combat likely unfolded in this vicinity.
I'll now lead you to continue searching the area." After speaking, the reporter stepped aside for the helicopter pilot to head in another direction.
Live stream chat. Netizens continued their heated discussions. Suddenly, what appeared in the camera's view left everyone completely stunned. A relatively intact fighter jet nose section floated on the sea surface, swaying and bobbing in the ocean currents. Bobbing up and down. Yet its outline was clearly discernible. And the first thing that came to everyone's mind upon seeing this nose section was the F-35 from the land of the rising sun. The reporters were startled. They hurriedly directed the helicopter closer, then zoomed in with the camera. At that moment, many nearly held their breath. There was no mistake. It really was the F-35 from the land of the free. What does this mean?
It meant that one of the nations involved in the aerial combat here was the United States.
The debris scattered around the wreckage? No need to guess, it's all F-35.
This proves not only that the beacon nation participated in the conflict, but that it suffered a crushing defeat with an unknown number of F-35s shot down. Reporters were both thrilled and excited.
This is major news, absolutely earth-shattering news that will shock military enthusiasts worldwide. The live stream comments section exploded. Oh my god. Is that really an F-35 fighter jet? The mighty beacon nation's most advanced 5th generation fighter shot down? Who did this? I need to know who did this. Unbelievable. Judging by all this wreckage, at least 10 F-35s must have been lost this time. Who's the hero behind this? Wait, this is the United States? Am I dreaming? The beacon nation lost an air battle? Wang Defu? What the hell just happened? No way. Could it be some kind of misunderstanding? Countless people were utterly stunned. You can call the eagle bad, but you can't call the eagle bad. The world's dominant power. The world's technological leader. Back in the day, they relied on their invincible air superiority. One Gulf War was enough to wake up the world's beacon nation. And now it's being taught a lesson in its own airspace? Who could have done such a thing? Yes. No one dared believe it was real. Even those who witnessed it firsthand doubted their own eyes, questioning whether they were dreaming. After the incident, the lighthouse nation scrambled to contain the news, attempting to suppress the media storm. Personnel were urgently dispatched to the Arabian Sea. Preparations were made to seal off the scene. Simultaneously, they secretly salvaged fragments of the F-35 wreckage. This wasn't about selling scrap metal. Many materials from the F-35 are incredibly expensive. Salvaging them for potential repairs could save a significant amount of money. Don't underestimate the wreckage. Many pieces still contain critical F-35 parameters. These details absolutely must not be leaked. Yet despite their swift response, the scene that greeted them upon arrival nearly sent them into a tailspin. Hordes of journalists had beaten them to the spot, frantically snapping photos and gathering evidence. Some had even started live streaming. Chapter 112, what's going on? They even have Yen fans now. After another sleepless night, Obama and the others nearly fainted upon hearing this news. Devastated. Furious. Embarrassed beyond belief. Quickly seal off the scene. No more information can leak out. Obama issued an urgent order. The lighthouse nation military arrived with a large contingent, expelling journalists and all media from the scene. Subsequently, the area was sealed off. Some items in the hands of journalists were also confiscated. The live stream abruptly went dark. Netizens were startled. This was the first time they'd seen such an elaborate operation by the lighthouse nation. Trying to cover it up only made it more obvious. The lighthouse nation really got hit hard this time. Are they that afraid of the truth coming out? Ha! Yeah, but it's too late now. So many people have already seen it. Wow, the once invincible beacon nation just fell like that? Where are all those lighthouse nation sycophants? Why aren't they out whitewashing this? Your masters just got beaten up. What's wrong with the lighthouse nation's remote farming technology today? Have all the good dogs died out? Not coming out to bark? Wang Defu, they actually shot down an F-35? I want to know, who has that kind of capability? Dragon Nation? Big Goose? Or Yemen?
Word spread like wildfire. The incident soon became a global sensation. The lighthouse nation's attempts to control public opinion was utterly beyond its grasp.
The Italian side was equally overwhelmed.
They had been directly involved in this operation.
The result?
The two superpowers, Italy and the lighthouse nation, joined forces only to be soundly taught a lesson.
For a long time to come, neither of them would be able to hold their heads high. Jiang Ye was at the banquet, chatting and laughing with the bigwigs. He was temporarily unaware of the monumental events unfolding outside. Only the steadily accumulating prestige points made Jiang Ye frown, sensing something was amiss. Never mind. Who cares? After finishing his meal, Su Jinghua and the others took Jiang Ye on a tour of Yuyuantan Park.
The various ancient garden sites were a delight to behold.
There was also a specially prepared song and dance performance for Jiang Ye.
They were quite spectacular. It must be said that the lives of the bigwigs, free from the daily grind. When they had free time, it was truly leisurely. The pleasant evening drew to a close, and by the time Jiang Ye returned to his resting quarters, it was already past midnight.
Su Jinghua informed Jiang Ye.
Tomorrow, a special welcome ceremony would be held for Jiang Ye, broadcast live to all citizens of Longhua. This would promote friendship between the two nations. Simultaneously, Jiang Ye's visit would convey a message to the entire world. Longhua and the Kingdom of Yemen stand as eternal allies on the same side. This move served two purposes. First, to bind the two nations together. Should either face aggression, the other is obligated to intervene.
If you attack Yemen, Longhua will attack you. Because we've made a prior declaration, this action is legitimate and lawful. And you won't be able to complain about it. That's how it works. With Yemen's rapid rise, enemies are bound to multiply.
With the Dragon Nation backing it, these nations will at least harbor apprehension, deterring them from acting so brazenly, thus indirectly sparing Jiang Ye a great deal of trouble. Of course, this is merely a metaphor.
Given the current strength of the Yemen kingdom, there are very few nations that would dare to directly challenge Jiang Ye. There really aren't many. Another crucial point. Once this is done, future trade and exchanges between the two sides will become legitimate and lawful, including but not limited to various weapons of mass destruction.
All of this was laying the groundwork.
Early that morning,
the official department of Longhua announced plans for a live-streamed welcome event for Jiang Ye the following day.
Though it was late at night, few people would be online at that hour, most having already retired. Yet the moment the news hit,
it still drew immense attention, with views surpassing millions within just half an hour.
These night owls. Su Jinghua shook his head and smiled. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the state of today's youth. Jiang Ye's recent popularity rivaled that of a global superstar.
After all, he'd accomplished so many earth-shattering feats.
In the eyes of some,
Jiang Ye's current achievements rivaled those of many founding emperors in ancient China who established entire nations. After all, in a place like Jiangdong, plagued by constant warfare,
to achieve this level of transformation is truly astonishing.
Holy crap, I thought it'd just be an interview video, but there's actually a live-streamed welcome ceremony?
Awesome. Yeah, I wonder if I can actually go see it in person. They say he's from the Dragon Kingdom, but is that even true?
Anyway, he speaks fluent Dragon Country dialect. I wouldn't believe he's not from Dragon Country.
Exactly. Even if he's not Chinese, he must have Chinese heritage. I'd love to see the King of Yemen perform My Chinese Heart live ha.
Mainly, in the videos he's appeared in before, whether photos or whatever, he's always looked super handsome, the classic Dragon Country good looks.
Jiang Ye never expected this.
He never imagined he'd even have fans just for his looks now. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. The lighthouse nation in Italy fished all night long, finally managing to scrape together all the wreckage and debris of the F-35. The items were then transported back to the lighthouse nation. Seeing the once glorious F-35 now reduced to a pile of scrap metal before them,
Obama and his crew felt like they could die right then and there. Damn it!
Harwood clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Jiang Ye to pieces.
Upon returning, Su Jinghua and the others did not head back to their residence.
Instead, they went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to meet someone.
Foreign Minister Lu Wen.
Lu Xun had originally planned to attend tonight's banquet, but having been abroad the previous day, he had only just returned to the country. He had just missed the timing.
Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on the Kingdom of Yemen? Is that man truly reliable? Isn't it a bit too risky for us to place our bets on the Kingdom of Yemen? It wasn't that Lu Xun didn't trust Jiang Ye. It's just that matters of national strategy demand utmost caution. The slightest misstep could jeopardize the nation's destiny and its bright future.
Therefore, every step must be taken with utmost caution.
I believe it will be fine.
After deep contemplation, Su Jinghua remarked meaningfully, Jiang Ye, as a fellow Dragon Nation citizen, I feel a kinship with him. He stands apart from anyone I've ever met, possessing an extraordinary charisma beyond ordinary men. Moreover, his willingness to share the F-35 fighter's combat data demonstrates significant sincerity on his part.
What? F-35 combat data?
Lu Xun had just returned from abroad and was genuinely unaware of this matter.
Yes.
This. Lu Xun was stunned, his mouth agape. So the one who engaged in aerial combat with the Lighthouse Nation today was?
Yes, it was him.
Su Jinghua chuckled, then patted Lu Xun on the shoulder.
Rest assured, I wouldn't feel comfortable investing in anyone else, but Jiang Ye is different, he's exceptional. Chapter 113, Circumlocution, Core Secrets. The next day.
Perhaps to welcome Jiang Ye's arrival, the weather was unusually clear, with not a cloud in sight.
Jiang Ye woke up in the morning. He was invited to attend the welcoming ceremony. This welcome ceremony also served as a de facto press conference. It was held at an building. Su Jinghua and the others had arrived early. By the time Jiang Ye arrived, nearly all preparations were complete. Inside the hall,
Jiang Ye could hear the lively buzz from outside. Seemed like quite a crowd had gathered today.
Your popularity is absolutely insane. We posted the announcement last night, and even late at night, tons of people were liking it.
Today, the place outside is completely packed, haha.
Su Jinghua walked in from the outer building, spotted Jiang Ye, and walked straight over to sit beside him.
Before the screen, Jiang Ye gave an embarrassed smile.
As a frequent surfer and model netizen, Jiang Ye was well aware of his current popularity in Longhua.
Jiang Ye thought to himself.
During the ceremony later, he should use the descent function. His prestige points had skyrocketed again last night.
Now, he didn't need to be so stingy about using the descent function.
Soon, the ceremony began.
Jiang Ye was invited to the top floor of an tower, where he could see the entire vast and tower plaza.
Below, the square was already packed with people. Many people were welcoming Jiang Ye.
They shouted wildly, expressing their congratulations for this ceremony.
Almost everyone present was seeing Jiang Ye in person for the first time. They couldn't help but feel excited. Holy crap! He's this handsome?
Damn, he's so damn handsome, even I'd step aside for him. Talented enough already, but this level of good looks? He's literally leaving no room for other men to breathe. As someone who doesn't usually follow military affairs, I imagined the king of Yemen would be a rugged, bearded middle-aged man.
This young? I'm bowing down in awe. He can't be more than 20-something, right?
He founded Jiangdong in his 20s, while I was still asking my parents for pocket money to buy things at that age.
I'm utterly astonished.
Jiang Ye's appearance caught many off guard, especially since he looked even younger and more handsome in real life than on screen. For the first time, everyone gained a new understanding of the word youth.
The Lighthouse Nation was also watching this ceremony.
Jiang Ye's appearance made their high-ranking officials grind their teeth in fury. They were itching to reach through the screen and break every bone in his body.
Say hello to everyone.
Su Jinghua stood beside Jiang Ye, hands behind his back, and spoke softly. Jiang Ye raised his hand and waved to everyone below. The crowd erupted in cheers.
It was clear Jiang Ye's popularity was truly sky-high. Zhao Shang remarked, "Looks like you're quite popular." Honestly,
he was almost jealous.
Next,
Jiang Ye rode along with Su Jinghua and others, taking a tour around Anla Plaza. Up close, he had a close encounter with the audience members who had come to the scene today.
Cameras from all angles snapped away at Jiang Ye like crazy.
He truly got a taste of what it felt like to be an international superstar.
And honestly,
this feeling of being the center of attention was quite pleasant, and he found himself thoroughly enjoying it.
Not long after,
the welcome ceremony concluded, and Jiang Ye stretched lazily before returning to the lounge to rest.
Must be exhausted. Su Jinghua had juice brought over.
At that moment, a middle-aged man in uniform walked straight toward Jiang Ye from the other side of the hall.
Not too tired, thankfully.
Jiang Ye merely wanted to stretch his limbs.
Fatigue? With the effects of the gene-enhancing serum,
Jiang Ye had almost forgotten what fatigue felt like.
Su Jinghua suddenly pointed at the approaching figure and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Foreign Minister Lu Chen."
You should have met him before.
Jiang Ye stood up and greeted the man. He did look familiar.
He must have seen him in the news or newspapers before, but couldn't quite place him at the moment.
He knew the man was no ordinary figure. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Jiang." After Luan sat down, he looked at Jiang Ye and asked, "How are you adjusting to life in Longhua?" Jiang Ye smiled. "I'm a dragon country native myself, what's there to get used to? It's quite wonderful. I'm very fond of Longhua." Luan nodded.
"That's good, that's very good."
Then, both sides also discussed development issues.
After all, given their respective statuses, the development of both nations was the matter of utmost concern to both sides.
Luan inquired with curiosity, "I wonder what kind of business you plan to pursue in Yemen in the future."
"From what I understand, you've recently added quite a few new ports."
"Truly, someone from the Dragon Nation's foreign ministry. You're well informed."
The expansion of Jiang Ye's ports had only recently taken place, and the news hadn't been officially announced yet.
"And you already know about it."
"I plan to focus on developing the arms sector military trade,"
Jiang Ye stated. "Military industry a global necessity. To be honest,
previously, Jiang Ye had primarily focused on exporting oil, with military equipment also being part of the portfolio, though not prioritized. The Lighthouse Nation is now restless and agitated, likely to intervene directly.
Jiangdong is stirring up trouble. A major conflict is brewing, poised to erupt at any moment.
Military manufacturing could make Jiang Ye rich beyond measure and accelerate development within the country.
Excellent, I fully support this.
However, Luan soon voiced his concerns. "Just one thing, I know your country has experienced a technological explosion recently, with cutting-edge innovations emerging constantly.
Even fighter jets have achieved breakthroughs surpassing 5th-generation technology. So core secrets must never be disclosed, especially to the Lighthouse Nation. He feared that the Lighthouse Nation would offer exorbitant prices, tempting Jiang Ye to profit short-term. Leaking internal technology. That would spell trouble. The enemy would turn their own weapons against us. Rest assured, Minister Liu, that won't happen. Jiang Ye thought Lu Chen was about to say something. That's good. That's good. Lu Wen's relaxed smile betrayed his lack of understanding of Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was too young. He worried the young man might not have thought things through. Also, I heard there was an air battle when you arrived. Are you okay? Jiang Ye shook his head. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Minister Liu. Ahem. Beside him, Su Jinghua cleared his throat. He knew Lu Wen was deliberately trying to get Jiang Ye to spill the beans about the latest fighter jets. But Su Jinghua knew. Such classified information was best left unasked. After all, no one wanted to reveal their own secrets. It would only put Jiang Ye in an awkward position. It wouldn't be good for either side. Lu Wen felt a moment of awkwardness, but there was nothing he could do. He was itching to get his hands on a fighter jet capable of dominating F-35s. He considered trying to probe indirectly. Perhaps he might glean something useful. But seeing how Su Jinghua had made it so clear, he obediently shut up and changed the subject. Jiang Ye understood Lu Wen's mindset. But the Fengying fighter jet wasn't a product of humanity's current technological stage. Even if he handed them the design blueprints, they wouldn't understand them. There was no way around it. The system's gifts were just too overpowered. Chapter 114, New Drug Breaks Century-Old Medical Barrier. The discussion then turned to trade cooperation. Military industry. Dragon Nation currently has no shortages. Even in wartime, the nation's robust foundational industries ensure it won't face equipment shortages. However, various other resources cannot be produced domestically and must rely on imports. Therefore, Lu Xun sought to deepen cooperation with the Kingdom of Yemen regarding oil and natural gas imports. Jiang Ye agreed without hesitation. If these resources aren't sold to Longhua, they can only be exported to other Western nations. Because apart from the Dragon Nation, most other countries are too small in scale. They simply couldn't handle such massive orders. Don't forget, Western nations are the lackeys of the Beacon Nation. Providing them with resources to develop is tantamount to indirectly cultivating enemies for oneself. So why not? This time, Jiang Ye can simply cancel all the orders originally intended for Western nations. Instead, he'll redirect them to the Dragon Nation. As for pricing, it remains unchanged. Jiang Ye continues to offer preferential terms to the Dragon Nation. Longhua, in turn, made a bold promise. It would dispatch numerous engineering teams to Yemen to further upgrade its infrastructure. In infrastructure development, Longhua has always been far ahead. After all, the title of infrastructure powerhouse wasn't earned by chance. Jiang Ye also considered another essential industry within Yemen's territory. By the way, if possible, I'd like to request Longhua's assistance in constructing several key hospitals. I also require advanced medical equipment and specialists. Healthcare. It is the foundation of a nation. Longhua leads the world in this field. To name just one example, in Yemen's capital city, Jiang Ye requires at least one world-class medical team to be stationed there. That's certainly no problem. Su Jinghua promised, I'll have Director Su spend 2 years at your facility. The Director Su he mentioned was no ordinary figure. He is the Vice President of Imperial Capital Medical University. His expertise in this field ranks among the best globally. Su Jinghua called Director Su to arrange a meeting in the near future. Meanwhile, while Su Jinghua was making the call, Jiang Ye suddenly received some news. What? The research and development succeeded? Jiang Ye was overjoyed. Yes, Your Majesty. Would you like a sample? I'll have someone deliver it to you shortly. After hundreds of rounds of non-stop testing these past few days, the efficacy has reached an astonishing 100%. Good. Have it delivered immediately. Jiang Ye's face still radiated joy, his smile nearly impossible to contain. Not long ago, Jiang Ye had established a pharmaceutical research laboratory within the Yemen territory. At the time, the director informed Jiang Ye they were developing a novel drug capable of effectively treating Alzheimer's disease. And it was nearing completion. Later, he became too busy with various matters. Jiang Ye had completely forgotten about it until he received a call just now. The laboratory sent a notification, and Jiang Ye finally remembered. Alzheimer's disease. It has a widely recognized name. Senile dementia. This condition primarily affects the elderly. According to authoritative data, there are currently over 50 million Alzheimer's patients worldwide. With the accelerating aging of the global population in recent years, we have entered a period of high incidence for Alzheimer's disease. And this number continues to grow. Currently, there is no cure for this disease worldwide. The only effective treatment is to alleviate and delay the progression of the disease through specific methods. And the effects are quite limited. It can be said that this condition has left countless top experts worldwide at a loss. Now, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute has finally developed a drug that perfectly suppresses this symptom. Just imagine. If this breakthrough were made public, what kind of seismic shock would it cause? It would likely send shockwaves through the global medical community. The new technology extracted from this breakthrough. It might even be applied to other fields, potentially solving other disease challenges. It could completely revolutionize the medical industry, ushering in a monumental advancement for the century. Su Jinghuo returned after finishing his call. Seeing Jiang Ye's beaming expression, he couldn't help asking, "What's up? You look so happy." "Mr. Su, I have something to discuss with you."
Jiang Ye motioned for Su Jinghuo to lean closer, and Su Jinghuo moved in beside him.
A moment passed. Su Jinghuo's eyes widened. "What? Are you serious?"
Of course. Su Jinghuo's mouth twitched, speechless for a long time. He knew exactly what Alzheimer's disease was. Even he himself felt he was constantly forgetting important things.
Was he about to succumb to it too?
To conquer this challenge,
the Dragon Nation poured astronomical sums into research and development each year.
Yet after all these years,
all that money poured in, has it yielded results? Results have been achieved, but the impact has been negligible. With its vast population, China is a country where this disease is highly prevalent.
Addressing this issue is an urgent priority for the broader societal context. Many people feel anxious but are powerless to act.
And now, Jiang Ye has actually cracked this global challenge?
Professor Su, what I mean is, we'd like to roll out this drug in Longwa first.
What do you think? Jiang Ye revealed his true objective. Dragon's country's demand for this drug would undoubtedly rank among the highest globally. If we can seal the deal,
this drug will open up a massive market in Longwa, bringing Jiang Ye a mountain of gold and silver.
It's possible.
Su Jinghuo didn't hesitate. If the drug truly worked, he alone could make the decision.
But he worried, was this drug truly that miraculous?
Jiang Ye, you must understand, Alzheimer's disease has plagued humanity for over 118 years since its discovery in 1906.
Are you certain your drug truly works?
Confirmed. If you have concerns, Mr. Su, I'll have samples shipped from China shortly for testing.
The pharmaceutical research lab awarded by the system.
Jiang Ye placed considerable trust in it.
How powerful is this system? It can even produce revolutionary products that surpass fifth-generation aircraft.
Developing a cure for Alzheimer's disease
shouldn't be too difficult. Good. Since we can test it first, there's nothing to hesitate about. Even if it fails, it's only natural for a problem that's plagued humanity for over a century. Courage to try is commendable. But if it succeeds, the benefits would be unimaginable. Jiang Ye suddenly remembered something.
Right, there's one more thing. I'd like the Longwa government to help promote this medicine.
Longwa's global influence could rapidly establish this drug's reputation.
Let the news reach the ears of countless patients who need this medicine.
Should we wait? Wait until the experiments prove its efficacy before promoting it? Su Jinghuo worried that if the trials failed, it would bring disgrace upon Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, no need.
I have confidence in the drug we've developed ourselves. Seeing Jiang Ye's determination, Su Jinghuo stopped arguing and agreed immediately.
All right. Chapter 115, Global Laughingstock? After leaving Anlu, Jiang Ye returned to the rest area to recuperate.
Su Jinghuo, meanwhile, notified the Long Kingdom government to release the news about the drug. It is reported that the Kingdom of Yemen has today successfully conquered a medical challenge that has plagued humanity for over a century, developing a novel drug effective in treating Alzheimer's disease. Clinical trials will commence in Longwei in 2 days.
The news broke.
It first caused a sensation domestically.
What? Is this real? Is Yemen Pharmaceuticals that impressive? Wait, this can't be real, right?
We're talking about Alzheimer's disease here, a problem countless countries worldwide have been striving to solve.
And Yemen Kingdom has cracked it? Hold on, this sounds too fake. Fake news, damn it. Those evil marketing accounts will say anything. Alzheimer's isn't a common cold or fever, it'll take at least another 50 years to conquer. Wait, this seems like an official announcement, not a marketing account. Years of being poisoned by marketing accounts.
So much so that when people see news like this, their first instinct is to assume it's just another marketing stunt.
But when they actually look closely, holy crap. It's an official announcement from the Dragon Kingdom. Not just casual netizens, but many professionals have also rushed to pay attention. From professors, PhDs, vice presidents, and presidents of major medical universities. Even academicians from the Long Academy in this field. Compared to the casual observers, they know better how explosive this news is, so they instinctively think it's unlikely. After all, the news explicitly states, the fact that it's about to be tested means its authenticity and effectiveness haven't been confirmed yet. The story even made its way overseas. But unlike the shock in China, the international reaction was mostly mockery. Oh my god, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? As a doctor, I can tell you with absolute certainty that conquering Alzheimer's disease is currently impossible for humanity. This news is definitely fake. What's wrong with China that it lets the UK pull this kind of stunt? Damn it, even if such a drug could be developed, it would be our country that does it. Our medical industry leads the world. This is definitely fake news. Did the Long Kingdom's official news department lose their minds to believe such rumors? If this were true, I'd write my name backwards from now on. I might buy it for other conditions, but Alzheimer's? That's a global challenge. No way it'll be solved anytime soon. Countries are mocking it. All agree this news is undoubtedly a hoax. Dragon Nation must have been duped by Yemen. Medical experts worldwide also dismiss the matter with contempt, viewing it purely as a joke. They acknowledge Yemen's military strength. Indeed formidable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to establish a foothold in the war-torn Middle East. But a bunch of brutes. When did they start researching pharmaceutical products? And now they have the audacity to claim they've developed a new drug that solves a global medical challenge? Do they really think bragging comes free of charge? Su Jinghua specifically sought out Jiang Ye about this. Jiang Ye, are you sure about this? Should we pull that news story? Just say it was an error in the release. If we pull it now, we can still save Jiang Ye's reputation. No need. Jiang Ye lay on the soft, comfortable bed and yawned. He saw the comments. Jiang Ye didn't give it a second thought. Did he not know what the internet was like? He'd long prepared himself for the backlash. The fiercer the criticism, the better it only proved the publicity campaign was hitting its mark, didn't it? Su Jinghua was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Ye's audacity. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. He hadn't misjudged Jiang Ye. Fine, let them rant. If they must, we'll take the heat with you. Ha! As someone who'd been through it all, what storms hadn't he weathered? Su Jinghua couldn't care less. That same night, in the early hours, Jiang Ye opened the game again and a notification appeared on the interface. Researchers from Yemen had urgently airlifted the new drug they developed. Jiang Ye clicked to accept the delivery in the email. He then inspected it in the warehouse. It was a black pill that looked no different from an ordinary medication. At first glance, it seemed quite ordinary. Jiang Ye used his materialization ability, conjuring a pill in his hand. A faint herbal fragrance wafted up to his nose, with no other odors present. Jiang Ye sought out the head of research. Your Majesty, we've added a special ingredient to this medicine. After taking it for one full course of treatment, patients can achieve a complete recovery. How long is one course of treatment? About a week. Jiang Ye did the math. He would be staying in the Dragon Kingdom for about a week, which would allow him to witness the experiment. The next day, Jiang Ye contacted Su Jinghua early and handed him the new medication. Accompanying him were Lu Zhen, Zhao Shuang, along with several other high-ranking officials. They were all there to observe. On my end, I've already identified 7 Alzheimer's patients willing to participate in the trial. If you see no issues, we can proceed with the experiment. All right. Jiang Ye suddenly interjected, oh, and it'd be best to stream it live. That way, others can witness the drug's effects unfold in real time. Su Jinghua immediately dispatched staff to prepare. At 8:20 a.m. that day, the Longhua government issued an official announcement, claiming the drug trial had commenced, with a 24-hour live broadcast to observe patient changes. The medical records of the 7 patients, including authoritative examinations and other details, were also displayed in the live stream room. As soon as the broadcast started, countless people flooded in to join the spectacle. This is for real? I thought it was a joke. They actually set up an experiment? Could this be real? It's fake. Doomed to fail. Probably just for attention. They call it a century-old problem. Do you really think a country like Yemen, with zero medical infrastructure, could develop a solution overnight? True. It's like expecting Odibio to develop an aircraft carrier overnight. Ha! Boring. I'll admit the Kingdom of Yemen does well in other areas, but they're desperate for attention this time, aren't they? Let's just wait and see. Hopefully they won't embarrass themselves internationally. Domestically, no one has high hopes. As for the international community, don't even think about it, it'll be a storm of criticism. Still, major global pharmaceutical companies will still send teams to collect data as a sign of respect. This whole affair has the US and Israel chuckling. They had tried every trick in the book to tarnish Jiang Ye's reputation. Instead, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot, becoming a global laughingstock. Though this matter has nothing to do with them whatsoever. But for them, it was a sweet victory. Want to develop a new drug for Alzheimer's? You might as well dream about it. The lighthouse nation pours hundreds of billions annually into pharmaceutical R&D. A significant portion of that goes toward Alzheimer's research. And the result? Not a single step forward. Even with the world's top medical teams, they can't do it. Some backwater like Yemen? Pure delusion. Chapter 116, Public Opinion Flip. Unbelievable. Lu Chen glared at the online troll's comments, his liver aching with rage. What's wrong with these people? What does it have to do with them? Developing this new drug is a contribution to all of humanity. What's there to criticize? Jiang Ye replied calmly. It's perfectly normal. You know how the internet is all the same. Most of these people would show a completely different face in real life. The internet provides a natural barrier. It shields far too many people. It also gives rise to countless idiots. Who knows how many keyboard warriors exist solely because of the internet's protective mechanisms? If we change things up, made all online posts real name verified, so others could see your actual information. Jiang Ye doesn't claim it would eliminate them entirely, but overnight, the number of online trolls would drop by at least 80%. This world is just that real. Alright, ignore it. If there's nothing else, we can start testing. Alright. Lu Wen had his people get things ready to ensure the authenticity of this experiment and shut those trolls up. Jiang Ye also had several lie detectors arranged for the test subjects. The experiment began. Several elderly individuals with vacant, lifeless eyes appeared on camera. Testing staff asked them simple questions. But the elderly individuals either remained blank-faced or simply failed to comprehend what the host was saying. Evidence was everywhere. These seniors were classic Alzheimer's patients, likely in a severe late-stage condition. It seemed they were truly quite ill. That's how Alzheimer's is. My grandfather has it too. He doesn't even recognize family members anymore and often says things that make no sense. We're all very worried about him. If this treatment developed by Yemen Kingdom is real, that would be wonderful, but it's probably not very likely. My second uncle has the same condition. He doesn't even know his own name anymore. The only comfort is that he still recognizes my aunt. The power of love is truly remarkable. Oh my god, will I end up like this when I'm old? Please no. That's terrifying, forgetting your own name, not knowing anything, your mind a complete void? What's the point of living then? It'd be worse than death. Thank goodness, given my reckless lifestyle back in my youth, I probably won't live to old age anyway. At least I'll never have to face this disease. Ha, the guy above really hit the nail on the head. Wait, conducting drug trials on these poor elderly without their consent, is that even legal? For the government to do this? Does Longwa really have any regard for human rights? And just as netizens were passionately debating Alzheimer's disease across the internet, a sudden voice emerged. This instantly resonated with countless people. Yes. Conducting drug trials on human subjects is inherently impermissible. It violates international law. It also violates basic human ethics. Therefore, internationally, such projects are generally conducted using animals as substitutes. For instance, monkeys, mice, and the like. What Longwei is doing is nothing short of a challenge to human rights and a grave violation of international law. In an instant, the internet erupted with condemnation. Honestly, I hadn't even noticed until someone pointed it out that Dragon Nation would openly commit such an utterly immoral act. Typical Dragon Nation. I can't fathom a country doing something like this. Do you even have a shred of humanity left? This is a desecration of human life, a desecration of life itself. God will not forgive you. You people deserve to burn in hell. The torrent of condemnation was already unstoppable. Su Jinghua shook his head, sensing this matter was far from simple. Who do you think is orchestrating this? Zhao Shang looked around at the crowd. Needless to say, it must be those damned bastards again. No one else would dare oppose us like this. Lu Wen was boiling with rage. What made them so infuriating was that they were like maggots, constantly scheming to disgust you. The Lighthouse Nation. A look of excitement flashed across his face. This time, they were determined to brand the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom as inhumane. They have no idea how the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom would clear their names. Continue writing the news, sensationalize this point, make sure the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom rot even more thoroughly. Minister of the Lighthouse Nation's News Department. Orders issued. Thereafter, the entire official news department of the Lighthouse Nation mobilized. He was determined to make Dragon Nation and Yemen Kingdom despised by the entire world. To brand them as public enemies. He refused to believe that under such a hostile media environment, how they could possibly continue to develop. They had been desperately searching for ways to deal with the Dragon Nation and the Yemen Kingdom. All attempts have failed. Little did they expect the other side would backfire, exposing their own weaknesses. This was hardly their fault. During the live experiment, the host remained utterly unmoved by the flood of abuse filling the screen. Suddenly, he pulled out a tablet from his hand. He then stated, "Everyone, these elderly participants voluntarily agreed to this experiment while fully conscious. This was entirely their choice. No coercion was involved whatsoever. Alzheimer's disease, in fact, is not persistent for most people. For many, it comes in waves. At times, they remain lucid, their minds functioning normally like anyone else's. Only when the disease flares up do they appear senile." In the video, the elderly participants undergoing testing were all in a lucid state. They shared their thoughts one by one. Essentially, they felt that at their advanced age, being able to participate in the national testing program was a way to contribute to the country, and they considered it an honor. As for the risks, they were certainly aware that there might be side effects. But for the sake of national progress, for the sake of completing this mission, one that might save countless Alzheimer's patients from suffering, they resolutely chose to participate in the experiment. They personally signed the consent forms. And the Dragon Nation did not shortchange them. It pledged that should any adverse effects occur, with astronomical compensation. The moment the video surfaced, the international internet erupted in shock. Holy crap? Did we misjudge Longwa? Is it too late to take back what I just said? These elders are heroes. Yeah, maybe they figured at their age, doing something for the motherland was the least they could do. Exactly. Plus, as Alzheimer's suffers, they surely hope to spare others from their pain. This is truly sacrificing their lives for a noble cause. Tears welling up, salute to the heroes. My heart feels warm. If effective treatments for Alzheimer's are developed in the future, we must never forget the contributions made by these elderly gentlemen. Online sentiment flipped instantly. Lu Wen couldn't help but marvel at the comments. His astonished gaze fell upon Jiang Ye. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Chapter 117, Experiment succeeds, ball lifting stuns. As the saying goes, when the devil gains an inch, the sage gains a foot. Even during the initial selection phase of the experiment, Jiang Ye had specifically emphasized this point. He wouldn't give other nations any openings to exploit. Jiang Ye knew all too well the nature of propaganda warfare. He knew they would stop at nothing to seize any opening, so he had guarded against them from the very start. Ha! Su Jinghua patted Lu Tang on the shoulder and said, "You really need to learn from Jiang Ye on this point. He considers every angle before doing anything. If it weren't for Jiang Ye, we'd have had a tough time escaping the public scrutiny this time." Lu Wen scratched his head sheepishly. Mr. Su is right. He looked up at Jiang Ye, genuinely impressed. Jiang Ye wasn't that old. He was about 20 years younger than him. By all accounts, he belonged to the generation of his children. Yet his approach to work was so seasoned. It was something he'd never seen in any of his peers. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Jiang Ye's ability to make a mark in a place like Zhendong was no accident. What? The minister of the Lighthouse Nation's news department had barely had time to gloat before his smile froze. His expression turned more painful than crying. They had signed contracts with the test subjects beforehand, and evidence showed all had voluntarily participated in the drug trials. No coercion or other issues existed. Enough. He didn't want to hear any more. Otherwise, he'd vomit blood. I don't want to hear it. You may leave first. The little secretary delivering the report. Her face was full of grievance. This was the first time he'd ever seen the minister of the Lighthouse Nation's news department lose his temper so badly. Right. The secretary had barely left when she was called back. The minister took a deep breath, then forced himself to sound calm. So what if those people volunteered for the experiment? I refuse to believe their drug will be effective. Keep pushing this narrative. Draft the article immediately. Once the trial concludes and the drug is declared a failure, flood the media with this story. I'll make sure they can't hold their heads up. Separate issues. Clearing this matter isn't important. What matters is that, from his perspective, Yemen's drug trial is destined to fail. The problem circles back to square one. They could use this to build momentum, accusing Yemen of deceiving the world and resorting to any means for attention. This would generate additional public pressure. All right. After the secretary left, the head of the news department met with someone. The person wore a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined. How about it? We discussed it through the night and concluded their success rate is virtually zero. The speaker was no ordinary person. His credentials: a medical research expert from the United States, a Harvard graduate, and a top-tier medical doctorate. Current work. He serves directly for the United States. Globally speaking, he is among the foremost decision-makers and most authoritative figures in this field. The team he leads is among the nation's premier medical teams. And the Beacon Nation itself dominates the global medical field. Globally, teams surpassing theirs can be counted on one hand. That's good. Upon hearing this news, the Minister of Information became even more certain that this joint experiment between Dragon Nation and Yemen could not possibly succeed. His earlier anger dissipated. His mood improved considerably. The experiment itself made global headlines, drawing billions of viewers worldwide. This latest development only amplified the media frenzy. The number of viewers actually grew even larger. No matter when you entered the livestream, even in the dead of night, countless people were watching. On the first day of the experiment, none of the elderly participants showed any noticeable effects after taking the medication. Nor did the second day. By the third day, while everyone appeared more vibrant than before, the overall change remained minimal. This left Zhao Shang and his team feeling anxious and helpless. 3 days had passed, nearly halfway through the experiment. If this continued, would the drug truly take effect? The mocking voices grew louder. Even those who had initially supported Jiang Ye gradually fell silent. The facts proved a problem humanity hadn't conquered in a century couldn't possibly be solved overnight by the Kingdom of Yemen, compounded by covert manipulation from the Lighthouse Nation. The global attitude became even more dismissive, convinced the experiment was bound to fail. Yet Jiang Ye remained remarkably composed, seemingly unconcerned. Under these circumstances, before they knew it, 6 days had passed and the final day arrived. Inside the laboratory, several elderly subjects awoke one after another from their slumber. To their astonishment, the world before them had become crystal clear, and their mental faculties had sharpened considerably. In disbelief, they looked down at their own hands. It worked? Holy crap? No way? Did you notice? It feels like things changed a lot today. Their eyes clearly looked different, more vibrant and powerful. By the 6th day, everyone's condition had undergone a massive, visibly noticeable transformation. The entire world, countless people watching the livestream, was in an uproar. Is it really over? When Zhao Shang woke up this morning and heard the news, he was incredibly excited. Not exactly, but judging by their condition, they are indeed much better than before. A subordinate reported. Hurry, take me there to see for myself. Zhao Shang hurriedly dressed and rushed straight to the scene, where he met Jiang Ye. Su Jinghua and Lu Chen also arrived shortly after. Excellent. Su Jinghua summoned the lead tester responsible for this round and conducted a thorough inspection of their current status. In full view of the global online audience, various instruments were deployed one after another, conducting a comprehensive analysis on the 7 elderly participants. The final test results left the medical experts conducting the trial utterly stunned. The glutamate activity in the elderly participants' brain neurons was at least 3 times higher than before. Acetylcholine levels had effectively increased, and synaptic transmission within the brain had also significantly improved. Mind-blowing. His hand trembled as he held the report. As the report was released, authorities worldwide watching the livestream, university professors, PhDs, masters, and others, froze in front of their screens. As authorities in their field, they knew exactly what these test results signified. Increased glutamate activity, elevated acetylcholine levels, and enhanced synaptic transmission in the brain. These are all signs of a complete cure for Alzheimer's disease. Under the effects of this drug developed by Yemen Kingdom, several patients' Alzheimer's disease had truly been cured so effortlessly? Yes. When this result was announced, they stood before the cameras, questioning their existence, questioning themselves, questioning the very world around them. What? Someone actually developed a drug that can effectively cure Alzheimer's patients? Wang Difu?
As a neurologist with over 30 years of experience, I feel like my worldview is crumbling.
Who on earth are the medical team from Yemen Kingdom? This moment. The ball is raised in awe. Chapter 118, A Grand Spring and Autumn Dream. Lighthouse Nation. New Brunswick City. A majestic office building stands in the city. This building is no ordinary structure. It is the world-renowned headquarters of Johnson Pharmaceutical Group Company, Limited. Johnson Group.
Founded in 1886, it stands as one of the world's most comprehensive and geographically extensive healthcare enterprises, boasting a rich historical legacy and extensive industry expertise. In the pharmaceutical sector, it stands as the leading conglomerate among global pharmaceutical companies. Its market presence spans the globe, covering numerous countries.
Simultaneously, it is also a Fortune Global 500 company. It enjoys the reputation as the world's top pharmaceutical company. With annual revenues reaching hundreds of billions of dollars, it consistently outperforms any other group in its category. At this moment,
on the top floor of the building, all Johnson & Johnson executives gathered for a specific matter.
Seated at the head of the conference room was a man wearing sunglasses. Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the successful experimental results from Longwa. This man is named Odell, chairman of Johnson Group.
He holds over 30% of Johnson Group's shares.
Yes, chairman. We've reviewed it.
It's astonishing that the Kingdom of Yemen has actually developed this new drug.
Truly incredible.
General Manager Lawrence's face was etched with shock. This live broadcast revealing the results.
Almost all the top executives watched it.
But initially, they were just there for the spectacle. They wanted to see this turn into a laughingstock.
How will the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom resolve this? The outcome stunned them. Yemen had actually succeeded in developing it.
As a pharmaceutical conglomerate founded nearly 2 centuries ago, a leading enterprise.
They knew what this signified.
It meant the medical world would be turned upside down. It meant humanity had taken a historic stride forward in healthcare. Yes, that's precisely why I've gathered you all here today to discuss how we should proceed with this matter.
Oder was utterly perplexed.
As the world's largest pharmaceutical company, if Jiang Ye succeeds in launching this new drug,
it would deal a massive blow to them. Moreover, there's one thing that could be fatal for Johnson Group. Damn it, if only that bastard had drowned at sea.
Then none of this would have happened. Lawrence's eyes burned with hatred.
Sigh.
Now, the new drug we successfully developed half a month ago, one that can temporarily suppress Alzheimer's, won't stand a chance against him in the market.
This is truly heartbreaking.
Yes. In recent years, with the arrival of global aging, the number of Alzheimer's patients worldwide has been steadily increasing.
Johnson Pharmaceuticals recognize this as a massive market opportunity.
Therefore, Johnson Group spared no expense in investing heavily to develop drugs that can effectively alleviate this condition.
Note, alleviate, not cure.
In their view, current medical technology is incapable of developing a complete cure for Alzheimer's disease.
If Jiang Ye were to find out, he'd be delighted.
He'd be walking on eggshells even in his dreams.
And just half a month ago,
they had spent a fortune to finally develop a new drug, which they had planned to release soon.
Before the launch,
all executives were fantasizing about how it would surely make a global splash, bringing Johnson Group immense prestige.
It was expected to generate massive profits for the company.
But then a spoiler emerged out of nowhere.
That was Jiang Ye.
Then came the subsequent events. Our new drug requires long-term administration, with effects only becoming noticeable after at least 3 months of use. Patients must then rely on the medication for the rest of their lives to maintain its therapeutic benefits, which are less than 40% effective.
It simply cannot compete with his new drug. Now, the entire company is in a state of panic over this issue.
Their drug is being thoroughly outclassed by Jiang Ye's.
Meanwhile, what happened at the launch event?
Jiang Ye's drug is a global sensation, flying off the shelves worldwide.
Theirs? Completely ignored.
If the efficacy were only marginally inferior, they could still use various marketing tactics to maintain their edge.
But the problem is, it's far inferior. Any patient with half a brain would choose the other drug.
Now, only 2 choices lay before them. One is to go head-to-head with Jiang Ye and launch their new drug simultaneously. In that case, they would be thoroughly beaten in the market by Jiang Ye, risking the destruction of their century-old pharmaceutical group's reputation.
The second is to abandon their drug.
This would mean throwing away all the massive research funds, energy, manpower, and resources wasted during development.
Either outcome. Neither option was palatable. Here's what we'll do. Lawrence, thinking on his feet, suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him.
Lawrence continued, our Johnson Group is a leading enterprise in this field, a Fortune 500 company.
We can choose to partner with them. When the drug is released, we'll act as the distributor and take a cut.
If they refuse, we'll unite with other countries to boycott them and make sure they don't have an easy time either. Silence fell over the group. After pondering for a moment, they all agreed that Lawrence's plan was sound.
Johnson Group held considerable global influence,
especially since they had connections with the military of the Lighthouse Nation.
For matters concerning the Lighthouse Nation's interests, they would likely cooperate fully. Sanctioning Jiang Ye would pose no difficulty.
Beside Lawrence, a gray-haired old man in black leather shoes suddenly raised his hand to speak. Don't forget, find a way to extract the formula and development process for this new drug from them. Then we can produce it ourselves later. All the senior officials present lit up.
That hits the nail on the head.
Once we secure the formula, their losses will be insignificant.
Johnson Group could leverage its reputation and heritage. Steal the spotlight. Slightly modify Jiang Ye's medicine into their own product. The entire group was suddenly caught up in a pipe dream. News of the successful experiment.
Su Jinghua, Zhao Shang, Lu Chen, and others were thrilled.
Jiang Ye, however, remained calm. The treatment course lasted 1 week. When everyone awoke tomorrow, the elderly gentleman's conditions would only improve. Even better? The group was even more astonished and decided to wait until the next day to see.
As for the livestream, it had already exploded with excitement. The bullet comments never stopped.
The next day,
the outcome matched Jiang Ye's prediction exactly. The elderly individual showed remarkable improvement in vitality and overall condition compared to before taking the medication.
Each one radiated vitality. They were like different people. When asked questions, they answered fluently and with remarkable clarity. Their reactions were sharper than those of many young men. The entire internet was utterly stunned.
Major pharmaceutical companies, healthcare groups, and medical schools
were collectively shaken.
Expert teams from around the world convened emergency meetings overnight to discuss this phenomenon. Some recognized the terrifying potential profits this held and grew envious, seeking out Jiang Ye for collaboration and the like.
Chapter 119. The other party has declined your request. Ruihue Group, a pharmaceutical giant rivaling Johnson Group in global stature. Following the incident,
the entire Ruihue Group executive team convened immediately.
After intense deliberation, the final decision was made. They must collaborate with the Kingdom of Yemen at any cost to jointly promote this new drug. This would allow them to reap profits while further expanding their global influence. As for the terms,
they were willing to accept whatever terms Yemen proposed, as long as they remained within acceptable limits.
Even if it means taking a slight loss, they should consider accepting. This applies not only to Ruihue Group.
Global pharmaceutical giants such as Royalty, Sanofi, AstraZeneca, AbbVie, Novartis, and Merck are all exploring innovative approaches.
They are all exploring ways to discussing collaborations with Yemen. But they didn't know.
Jiang Ye had already decided from the start who he would partner with.
That was Longhua. Jiang Ye wouldn't consider other private enterprises, nor would he partner with any unfamiliar companies.
The business world is like a battlefield. When you can partner with legitimate entities, it's best to steer clear of shady deals, even if the other party offered greater profits.
Moreover, the larger the conglomerate, the more susceptible it is to being controlled by the nation behind it. So rather than calling this a business war, in a certain sense, it's also a game between nations. Clearly, in this regard,
the Dragon Nation stands as the optimal partner, no contest.
Leaving the laboratory,
Su Jinghua led Jiang Ye to the lounge. Both sides cut to the chase.
Zhao Shuang couldn't hide his excitement. Jiang Ye, let's talk. How exactly do we proceed with this collaboration? Jiang Ye stated his requirements.
First, I know that within the Dragon Nation, there are a large number of Alzheimer's patients. The numbers speak for themselves.
With a population of 1.4 billion, the number of patients is naturally high. You'll act as my agent, managing domestic sales operations. I'll handle supply exclusively. Regarding profits, I take 80%.
Additionally, you'll cover all transportation and other associated costs.
This. Zhao Sheng and Lu Wen exchanged glances. They hadn't expected Jiang Ye to propose such terms. With Jiang Ye taking 80%, they'd be left with just 20%.
After deducting transportation costs and various additional expenses, they had no idea how much would actually remain.
Fine, I agree.
While Zhao Sheng and Lu Wen were still hesitating, Su Jing stepped forward and agreed first.
Mr. Su. Lu Wen urged Su Jinghua to reconsider. Agreeing too quickly wasn't wise. Su Jinghua glanced at him and explained, we're not in this for profit. Introducing this drug, isn't it for the countless Alzheimer's patients in our country? This is fundamentally about serving the nation and its people, benefiting the citizens. If we were thinking about profit, where would our conscience be? His initial excitement stemmed from knowing that Alzheimer's patients in China could finally be saved.
It had nothing to do with profit. Zhao Sheng and Lu Wen slapped their thighs.
That's it.
We're sorry, Mr. Su. The two apologized, suddenly realizing how narrow-minded they'd been. This kind of public service, even without profit.
No. Even if it means losing money, we should still do it. Otherwise, why would the country invest so much in support policies every year? To make money? No. Not only do they not make money, they actually lose money. But we still do it for the people. After all, the people are the foundation of a nation.
Jiang Ye looked at Su Jinghua.
A big shot is a big shot. Their approach to things is fundamentally different.
They didn't rise to this position without reason. Additionally, without my personal authorization, the medication can only be sold within Longhua and must not be shipped overseas.
No problem. Why export it when it's perfectly fine here? They want it. Su Jinghua wouldn't give it to them anyway. Nothing else for now. I'll let you know once I've thought it through. Pricing is something I'll need to discuss later. Su Jinghua nodded silently. Zhao Shang leaned in. Oh, there's something else. Would you mind discussing it? Go ahead. Zhao Kong gave an apologetic smile. It's about the formula for this medicine. Could you share it with us? You know how strong Lungwa's industrial capabilities are. We could set up our own factory and produce this medicine ourselves. Oh, and don't worry, we'll split the profits 80-20, with you taking 80% and us 20%. Sounds good. This way, Jiang Ye wouldn't have to bear any costs. But, as a globally unique novel drug, it's currently only available in the Kingdom of Yemen. In any case, it remains a crucial bargaining chip. Jiang Ye has no intention of simply handing over this bargaining chip. He was also counting on it to make his first big profit. Therefore, he could only politely decline. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to this. This is an internal secret of our Yemen kingdom, and it's the hard-won result of our researchers' arduous efforts and sweat. Zhao Shang wasn't giving up. The formula was a valuable asset. It could make Longwei the second country to master this new drug. But before he could speak, Su Jinghua cut him off. Enough. Don't press the matter. They've come from afar. If they're unwilling, we shouldn't force it. If it were Su Jinghua, he wouldn't lightly hand over such a crucial bargaining chip either. He knew it was pointless to argue with Zhao Shang. No need to waste time. Zhao Shang's face showed regret. But he could only let it go. Su Jinghua changed the subject. Overseas, many countries and corporations will likely seek partnerships with you. Remember to keep the formula strictly confidential, never let it slip. Those foreign businessmen? They're crafty. Jiang Ye had already anticipated this. Sure enough, the next day, Jiang Ye woke up, opened the game, and found his inbox flooded with partnership invitations from major corporations. Jiang Ye rejected them all without hesitation. Johnson & Johnson, Lilly, Sanofi, AstraZeneca, AbbVie, Novartis, Merck Company. These industry giants couldn't sit still. Johnson & Johnson, in particular. They held back-to-back meetings all night over this matter. They were Fortune 500 companies, leading pharmaceutical enterprises. How dare Jiang Ye refuse? Oder, boiling with rage, sent another email to Jiang Ye's side. Of course. Anger aside. Formal communication must remain professional. Your Majesty, King of Yemen, we understand you have developed a remarkable drug targeting Alzheimer's disease. Johnson Group is eager to collaborate with you. Please grant us this opportunity. Our group holds significant market share and standing in the global pharmaceutical industry. We are confident we will not disappoint you. He refused to believe he could be rejected again. He'd shown such sincerity and patience. Surely he'd agree at least once. A few minutes later, the other party declined your request and threw a dog at you. Aldo saw the reply. He nearly exploded with rage. When he met with other Western presidents, none had ever been so arrogant or treated him with such contempt. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for not warning you. The consequences are yours to bear, Your Majesty. Chapter 120, still playing the threat card? I don't play nice. What's wrong with you? Still playing the threat card? Little did he know that when it came to soft and hard approaches, Jiang Ye was uniquely impervious to the hard one. Delete and block. Oder, having received no reply for so long, knew he'd been rejected again. Furious, he activated the second contingency plan they'd discussed earlier. He contacted the Lighthouse Nation and its numerous lackeys, demanding they impose sanctions on the Yemen Kingdom. He banned any country from importing his medicine. When the medicine couldn't be sold, Jiang Ye would reach out to them on his own. He paid no heed. Jiang Ye, on his end, contacted global media outlets to continue promoting the new Alzheimer's drug. This would further amplify the buzz. Countries with high Alzheimer's prevalence were filled with immense excitement. Damn it, I never imagined they'd actually develop this new drug. My grandfather has this disease and has been suffering for over 3 years. Not only does caring for him take up all my time and energy, but I can't even focus on my work anymore. Now there's finally hope. My father has it too. We used to be a family of 3, but now he doesn't even recognize himself. He's like a stranger. It's truly heartbreaking. I hope this drug enters mass production soon. Yemen has indirectly saved so many families. Yes, when one family member has this disease, the entire household loses its peace. Behind every case lies a shattered family. This is no exaggeration. Behind Alzheimer's disease lies the disintegration of countless families. In China alone, has over 17 million patients. Millions die from this disease each year. Indirectly, it places immense pressure on societies and economies worldwide. Drug development. This means saving millions of lives annually and sparing tens of millions from the torment of Alzheimer's disease. It is no exaggeration to call Jiang Ye a modern-day savior. Countries worldwide are eagerly awaiting the arrival of this drug in their nations. Jiang Ye contacted Yemen. He asked Charles to help register a pharmaceutical company, and he even had the name ready. It would be called Yemen Pharmaceutical Group. All drugs produced and sold thereafter would be shipped worldwide under this company's name. Jiang Ye planned to take the company public when the time was right. Johnson Group, a Fortune 500 company? Jiang Ye was confident. Who knows? Perhaps one day Yemen Pharmaceutical Company Limited could surpass Johnson & Johnson of the United States. Become a Fortune 500 company, or even crack the top 300, top 100, or top 10. Because its pharmaceutical R&D department will continuously develop new products. This Alzheimer's drug they're developing has already captured so much attention, sparking global interest. What about next time? Jiang Ye received news just hours ago. The R&D department has successfully cracked Alzheimer's disease. Their next project is developing a drug for heart conditions. The development was successful.
It can effectively treat various heart diseases and enhance cardiovascular function. Heart disease goes without saying.
Alzheimer's primarily affects the elderly.
But heart disease affects people of all ages.
Once developed, how many lives could it save annually? What is the global market potential? Jiang Ye couldn't even begin to imagine. Anyway, whether it's Fortune 500 or not, it might intimidate others. But with Jiang Ye, they'd pick the wrong target. Oder, furious, approached the lighthouse nation demanding they revoke Jiang Ye's export license for pharmaceuticals.
Considering the matter involved the lighthouse nation's interests, the responsible official agreed to Odell's demand.
Simultaneously, they pressured other nations to join the boycott of Jiang Ye's pharmaceuticals. In an instant, media outlets worldwide urgently released various suggestive news reports.
Lighthouse nation, the so-called pharmaceutical miracle is nothing but rumor.
Alzheimer's disease remains incurable, with no effective treatment currently available. Authorities confirm this is a blatant scam.
Eagle Nation, it has come to light that the media outlets promoting this so-called miracle drug all originate from Yemen.
The underlying truth is deeply troubling. Baguette Nation, human lives are at stake. Alzheimer's should not be exploited as a sensationalist topic.
White Flag Nation, exploiting terminal illnesses to grab attention and fabricate impossible medical miracles is utterly shameless.
Netizens sensed something was amiss. This targeting is far too deliberate and blatant. As for the drug's actual efficacy, countless people watched the entire week-long livestream from start to finish. As the saying goes, the public's eyes are sharp. Sure enough, not long after,
official authorities from various countries
issued statements declaring.
They stated that this drug from the Kingdom of Yemen had not undergone professional testing and therefore would be completely banned.
Importation would not be permitted,
nor would they permit their citizens to purchase it domestically.
Everyone immediately erupted in outrage. The Lighthouse Nation issued a statement first. Other nations swiftly followed suit.
It was obvious what was happening. This move wasn't just banning a drug, it was crushing the hopes of countless Alzheimer's patients in their own country.
Damn it! This is utterly shameful. What right do they have to ban it?
The results were plain to see. It was all live streamed.
How could we not know if it worked? Hell. Did they fail to reach a profit agreement, resorting to such dirty tricks? It's utterly disgusting. I stand firmly opposed.
Millions of patients in our country suffer from this disease, with tens of thousands dying each month.
Why aren't we saving them? Do human lives mean so little to you? Where is the so-called human rights?
I stand firm in my opposition. Many families have members suffering from this disease, watching hope get ruthlessly shattered.
In an instant,
people across the country gathered together, starting the same old routine seen abroad.
Protest marches.
Hordes of people raised protest banners, surged onto the streets in massive numbers, and vandalized public facilities.
They set passing vehicles ablaze.
They smashed and looted shops, and so on. Jiang Ye never imagined these people could be so out of control.
All right. Actually, if you regularly follow international news,
you'll know that protests and demonstrations are quite common and popular over there.
Because it's the best way to vent.
The top officials in various countries never imagined such an outcome.
Banning a single drug caused such an uproar?
Clearly, they underestimated the impact Alzheimer's disease has on most people. The leadership of the Lighthouse Nation. Mr. President, this year the number of Alzheimer's patients in our country has risen from 3.5 million last year to over 5 million.
5 million patients. Behind each patient is a family. That's 5 million families.
And each family has more than one member.
The number of people directly affected is unimaginable.
He seemed to understand why this matter has caused such an uproar and drawn so much opposition.
The young secretary tentatively asked, Mr. President, how about we strike the ban list first? Obama was genuinely tempted. Upon closer examination, so many patients and families in the United States desperately needed the drug developed by Yemen.
But to lift the ban immediately after imposing sanctions, where would his old face be placed?
Where would the entire Beacon Nation's face be placed? Chapter 121, I'm on the hook, but there's no one left. As chaos erupted overseas, netizens in the Dragon Nation couldn't help but gloat, exclaiming, it's so good to be born in the Dragon Nation.
The first country to release this drug
is Dragon Nation. Even the Kingdom of Yemen is on the waiting list. Domestically, Alzheimer's patients are projected to reach around 20 million this year. Yemen's drug has directly saved 20 million families. Truly terrifying. It's practically a modern-day savior. I wonder what level of achievement this would be in ancient times. Need I say more?
In ancient times, it would have saved tens of millions, enough to warrant a temple.
Exactly. Not exaggerating, not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, but tens of millions. 666. Hats off, hats off. Truly impressive. The King of Yemen is genuinely formidable. Under his leadership, medical advancements have progressed at such a terrifying pace.
The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were also delighted. Su Jinghua approached Jiang Ye.
Jiang Ye, this afternoon I'd like to introduce you to someone.
Oh? Who?
Suffice it to say, they hold a position far above mine. You must take this seriously. Jiang Ye was taken aback. There weren't many people higher in status than Su Jinghua. Could it be?
Su Jinghua wore a mysterious smile as he said, this dignitary just returned from abroad. Over half a year ago, he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease.
Upon learning of your work, he's been eager to meet you. Jiang Ye nodded. I see. If even Su Jinghua says so,
then this person's status could probably be described like this.
Others want to show off their own prowess. I've got powerful connections. But for this person? There's no one standing behind him. Jiang Ye had done his homework. After lunch at Yutanuan, since the guests hadn't arrived yet, Su Jinghua had several waitresses escort Jiang Ye on a stroll through the garden. The ancient-style courtyards. The garden scenery was refreshing and delightful. How delightful. Jiang Ye took a call. It was Charles calling. Earlier, Jiang Ye had instructed Charles to monitor the kingdom of Yemen and establish a new pharmaceutical factory there. Charles was calling to report on the progress. It's expected to take over 3 months? Jiang Ye's expression darkened. Too slow. This new drug is currently at its peak demand. Once released, it could easily dominate the global market. Jiang Ye didn't want to wait that long. Boost the development speed with prestige points. On his phone, Jiang Ye shifted his focus back to the Yemen kingdom, located the new factory under construction, and initiated the prestige acceleration. The original 3-month construction period was compressed to just 2 days. That should be fine for now. Charles, everything okay over there? Jiang Ye, having some free time, also inquired about the situation back home. All is well. Jiang Ye felt relieved, gave Charles a few parting instructions, and hung up. Just then, the important figure Su Jinghua had introduced to Jiang Ye finally arrived. Jiang Ye was ushered into the meeting room. Surrounded by bodyguards all over 6 feet tall, their expressions fierce. It seemed as though the moment they sensed any unusual movement around them, they would react instantly. In the center of the hall, sat an elderly man who appeared to be in his 80s, frail and aged. He wore a worn-out Zhongshan suit. His brow held a commanding presence. He appeared quite extraordinary. Su Jinghua sat beside him. Mr. Chen, this is the king of Yemen. He's quite young, only around 20. Chen Yinyan's eyes widened in surprise. So young? He estimated that in China, someone of Jiang Ye's age would likely still be attending university. Hello, old Chen. Jiang Ye approached Chen Yunyan and bowed. Jiang Ye was essentially a citizen of Longhua. The elder had devoted his life to serving the Dragon Nation, remaining at his post even in his 80s and 90s. He was truly worthy of respect. Rise, rise. There's no need for such formality in my presence. Chen Yunyan smiled kindly. Not a trace of the airs one might expect from someone of his stature. I hear your Yemen kingdom has developed a new medicine? Yes, Elder Chen. I've brought it for you. Jiang Ye still had some left over from the previous shipments sent by the kingdom of Yemen. Holding the pills in his hand, Chen Yunyan examined them for a moment, then reached to return them to Jiang Ye. Master Chen, I know you suffer from this ailment too. Therefore, I offer this medicine to you free of charge, hoping for your swift recovery. Jiang Ye said sincerely. Free? No, that won't do. Chen Yunyan chuckled. Name your price, I'll buy it. Su Jinghua chimed in, Jiang Ye, just name your price. Old Chen has always been a man of principle, he doesn't accept gifts without reason. Alright then. A man of his stature certainly wasn't short on money, so Jiang Ye casually named a price. Only then did the other party send someone over to collect the pills. Jiang Ye. After receiving the pills, Chen Yunyan said sincerely, your choice of our Dragon Nation as your primary partner demonstrates your trust in us. I am deeply moved. In return, whatever your side lacks that we have here in Dragon Nation, we will do our utmost to assist. After this incident, Longhua and the Yemen kingdom are now inextricably bound together. Jiang Ye didn't beat around the bush. It was clear that old Chen was a straightforward man, and being direct actually made both sides happy. Beyond what I mentioned earlier, seeking Longhua's help to improve our basic healthcare infrastructure, I also wish to deepen cooperation with Longhua in agriculture and education. Transportation, light industry. Needless to say, previously, both sides had engaged in multiple collaborations, and no shortcomings had been identified thus far. We can address any issues that arise later. Last night, Jiang Ye gave it some thought. The only sectors currently lacking are agriculture and education. Beyond its reputation as a civil engineering powerhouse, it also holds another title. A millennia-old farming powerhouse. When it comes to cultivation, if Longhua claims second place, no other nation in the world dares to claim first. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. Jiang Ye cannot abandon agriculture, otherwise, future food security would depend on imports, leaving the nation vulnerable to external control. As for education, needless to say, since Longhua resolved to eradicate illiteracy, it has achieved major breakthroughs to date. The literacy campaign's results have been particularly remarkable. Partnering with the Dragon Nation on education is a wise choice. That godforsaken place used to be at war every day, filled with nothing but illiterate brutes who could barely read a word. That simply won't do. In a modern society, without education, development is impossible. Alright. Chen Yunyan agreed immediately. Jiang Ye's request wasn't unreasonable at all, it actually showed Chen Yunyan Jiang Ye's long-term vision. Most people seeking favors from the Dragon Nation would demand money or military supplies, things that could rapidly boost a country's strength. But Jiang Ye was different. He focused on the very foundation of a nation's development. With such far-reaching strategic vision, it was no wonder Yemen had flourished so remarkably under Jiang Ye's leadership. Next, the two engaged in detailed discussions about their nation's economies and how to counter the pressure from Western powers. Chapter 122, $2 million per set. Jiang Ye's bold moves in Longhua this time. It was obvious the Western nations wouldn't just sit idly by. Chen Yinian was worried. The kingdom of Yemen would be cornered and unable to move under the Western nations' encirclement.
But he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Ye would appear so relaxed about it, seemingly without a care in the world.
He didn't know.
Jiang Ye had already begun laying the groundwork to transform Yemen into a self-contained economic system.
Such an economic entity. It could bypass Western nations and develop independently. Unlike isolationism.
Isolationism meant turning a deaf ear to the outside world, ignoring everything happening beyond its borders. Jiang Ye, however, monitors the world while simultaneously advancing his own development. While pursuing a development path that minimizes economic dependence on other nations. This is also a key reason Jiang Ye established diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation and cultivated strong ties.
Because establishing such an economic system temporarily requires Longgua's assistance. Chen Yinian was also concerned about another issue.
He inquired about the aerial combat that occurred during Jiang Ye's recent visit to the Dragon Nation. Jiang Ye, though I don't know how you developed such formidable air power, I must tell you this, the advanced technology you possess, while you needn't share it with our Dragon Nation, must never be shared with foreign powers. I trust you're a smart man, you know full well who they'll target first once they develop it. Old Chen, even if they offered lives in exchange, I would never hand over the technology. Rest assured.
Ha! Chen Yinian flashed his familiar, gentle smile. That's good. That's very good. He was just worried Jiang Ye might act rashly, handing over vital assets to others. He knew the Western nations well. Each one is cunning as a fox.
Jiang Ye was clever, but one could never be too careful when cleverness might backfire.
With Jiang Ye's promise secured, Chen Yunian felt reassured. Next, they chatted at length.
Chen Yunian proved far more amiable than Jiang Ye had imagined, like a kind-hearted elder from home, radiating warmth and familiarity. It was hard to imagine someone of such high rank and power
could adopt such an approachable demeanor.
Meanwhile, Jiang Ye gradually impressed Chen Yunian through their conversation.
Whether in his speech and demeanor,
or the talent he displayed in military and strategic matters,
Jiang Ye astonished him at every turn.
He seemed nothing like a young man in his 20s.
A mischievous thought inevitably crossed Chen Yunian's mind. Had he not drunk the mangpa soup cleanly in his previous life? Ah, right. Jiang Ye remembered.
The technology behind the Wind Shadow fighter jet cannot be shared with the Dragon Nation for now.
But other technologies? Not necessarily off limits.
For instance, the individual exoskeleton armor, Z-type portable rocket launchers,
weapons and equipment that exceed current capabilities without being overly overpowered. Longhua has been developing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, right? How did you know? Chen Yinian looked at Jiang Ye in surprise.
Oh, this information is actually widely known.
Many netizens in Dragon Nation are speculating online. As a strategic weapon.
Strategic weapon that instantly transforms ordinary people into superhumans upon wearing it.
Not just in Longhua, Western nations have been secretly researching it extensively too.
But for the time being,
it hasn't yielded significant results. Therefore, it remains undisclosed. That's exactly right. Chen Yunian made no secret of it. What's the matter? Could it be that you have something over there? I have something here that might interest you. Jiang Ye released a test video of the single soldier exoskeleton armor. After watching it,
Su Jinghua and Chen Yunian were both astonished.
You developed this independently? Yes. Great, truly great. Any plans to sell it? After speaking, Chen Yunian realized his question was somewhat redundant.
If Jiang Ye weren't planning to sell it, he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place.
For sale. How much?
This individual combat gear doubles the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers when worn.
It also proves remarkably effective in complex terrain warfare. It proves remarkably effective.
As long as the price isn't too outrageous, purchasing a batch to equip a special operations squad would be quite interesting.
$2 million per unit. Jiang Ye spoke up. What?
Everyone present froze upon hearing this, their expressions instantly turning grim.
Did I hear that correctly? 2 million per unit? Yes, Mr. Chen.
The R&D alone for this equipment cost us a fortune, and subsequent production is another huge expense.
Material costs, processing fees, and all the other costs combined mean we're barely breaking even.
Jiang Ye explained with utmost sincerity, our sale to the Dragon Nation is primarily to foster bilateral relations.
Otherwise, I'd never have considered selling it. This statement sounded a bit disingenuous. But this is business, isn't it? The single soldier exoskeleton armor.
Jiang Ye needed to exchange them for reputation points from the system store. Later, he could purchase the production rights outright, enabling autonomous manufacturing without further reputation costs.
But the current cost? That's real money. Moreover, Jiang Ye has no intention of mass-producing the exoskeleton armor.
Instead, he plans to sell it in limited quantities. This preserves the exoskeleton's scarcity,
to prevent them from becoming commonplace products in the future. Old Chen, take a look at this.
Jiang Ye produced the video footage he had previously provided to Hamas, showing their use of the exoskeleton suits in a surprise attack on Yisili.
In the footage, Hamas fighters had completely transformed into battlefield dominators. Bolstered by the exoskeleton suits, Yisili's troops were routed into disarray. The battle was completely one-sided, tilted in Hamas' favor. Was that ambush really orchestrated by you behind the scenes? Chen Yunian knew about it. At the time, the international community was speculating about who was backing Hamas. Rumors circulated that it was the then Houthi forces, now known as the Yemeni kingdom. Only now did Chen Yunian realize it was indeed Jiang Ye's doing. All he could say was, well done.
Yisili, much like the lighthouse nation, was no good.
Back to the main point. Chen Yunian was genuinely stunned by Jiang Ye's single-soldier exoskeleton armor.
Assisted targeting, battlefield scanning, thermal imaging tracking, and absolute physical reinforcement.
This is just too overpowered. The combat effectiveness of these Houthi soldiers alone could rout Yisili's regular army. Imagine how absurdly powerful Dragon Nation soldiers would be if equipped with such exoskeleton armor. Chen Yunian admitted he was tempted. Could you offer a discount? Considering the 2 million yuan price tag per unit was indeed steep, Chen Yunian wanted to haggle. If you order a large quantity, we can offer a 20% discount. Jiang Ye offered a reasonable concession. If Longhua orders, they'll definitely want a large quantity. A slight price reduction would actually be more profitable. Alright, let's start with 50 units to test the waters. Chen Yunian gritted his teeth and placed a large order on the spot. If this exoskeleton suit proves truly effective, we'll consider a second purchase later. Chapter 123, Let the Great Scholars Defend My Teachings. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. 50 sets. At $2 million per unit, 50 sets would amount to $100 million. Next, Jiang Ye presented the specifications for the Z-style portable rocket launcher, along with actual test footage. Chen Yunian watched and felt his heart stir once more. Had the military-industrial complex of the Yemen kingdom truly advanced to this level? Accuracy, firepower, or range? It completely outclasses the Dragon Nation's current weapons of the same type. Oh, it was just luck on our part. We worked hard and happened to develop it. Chen Yunian's lips twitched. He almost bought Jiang Ye's nonsense. Was this really just luck? Knowing Jiang Ye was being modest, Chen Yunian dropped the subject and shifted focus to the collaboration. He asked for a price. Jiang Ye quoted a price. He bargained. The final deal was struck at $350,000 per unit. The market price for various portable rocket launchers is actually only a few $1,000s. The more expensive ones occasionally reach tens of thousands. So Jiang Ye selling them for $30,000 far exceeded the market price. But there was no other way. After all, Jiang Ye's Z-type portable rocket launcher outperformed all others in terms of performance. Chen Yunian's thinking was this. These were meant to be trump cards, not to be used lightly. When deployed, it would be for critical battles and pivotal moments. Having them and not using them were two entirely different concepts. Having such formidable weapons at his disposal offered a sense of reassurance. This discovery felt like Chen Yunian had unlocked a whole new world. He began relentlessly inquiring whether Jiang Ye possessed even more formidable military-grade products. Jiang Ye smiled. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He proceeded to. He recommended numerous firearms and weapons developed at the armory Jiang Ye had previously established. Their performance would undoubtedly outclass anything currently on the market. Perfect timing. Chen Yunian was considering upgrading the weapons for domestic soldiers, retiring the outdated batch. With a sweeping gesture, he placed several more orders. Su Jinghua, standing nearby, couldn't help but remind Chen Yunian, worried he might buy too much. Chen Yunian, however, insisted. Weapons in your hands are never superfluous. There will always be a time when they come in handy. After all, how many nations are eyeing the Dragon Kingdom with covetous intent? By the end of the afternoon, Jiang Ye and Chen Yunian finalized numerous arms deals. Jiang Ye pledged to deliver all goods within 1 month. The collaboration between the two parties was highly satisfactory. One side strengthened its economy, while the other bolstered its military capabilities and upgraded its equipment, infrastructure and foundational development. Through this collaboration, they would gradually achieve comprehensive advancement for a long time to come. The next 2 days, Chen Yunian had someone take Jiang Ye sightseeing around the capital for 2 days. After all, he had come all this way. They certainly couldn't focus solely on business talks. Relaxation was also important. And while they were at it, they'd spread the word about Dragon Nation culture to the Yemen kingdom. A week passed quickly. That evening, Jiang Ye boarded the same passenger jet he'd arrived on, escorted by foaming fighter jets, and returned to Yemen overnight. This visit to the Dragon Kingdom proved highly fruitful. Overall, besides securing a major order, the Alzheimer's treatment drug generated immense buzz in the Dragon Kingdom. No sooner had Jiang Ye returned. The drug production facility was nearly completed at the same time. Jiang Ye couldn't wait to visit the pharmaceutical plant. All production lines were ready, capable of fully automated integrated manufacturing. Manual labor was still required. Yet this vast facility, spanning over 10,000 square meters, required fewer than 20 people to complete the entire pharmaceutical process. In such matters, fewer people were better. Because it involves confidential matters, the manufacturing methods must not be disclosed. Jiang Ye considered the matter. For security's sake, he decided to deploy the special forces rewarded by the system to replace the workers. Your Majesty, should we set production quotas? The factory manager approached Jiang Ye. Theoretically, the factory can operate 24 hours a day without interruption, achieving a terrifying daily production capacity. Proceed with maximum daily capacity for now. Given the first export to the Dragon Kingdom and the high demand, more is certainly better. The more exported, the more profit earned. It's a simple truth everyone understands.
However, production may need to be controlled later on. Otherwise, oversupply could drive prices down. Jiang Ye will maintain a balance where market demand remains strong. But people should still be able to buy it without paying too high a price.
For many people, this is a life-saving product. Deliberately creating artificial scarcity for profit is tantamount to murder.
Jiang Ye doesn't consider himself a good person. But he still possessed a basic sense of conscience. He wouldn't profit from ill-gotten gains. At least toward Longhua, Jiang Ye held a sense of national sentiment.
As for foreign countries, depends on his mood.
The pharmaceutical factory began production, and Jiang Ye shared this good news with Su Jinghua.
Su Jinghua, thrilled, immediately relayed this news across the entire nation. The entire Dragon Nation erupted in cheers. Wonderful! Elderly family members suffering from this disease will finally be spared their torment. Yes, we've waited so long for this day. My grandfather finally has a chance.
Ever since he got sick 3 years ago, our whole family has worried about him every day. We even had to hire a caregiver to watch him around the clock who knows how much money we've spent over the years.
From now on, if you don't worship Jesus, you'll worship the King of Yemen. Ha, no need for that, buddy. This matter. It quickly topped the trending charts in the Dragon Kingdom. News leaked overseas. It sparked even greater public outrage. Originally, many overseas patients could rely on Yemen's drugs to recover. But due to their country's foolishness, countless people now suffer from untreated illnesses. They now had to rely on their own government's domestically developed palliative medications. Not only are these remedies barely effective, but also exorbitantly expensive. Our country is utterly rotten to the core. I truly cannot fathom why they would do this. It's nothing short of profiteering at the expense of lives. All because of the slander from the land of the free, banning imports of Yemen's drugs. What about all the patients here? I envy the Dragon Nation.
You all can go to hell, you bunch of useless fools. Under your rule, this country will collapse sooner or later.
Strongly demand the lifting of sanctions against Yemen and the restoration of their export rights. Jiang Ye read these comments. He couldn't help but laugh.
This truly exemplifies the saying, great scholars will defend my teachings. Jiang Ye was the one under sanctions, and he hadn't even said a word. But now the foreign countries were squabbling amongst themselves. Charles approached Jiang Ye with a thick stack of documents. Your Majesty, these are the materials you requested: diplomatic relations applications from various nations and the list of countries with which we already maintain ties.
Additionally, here are updates on domestic affairs during your time in the Dragon Kingdom. Please review them. So much? Jiang Ye felt a headache coming on.
He set down his phone and massaged his temples.
Yes. If you prefer not to review them in detail, I'll have someone compile a condensed version for you later.
Charles offered thoughtfully.
Alright, that'll do for now.
Jiang Ye pushed the government report aside and picked up the list of countries with which diplomatic relations had been established to examine it.
Chapter 124, The Impoverished Treasury, Compounded by Adversity.
Latest list of newly established diplomatic relations. The number of nations establishing diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Yemen had grown significantly.
However, as the lighthouse nation intensified its pressure on the Yemen kingdom, under mounting pressure,
many nations are quietly considering severing diplomatic ties.
Your Majesty, should we engage in diplomatic negotiations with these nations?
Charles suggested. Jiang Ye shook his head and said, no need. Those harboring such thoughts are merely the United States lackeys. Whether they maintain diplomatic relations or not makes little difference.
A bunch of fence-sitters. Even if they maintain diplomatic ties for now,
a single word from the lighthouse nation later and they'll be wagging their tails to align with their master.
So wasting effort on this is pointless. In front of the phone screen, Jiang Ye yawned. Time to sleep. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. Throughout his visit to Longhua, Jiang Ye's nerves remained on edge. After all, he was meeting someone of that caliber. Fortunately, no unexpected incidents occurred during the visit.
Instead, numerous cooperative agreements were reached, paving the way for tremendous development in the Kingdom of Yemen. Next, he would focus on developing the pharmaceutical industry. Jiang Ye had already set his next goals. First, build up a little nest egg.
The next day,
after waking up, washing up, and eating breakfast, Jiang Ye went downstairs for a few kilometers of morning jogging.
Ever since using the gene-enhancing serum,
he'd developed this habit. Otherwise, having all that pent-up energy with nowhere to channel it felt unbearable. After finishing his run, he attended 2 classes. This routine took up most of the morning, but fortunately, he had no classes in the afternoon. Jiang Ye returned to the apartment arranged by the school and opened the game. The head of the pharmaceutical factory sought out Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, the pills have officially entered production. We estimate a daily output of around 50,000 pills.
50,000?
After pondering all night, Jiang Ye decided to set the price at 990 Longhua coins per pill. After all, the primary market was currently Dragon Nation. Naturally, the pricing would be calculated in Dragon Nation currency. Therefore, with 50,000 pills produced daily, the revenue would be roughly 50 million.
Though this medicine was miraculous, its production cost was surprisingly low.
Each pill cost roughly 50 yuan to produce. 5 million minus 2.5 million in costs leaves over 47 million.
50,000 pills is merely an estimate. Therefore, the actual daily output exceeds 50,000. If you really break it down, daily revenue easily reaches around 50 million. 50 million yuan in daily revenue.
That's a truly substantial income. That translates to 170 to 180 small goals per year.
Yemen's development hinges on money at every turn.
It stands as Yemen's fourth stable source of income, alongside oil, natural gas, and arms exports.
Can we continue expanding production lines in the future? Certainly, Your Majesty. Good. But we don't need it for now. I'll notify you when we do. Start production immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. For now, supply only the Dragon Nation. One production line is sufficient.
We can always add more production lines later when global supply begins.
Jiang Ye refused to believe the drug would succeed.
Watching Alzheimer's disease, this monumental medical challenge that has plagued humanity for centuries, be completely conquered in Longwa.
Other nations won't be able to sit idly by.
In other words, no matter what happens, the first to act would undoubtedly be the Western nations imposing import restrictions on the Kingdom of Yemen.
One day passed.
50,000 pills were successfully produced, packaged, and shipped to the Dragon Kingdom.
Upon receiving the shipment,
they were immediately distributed to major pharmacies nationwide, while online purchase links were simultaneously released. The result was astonishing. Over 30,000 pills listed online were snapped up in an instant, while those allocated to pharmacies were also rushed to by customers who stormed the stores in a frenzy to buy them.
Su Jinghua called to inform Jiang Ye. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ye remained calm. It was all as expected.
Western nations were the first to lose patience.
If import restrictions weren't lifted soon, their internal conflicts would become utterly irreconcilable. Protests and demonstrations of all kinds.
And they're still ongoing.
Moreover, among the top leadership of various nations, how many young people have reached the highest positions?
At the very least, they're all septuagenarians or octogenarians.
Their minds deteriorate day by day. Some even suspect they have Alzheimer's.
And now there are drugs to treat this condition.
Do you want it or not? The Lighthouse Nation agonized over it for a day before finally deciding to lift export restrictions and seek cooperation with the Kingdom of Yemen. There's no other choice.
Otherwise, public outrage would be impossible to quell, and tens of millions of Alzheimer's patients at home would go untreated.
They couldn't possibly justify that. Some old folks just think of themselves, so the restrictions have to be lifted.
Charles carried the announcement of the lifting of restrictions by various nations.
He found Jiang Ye. So soon? Seeing the news, Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh. Only a few days and they've already caved?
I thought their heads were thick enough to hold out for a while.
Your Majesty, should we export to them?
Charles inquired.
No. Jiang Ye refused. Sanction them when you want, lift it when you want? Do you think this is your family's business?
Tell them they can have our exports, but the price must be 3 times that of Longwa.
Take it or leave it. Fine.
Charles didn't find this demand rude. Instead, it clearly stated their stance to the world.
Yemen is not to be trifled with. Before provoking Yemen, consider whether you can bear the consequences. Upon receiving news of Yemen, the Lighthouse nations
were nearly driven to spitting blood.
Triple the price? Why not just rob us outright?
But with things having come to this, they were utterly helpless.
The Lighthouse nation still wanted to negotiate privately with Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye didn't even bother replying.
They knew they'd been flatly rejected.
Damn it, this was clearly an outrageous demand.
The Lighthouse nation's high-ranking officials cursed furiously.
This was blatant targeting. They'd completely forgotten how they'd ganged up on the Yemen kingdom. Shameful people. That's how it was.
In the end, they had no choice but to agree.
After all, on this planet, there's simply no other supplier besides Jiang Ye.
They had no other choice. People in countries like the United States know that export restrictions on the Yemen have been lifted. They were thrilled. But the excitement didn't last long before they were stunned.
Priced at over 3 times the cost in the Dragon Nation, more than $500 per pill, it was simply unaffordable for many. Because the treatment course lasts a week.
At 2 pills per day, that meant 14 pills per course. The nearly $10,000 price tag deterred many. After all, in the open-minded worldview of many foreigners, the concept of saving money simply didn't exist.
Later, I learned. The higher price tag? All thanks to their wonderful government.
One by one, people vented their frustration at their own countries. To appease public outrage, had to allocate substantial funds from the national treasury for subsidies, and only then did the outcry gradually subside. Already strained national treasuries faced further strain.
The Lighthouse nation, flush with wealth, barely gave it a second thought. But its smaller allies couldn't bear the burden. Each one's heart was bleeding. If only they had known.
Even if my legs had been broken, I wouldn't have followed the Lighthouse nation in imposing reckless sanctions.
Don't ask, the answer is regret. Chapter 125, $1 trillion revenue.
Jiang Ye resumed exports to Western nations.
For efficiency's sake,
he located the responsible personnel, expanded production lines, and added 4 more in one go.
This brings the total to.
There were now 5 production lines, producing 150,000 units daily. And since the price for Western countries is 3 times that of the Dragon Nation, therefore, Jiang Ye's daily profits skyrocketed from 50 million Longwa currency to 165 million. What does that mean? Annual profits would exceed 200 billion Longwa currency. Meanwhile, Johnson Group, the world's largest pharmaceutical company, had sales of $75 billion last year. Its net profit was merely $2.5 billion. Converted to Longwa currency, that's approximately 17.5 billion. In other words, Jiang Ye's annual net profit is at least 15 times that of Johnson & Johnson, a century-old global leader. The official launch of the new drug also indirectly impacted Johnson Group significantly. After Yemen announced its export plans, the company's market value evaporated by 3%. Don't underestimate that 3%. Given its massive scale, that translates to billions of dollars lost. Johnson Group was furious. Oder angrily confronted the authorities demanding an explanation. But he was met with a cold rebuff. Have you any idea how chaotic the domestic market would become if these restrictions weren't lifted? And this isn't due to your company's incompetence in developing more effective drugs, otherwise, this outcome wouldn't have happened. Oder's face flushed crimson and he nearly blacked out from the shock. Lift the restrictions. The pharmaceutical plant shifted into full-scale production mode. Once this drug hits the market, it'll sell like hotcakes. A joke. Simply because it's the only one of its kind in the world. Its reputation for breaking the century-long curse of incurable diseases. It's destined to be seen as nothing short of a miracle drug in many people's eyes. Some wealthy individuals even stockpile it specifically. Why? Because the wealthy, as a rule, fear death. When it comes to anything related to physical health, they're willing to pay any price. And in the hidden underbelly of this world, the one thing that's never in short supply is wealthy individuals. Watching the national treasury steadily fill up. It was about to officially surpass 500 billion. Jiang Ye felt elated inside. After all, when he first took over, there was only a paltry 20 billion or so. With such meager funds, he had to sustain operations for tens of thousands of people. Just thinking about it brings tears to his eyes, talking about it only stirs up heartache. Now, a deep sense of accomplishment wells up within me. Of course, it's still not enough. For a nation, especially one destined to become a global superpower, this is nowhere near enough. Jiang Ye needs more money to sustain the expenses of the Yemen kingdom. To support the kingdom of Yemen in achieving even greater development. Another surprising development for Jiang Ye. His prestige points had quietly surpassed the 100,000 mark recently. That was enough to purchase over 130 foaming fighters aircraft capable of overwhelming the F-35s of the lighthouse nation. It was time to put this to use. Jiang Ye mused. With so much prestige, it couldn't be left to waste, it had to be put to use. What for? Jiang Ye was still focused on further developing the economy. Just then, an email arrived containing the latest weekly financial statements. Among them, oil exports and natural gas exports were particularly striking. These two sectors ranked first and second in revenue, with arms sales only coming in third. This made Jiang Ye realize Jiangdong's abundant natural resources still needed to be further utilized. Let's exchange for a few more detectors. Probes come in different tiers. Previously, Jiang Ye wasn't sure if he hadn't unlocked them yet, but the detectors he exchanged were default basic detectors. This time, Jiang Ye went straight for the advanced ones. He exchanged 10 at once. He assigned the detection tasks to Abuja and, while waiting for the results, upgraded all the remaining ports. Major ports. Aden port remained the primary focus. Jiang Ye intended to develop this port into the largest and most prosperous port in the world. Additionally, Jiang Ye exchanged for several cargo ships. He also acquired numerous captains and sailors from the reputation store. He ultimately decided to develop his own workforce. Hiring from outside would create conflicts of interest, making long-term cooperation unlikely. Jiang Ye prepared to build his own team. Beside the port, construct several large dry docks to facilitate ship maintenance and repairs. When idle, we could also attract some business by offering maintenance services to passing ships. This time, money is no object. Everything is built to the highest standards. With the completion of several large dry docks and the recent port expansion, the entire harbor has been transformed. It now looked countless times more prosperous and impressive than when they first took over. For efficiency's sake, Jiang Ye hired a 1,000-strong workforce in one go. They were tasked with moving cargo, loading and unloading ships, equipped with super-large cranes to boost efficiency. Over 10,000 additional containers were added. Various auxiliary transport vehicles, including flatbed trucks and straddle carriers, were also deployed. A dedicated team was hired to maintain port order, with a security office constructed nearby. New watchtowers were added. Additionally, port facilities were upgraded, including container spreaders, bollards, and breakwaters. After a busy half-day, the mail icon in the upper right corner flashed. It was a message from Abdullah. Click to view. This time, the haul was substantial. Unmined oil fields. Reserves, 3.2 billion tons. Development difficulty, 4 stars. Current status, developable. Unexploited copper mine. Reserves, 2.3 billion tons. Mining difficulty, 37 stars. Current status, mineable. Unmined gold ore. Reserves, 40,324 tons. Development difficulty, 5 stars. Current status, mineable. Unmined natural gas. Reserves, 9.7 billion cubic meters. Development difficulty, 3 stars. Current status, recoverable. 10 detectors identified 8 natural resource deposits. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised by the oil and natural gas. Copper and gold deposits, however, were unexpected. Especially the gold deposits. Jiang Ye looked up the data online. He was astonished to discover that the largest known gold deposit in Jiangdong was the Masala Masara gold mine in Sandarin. Current exploration indicates 700 gaisai, equivalent to approximately 198 metric tons of gold. Yet the gold mine Jiang Ye had detected contained over 400 tons. It was undoubtedly the largest gold deposit ever discovered in Jiangdong. Calculating based on gold prices fluctuating around 700 yuan per gram, the development of this gold mine could generate approximately 300 billion yuan in direct revenue for Jiang Ye. He struck it rich. Jiang Ye had only one thought: unlike currency. Currency depreciates, experiences inflation, and remains unstable due to various factors. Gold, however, is solid hard currency. No matter how low the price might dip, it would never plummet to nothing. And this was just the income from one gold mine. Add in the profits from the other oil, natural gas, and copper mines. This exploration alone will bring the Yemen kingdom at least $1 trillion in revenue. Jiang Ye hurriedly searched the prestige store to locate the corresponding mining equipment. He then personally inspected the sites and rehired mining crews, preparing to commence simultaneous extraction at multiple mines immediately. Chapter 126, Restart Plan. Before long, the mining teams commenced operations in full force. News of this spread overseas in no time, and many countries learned of it. They were all salivating. Especially the Jiangdong nations. How could the kingdom of Yemen be so incredibly lucky? First oil, then natural gas. And to top it all off, they've uncovered the largest gold deposit in Jiangdong's history? Once the kingdom of Yemen fully exploits these resources, won't its economy skyrocket? This could deal a significant blow to all Jiangdong nations. The leaders of nations like Sandia, Qatari, Dubai, and Alianqiu are restless. After much deliberation, they concluded they must take action to curb the Yemen kingdom's economic growth. But they could only act discreetly. Otherwise, it would be blatantly antagonizing the kingdom of Yemen. Given the kingdom of Yemen's fiery temper, what if they declared war at any moment? War is notoriously costly. Many nations would rather swallow their pride than risk conflict. But this logic doesn't apply to the kingdom of Yemen. Their development has been built through conquest. Not only has their economy not collapsed, but they've grown richer and more prosperous. This leaves other nations deeply frustrated. They find themselves quite at a loss. Gold and copper ores, once mined, require refining to extract their valuable components. After mining operations officially commenced in the mining district, Jiang Ye established ore refineries nearby, preparing to process the minerals locally as soon as extraction was complete. As for the refined gold, Jiang Ye had no immediate plans to sell it, intending instead to hold it as strategic reserve resources. After all, gold's utility extends far beyond mere monetary value. As a unique mineral, during periods of global economic instability, inflation, or currency devaluation, gold serves as a hard currency with stable value. It serves as a safe haven asset, mitigating losses caused by currency fluctuations. Central banks worldwide also hold gold as a crucial component of their foreign exchange reserves. This enhances national financial stability and creditworthiness. The fundamental reason the US dollar holds significant hegemony internationally. This is inextricably linked to the United States' substantial gold reserves. In the industrial sector, gold plays an even greater role. Due to its excellent electrical conductivity, oxidation resistance, and stability, gold serves as a critical material in the electronics industry. It is widely used in the electronics industry. For instance, in the manufacturing of integrated circuits for electronic products like mobile phones and computers, gold can be used to produce critical components such as conductors and electrodes. Another point. This is also the aspect Jiang Ye values most highly. That is, in fields such as aerospace, gold also plays an extremely important role due to its unique properties. For instance, it can be used in the electronic systems of satellites and spacecraft to ensure the normal operation of various equipment under extreme conditions. The aviation industry is also an indispensable component of a nation's development. Earth's resources are finite, and humanity's unrestrained exploitation will inevitably deplete the planet's energy reserves. Space, however, holds countless scarce resources found on Earth, as well as precious materials not available on our planet. It is an inexhaustible natural treasure trove. It can be said that in the future development of humanity, whoever takes the lead in aerospace will stand at the forefront of human technology. Of course, if these seem too distant for now, let's set them aside. Then, as Jiang Ye knows, certain critical aircraft components also utilize gold to enhance corrosion resistance and electrical conductivity. In short, gold is classified as hard currency for a reason. Over 400 tons of gold? Jiang Ye did the math carefully. Once fully mined and refined, 400 tons of gold would constitute a substantial reserve. Consider this. Even Shate, hailed as Jiangdong's top gold producer, held reserves of only about 300 tons. Even so, it still ranks 16th globally in gold reserves. Therefore, once fully developed and refined, the Yemen kingdom's gold reserves would be sufficient to outshine the majority of nations worldwide. Yisalai. Luan had just convened a comprehensive meeting with the lighthouse nation's high-ranking officials and internal personnel from Yisali. They conducted a thorough debriefing of the previous air battle. We must counter their formidable fighter jets whatever source they obtained them from. The importance of air superiority should be crystal clear to all of you. Luan spoke earnestly. Between the lines, his words revealed his own concerns and underscored the future threat the kingdom of Yemen would pose to them. The target was obvious to all. Yet just a few battles had already left them somewhat demoralized. As the global superpower. In the past 2 centuries, when had the lighthouse nation ever suffered such a setback? Never. Yes. Before the emergence of the Yemen kingdom, before Jiang Ye led the Houthi forces and became their commander.
The lighthouse nation's military record could be described as magnificent. Never once defeated.
All of that was shattered with the rise of the Yemen kingdom. They had long desired to take action against the kingdom of Yemen. But it was impractical. Unless the lighthouse nation fully committed its forces, massing armies at the border and deploying every ounce of military might. Otherwise, uprooting the Yemen kingdom was out of the question.
And the consequences of such an action? The lighthouse nation itself could not bear. It would provide an opening for other nations harboring ambitions toward the beacon nation. The dragon nation, the big goose. And even many Western nations ostensibly aligned with it have long sought to break free from its control. Yisili Defense Minister McKenlin stated, "I have a solution. Since we cannot directly attack the kingdom of Yemen, we can strike from the flanks, crush them, and apply pressure."
He had thought it through. Defeating the kingdom of Yemen doesn't necessarily require a head-on assault.
The current kingdom of Yemen
had solidified its structure. It possesses all the systems characteristic of a complete nation.
Attacking head-on would be too difficult.
Even if successful, it would be a grueling task where one kills 1,000 enemies but loses 800 of their own.
Not worth the cost. So what remains? Is to gradually weaken their strength from the flanks. Lu Wen looked at McKenlin with curiosity. What do you mean?
All eyes, filled with curiosity, now turned to McKenlin.
McKenlin, the Minister of Defense. Equivalent to the think tank of Yisili.
Strategically, he commanded the utmost respect among the high command. His commanding presence was evident throughout. A seasoned veteran commander. Now, the kingdom of Yemen is not only developing itself but also indirectly supporting other forces to oppose us. The recent Hamas attacks were orchestrated by them behind the scenes.
I believe you all remember this? McKenlin stated solemnly, "My plan is straightforward: reactivate the operation against Gasha. We cannot stand idly by while the forces supported by the Yemen kingdom grow so powerful. This will only plunge Yisrael and our allied nations into utter ruin." Chapter 127, the bombing begins. This point reminded everyone present. Ever since the last attack by Gasha, Yisrael had harbored resentment and sought revenge. However, a series of subsequent events. Their plans had been temporarily shelved until now. Indeed, we cannot allow them to develop unchecked.
Lu Wen nodded, deep in thought. His gaze swept across everyone present.
Not a single one of the 20-plus Yisili executives voiced opposition. For them,
since they couldn't confront the Yemen kingdom head-on, targeting their subordinates was a viable alternative. Gasha's combat prowess had suddenly become so formidable.
It was obvious that Yemen had invested considerable effort in training them. Therefore, eliminating Gasha, even if it doesn't bring down the Yemen kingdom, it would still be like cutting off one of their arms. If we don't act now, once Yemen finishes training Gasha too, it will be too late.
Finally, seeing everyone's unusually unanimous opinion, Lu Wen symbolically called for a vote. Then let's vote by show of hands. Those in favor of sending troops to Gasha, raise your hands.
If there are no objections, we'll begin our operation.
This matter can't wait.
The sooner we strike, the better.
In the end, not a single person present raised their hand against it.
It passed unanimously. Lu Wen turned to McKenlin.
"This mission is yours. Within 2 days, I want to see Gasha covered in blood and screams."
"No problem."
McKenlin's face radiated confidence.
"If we can't handle Yemen, how could we possibly fail against Gasha?" He was utterly confident. The meeting adjourned.
McKenlin immediately began preparations, organizing aerial bombing forces that very night to launch a surprise attack on Gasha.
Late at night, the tranquil night sky was suddenly shattered by a deafening roar. Fighter jets roared into Gaza's airspace from within Israeli territory.
Just as the people of Gaza were sleeping soundly, dreaming sweet dreams.
Suddenly, boom!
A massive tremor, like a small earthquake, shook half of Gasha. Near the epicenter of the blast, the shockwave shattered every window within hundreds of meters of surrounding buildings. Shards of glass jolted countless sleeping Gashans awake.
What's happening? What's going on? An earthquake?
A searing heat washed over them, thick smoke billowing, suffocating.
Then, before anyone could comprehend what was happening, more explosions greeted them. Boom! Dozens of shells rained down on the city center from all directions. Building after building collapsed under the explosive force, reduced to rubble. In an instant, dozens, hundreds of lives were lost. Cries of grief and pleas for help echoed in waves.
From high above, all of Gaza lay transformed into a sea of flames, resembling a living hell.
Damn it! We're under attack.
South of the city, not far from the beach, several Hamas fighters gritted their teeth in fury. Yisrael had chosen this moment to launch an airstrike. And they're dropping bombs right into the densest part of the city center.
This is a massacre. You must understand, killing civilians is a grave violation of the rules of war, something no nation would tolerate. They never imagined Yisili would be so brazen. They show no regard whatsoever for international law. Report, first wave of bombing completed. Preparing for second wave. McKenlin's office. The news relayed by his subordinates brought a look of satisfaction to McKenlin's face. Excellent. This was precisely what he wanted to see. Isn't this a bit too cruel?
On the other side of the office sat another high-ranking member of the Israeli organization. Of course, he wasn't genuinely moved by compassion. Nor was it any sudden pang of conscience.
Rather, massacring civilians would provoke global outrage against Yisili. He feared international condemnation. What was there to fear? McLean couldn't care less. Earlier, Hamas openly crossed the border and attacked us. How many of our soldiers died? How many buildings were destroyed? If we don't settle this score with them, are we supposed to absorb it internally? The other party thought about it and realized he had a point. Not to mention, it was they who first caged Gaza, imposing a blockade that transformed a once thriving city into the world's largest open-air prison. In Gaza, the first wave of bombing jolted people awake. They began frantically fleeing for their lives. They evacuated towards safer ground. Soon, the second wave of bombing arrived. Though casualties weren't as staggering as the first wave, the losses were still devastating. Years of war had left many people with disabilities. Many people had lost limbs. Even when they knew danger was approaching, they couldn't escape in time. And so the tragedy unfolded. Watching their homes, the very foundations of their survival, reduced to rubble time and again. The people of Gaza's eyes turned red with rage, and seeds of hatred took root in their hearts. Damn Yisili! I swear, one day, you'll pay for this with your blood. Several young Gazan boys roared at the raging flames. Their bodies bore countless bomb wounds, blood-soaked and gruesome to behold. And now, at just 7 or 8 years old, they felt no pain, only a heart filled with rage and hatred. That night, most of Gazan was engulfed in flames. The flames raged all night long. The next day, news of the bombing of Gaza spread across the globe, shocking people worldwide. As one harrowing video after another were uploaded online, people could feel the horror of Gaza's devastation the previous night through their screens. What followed came a torrent of condemnation from countless righteous individuals worldwide. This is a massacre. A blatant massacre. Why would they do this? Do they even acknowledge the existence of international law? Damn it, Yisili deserves to be damned. Killing so many innocent people, they must be held accountable for their actions. They are nothing but demons. God will not forgive you. The war is brutal, civilians are innocent. Why harm them? Why be so ruthless? Yisili must provide an explanation. I urge a thorough investigation into Yisili. They have clearly violated international regulations. The UN must step in and sanction them. They can't just play dead now. A bunch of beasts worse than animals. This outcome. Yisili had anticipated this outcome. McKinley instructed the Israeli government to issue a statement. Our recent operation in the Gaza Strip aimed to eliminate destabilizing elements and eradicate terrorists there. The civilian casualties were purely accidental. We further urge all Gazans to surrender Hamas terrorists within your ranks immediately. Otherwise, Israel will be compelled to take further measures to protect itself from unjustified attacks. The statement was met with. It drew even more criticism from netizens worldwide. You nearly flattened their city center, and you call that an accidental bombing? Multiple bombing raids in a single night. All mistakes? It just goes to show the public sees through it all. No one buys Italy's nonsense. Chapter 128, the symposium begins. Killing demands retribution. I want Yisili to pay with his life. I've never seen such shamelessness. After killing so many people, he thinks he can brush it off with a flippant mistake? What if I went to your house, killed a few people, and then told you it was an accidental killing? Disgusting. They've opened the door to disgustingness. Disgusting to the core. Never imagined such things could happen in a so-called civilized nation. What happened to the United Nations? Why aren't they speaking up now? They're afraid the situation will escalate. This is the world's outrage. The wrath of the masses is hard to appease. Lewin sought out McKinley, hoping to discuss ways to calm the situation. But McKinley couldn't care less. Don't worry, Mr. President. The rumors circulating outside are only temporary. Words won't inflict lasting damage on us, right? On the other hand, our attack on Gaza serves as a response to the Kingdom of Yemen. McLean was supremely confident. I believe that by eliminating Hamas completely, we'll sever one of the Yemen kingdom's arms. They'll be severely weakened. Lewin pondered. There was some truth to that. Finally, he sighed and urged McKinley to proceed cautiously. Otherwise, if this escalates, that wouldn't be good for anyone. McKinley gave his word to Lewin, but the moment Lewin left, he immediately began planning the next attack. He intended to wipe out every last Hamas member in the Gaza Strip. Then he would seize complete control of Gaza, securing administrative authority there. And to demonstrate his strength to Yemen, he indirectly conveyed to Jiang Ye that Israel wasn't lacking the capability to act, it simply didn't want to tear apart the facade and risk mutual destruction. At least in McKinley's view, Israel and the Kingdom of Jordan possess the capability to wage war. And the advantage lies with them. After all, Yisili had been established for so many years, possessing ample experience and accumulated strength. And with so many nations backing them? As a latecomer, Yemen. Behind it stands only the Dragon Nation and the Elang. Don't forget, Elang has long been deeply infiltrated by the Lighthouse Nation. Many of its high-ranking officials are actually agents of the Lighthouse Nation. The only remaining player is the Dragon Nation, whose reliability remains uncertain. What is certain is this. McKinley believes that if both sides were to engage in large-scale warfare, the Dragon Nation would never sacrifice its own interests to intervene, to aid the United States. At that point, Yemen would be left standing alone. It's a matter of attrition. Yisili could gradually wear down the Yemen kingdom. Charles, what's your take on this? Yemen.
Yisili had schemed relentlessly to flex their muscles before Jiang Ye and finally succeeded in drawing his attention.
They know you're behind Hamas. They're likely using this operation to send us a warning. Jiang Ye smiled. Charles's thoughts. It coincided perfectly with Jiang Ye's own thoughts.
But they were clearly mistaken.
Yisili believed Jiang Ye would be afraid. Quite the opposite. Not only was Jiang Ye unafraid, he thought Yisili was out of his mind. A bunch of cowards. Unable to attack Yemen, they took their frustration out on Jia Shah.
No need to elaborate on their true nature.
Moreover,
Jiang Ye wanted to recruit underlings, but his current relationship with Jia Shah was far from superior subordinate. It was merely a partnership at best.
Yisili's attack on Jia Shah carries no cost for Jiang Ye.
Jiang Ye would only find it laughable.
Beyond that, he felt nothing. I wonder what His Majesty the King intends to do next. Charles watched Jiang Ye with curiosity. If it were you, what would you do?
Jiang Ye turned his curious gaze toward Charles, the nation's chief strategist. Ever since the system rewarded Charles,
most domestic affairs
had been handled by Charles,
saving Jiang Ye countless headaches.
I believe Garsha will soon reach out to you for assistance. When that happens, you could offer some support, perhaps organize a workshop or similar event while also addressing the situation in Yisili.
Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Excellent. On this point, Charles and his own thoughts once again coincided perfectly. Sure enough, not long after, Gash's team proactively reached out to Jiang Ye.
In the video, Sal was hiding in a dimly lit space resembling an underground cave. His face looked haggard and his head was wrapped in bandages, as if he had just been injured.
Sarl,
Jiang Ye began, I deeply sympathize with what you've endured.
Jiang Ye spoke up. Sal replied with bitter resentment, Yazir killed many of us. Several Hamas leaders perished in the attack. We must avenge this.
I understand, but please calm down first.
Jiang Ye responded. I understand your feelings, but anger is useless.
It only clouds judgment and leads to reckless actions.
How about this? I'm organizing a symposium.
Send your people over, and we'll discuss how to deal with Yisrael together.
Is that okay? No problem, absolutely no problem. I hear we're going after Yisili. Sar nodded vigorously, hastily agreeing.
This time, besides Hamas, Jiang Ye planned to summon all members of the resistance Fox.
We need to discuss countermeasures. As Yisili was their common enemy, he believed everyone would be keenly interested.
Jiang Ye had invitations sent out.
Upon receiving the news, Elon immediately prepared to send representatives.
Yisili had gone too far this time. He had long since grown weary of watching the other factions. Libya, Syria, and Iraq also expressed their agreement and would send representatives to attend. The symposium was thus finalized. 2 days later, representatives from all parties arrived at the Kingdom of Yemen, where Jiang Ye arranged for special vehicles to greet them. Due to the urgency of the situation, the top leaders of each faction were unable to spare the time on short notice. Thus, they did not attend in person. However, those who did attend were influential figures with significant decision-making authority, making discussions with them equally meaningful.
Upon entering the capital city of Yemen, the representatives from various factions were all stunned by the changes within Yemen's borders. General Korkos, dispatched by the Young Fence faction, remarked in disbelief, when I last visited, this place wasn't nearly as prosperous.
The changes are truly staggering.
Indeed.
The Syrian defense minister, his face filled with astonishment, declared, under your leadership, the Kingdom of Yemen is destined to reach its zenith.
These words, half of it was genuine astonishment, a heartfelt sentiment. But it was also meant to flatter Jiang Ye. After all, the Kingdom of Yemen was developing so rapidly they too wanted to curry favor and get a piece of the pie. The leader of Hamas, Sana'a, wore a grim expression. He remained silent throughout the entire process, his entire being still immersed in hatred toward Yisili. They arrived at the main city. Jiang Ye had his men lead them to the conference room, where the meeting formally commenced. Jiang Ye had no intention of beating around the bush. Instead, he got straight to the point. Everyone was eager to know why Jiang Ye had summoned them. One by one, they looked at Jiang Ye with curiosity, listening intently. Your Majesty, please tell us what should we do? Jiang Ye cleared his throat. Ahem. Step 1, let the public discourse continue to ferment. Chapter 129, Street Fighting Tactics. Let the public opinion continue to ferment? Jiang Ye looked at the group and nodded. Yes. Yisili has already provoked widespread outrage. Even if they can control public opinion, they won't be able to contain it this time. Essentially, Yisili is now pitting itself against the entire world. What do you think their ultimate fate will be? This world has been controlled by Squid for far too long. They've exploited every online news outlet and media resource. They've portrayed themselves as victims throughout history. They once garnered sympathy from people worldwide. People believed the Squid were a pitiful race. But this time, the truth has been exposed, and people have seen the true face of the Yisili people. They now recognize them as a group of demons who manipulate public perception through the internet and news, subtly shaping people's thoughts to exploit sympathy and profit from others' goodwill. Especially this massacre. Countless innocent civilians perished in the flames. They cannot be absolved. Imagine the situation. If Yisili becomes the enemy of all, anyone who steps in to teach him a lesson in the future won't even need a legitimate reason. They would gain the support of the entire world. Even the Beacon Nation, which shares the same bed with Yisili. Only their governments would back him. In the hearts of ordinary people, there is genuine opposition to Yisili's atrocities. Ultimately,
Those with humanity still constitute the majority in this world.
Its reputation is ruined.
The carefully cultivated image Yisili had spent years building crumbled overnight.
What followed was relentless persecution against them. And no one would bat an eye.
And this was merely Jiang Ye's first move. After hearing this, everyone felt Jiang Ye's reasoning was sound.
But were we to stand idly by, watching them continue slaughtering the people of Gasha?
Others could afford to wait. But Tsar couldn't afford to wait. We cannot stand by and watch Yisili continue the slaughter.
Who knows when their next bombing raid will come? Of course not.
Jiang Ye shook his head. Rest assured, I will help you deal with Yisili. I just don't want to get involved personally for now, but I'll provide you with equipment.
Hearing the word equipment, Tsar's eyes lit up.
So many lives lost in this bombing, so many homes destroyed, they'd long since stopped fearing anything.
Give them a chance.
They'd even go down fighting Yisili.
He dared to fight. But they lacked the equipment.
Yisili has the United States backing him. They can easily obtain the most advanced equipment in the world. But Kasha is penniless, with nothing to her name.
Worth mentioning, Jiang Ye's temporary use of their single-soldier exoskeleton armor was a rental. After that incident, they returned it. What remained in their possession were several Z-type portable rocket launchers.
They had purchased these at a premium from Jiang Ye. But the ammunition was nearly depleted. Only a pile of launch tubes remained. Resisting the fierce enemy with these meager resources proved quite difficult. As for the makeshift rocket launchers Jiang Ye taught them to build using fertilizer, sugar, and steel pipes, those wouldn't work either. Their accuracy was simply too poor. On the main battlefield, their effectiveness was practically zero. And there was one thing that worried Sal greatly.
The enemy has fighter jets. They held air superiority and could bomb us.
I feared that if the disparity in weaponry was too great, we wouldn't achieve much. Tsar sighed, his face clouded with worry. In modern warfare, air superiority is crucial. Facing direct aerial bombardment without matching combat capabilities and equipment,
you simply cannot compete. Yes, Gashan's forces are too weak.
Even with weapons, they likely couldn't stand up to Yisili.
Unless Gaza also had fighter jets. That's unrealistic, isn't it?
Representatives from Syria, Iraq, and Libya were buzzing with discussion.
The Kingdom of Yemen couldn't possibly provide Gasha with fighter jet support. Even if they did.
Gasha is such a small place, the fighters wouldn't have much room to maneuver.
And pilots are another issue. You can't just pick anyone off the street to fly a fighter jet, can you? You must understand that nations invest immense resources and effort. It's no small feat. Gasha simply couldn't produce one in such a short time. At a complete loss. Jiang Ye chuckled. Who said we had to engage them head-on? Oh, so you mean?
Everyone furrowed their brows. They sensed profound meaning in Jiang Ye's words.
Suddenly, it dawned on them. Had they overlooked something?
Jiang Ye pressed his hand to his forehead, at a loss for words. The Hamas forces were numerous.
But they hadn't received professional training. They certainly couldn't compare to the professional soldiers of Yisili. Even with a slight edge in equipment, they'd likely get thoroughly beaten. How did they win the last raid? Jiang Ye's supplies were incredibly powerful.
But Jiang Ye couldn't possibly supply them with such powerful gear every single time. That's why Jiang Ye rejected the idea of a frontal assault from the very beginning. We never expected Gaza to crush Yisili on the main battlefield. If we can't win on the open battlefield, we can fight them in the streets.
Street fighting? The representatives from all factions froze in surprise. Then they slapped their thighs. Right. Why hadn't they thought of that? So-called street fighting. It is a rather unique form of combat. It offers significant natural advantages to the defending side. First, the terrain. Gaza's complex topography features densely packed buildings and a labyrinth of streets and alleys.
For Hamas fighters who know Gaza City intimately, urban warfare allows them to exploit doors, windows, rooftops, basements, and other locations for concealment, ambushes, and surprise attacks, catching the enemy off guard. Historically, several classic battles have been fought in urban environments. For example, the Battle of Stalingrad during World War II. Soviet soldiers hid within the ruins, abandoned workshops, and residential buildings, causing immense difficulties for the German soldiers at the time. Moreover, the narrow streets severely restricted the deployment and maneuverability of the attacking forces' heavy weapons and vehicles. Heavy tanks and large armored weapons were essentially rendered half useless. The multi-level structure of urban buildings allowed for the deployment of troops and weapons, creating a three-dimensional defense system. Observation posts and snipers were positioned on upper floors, infantry firepoints were set up on middle floors, and obstacles and traps were placed on lower floors. With these tactical arrangements in place, Jiang Ye could guarantee that Yisili's forces would be decimated one by one. This point, Jiang Ye would later send personnel to provide basic training for Hamas fighters. He would instruct them on combat tactics and proper deployment. To demonstrate their strength to the Kingdom of Yemen, the initial plan is to completely annihilate Hamas. But Hamas is hiding in Gaza, and without a specific list, they can't conduct a precise purge.
The simplest and most brutal approach, naturally, is to carry out a bloodbath in Gaza. In other words, Yisrael's true objective can be understood as fully seizing Gaza and incorporating it into Yisrael's territory. As for casualties, even if every single person in Gaza were to die, they wouldn't care. They had reached a point of utter depravity. Chapter 130. This set's a bit pricey. Faced with this, Jiang Ye naturally couldn't stand by and watch them run amok. Capture Gaza. What comes next? It was to continue targeting the Kingdom of Yemen with further operations. Jiang Ye would never allow himself to be caught off guard. Gulp. Delegates from all factions were utterly stunned by Jiang Ye's explanation. Who would have thought that despite inferior equipment and military capabilities, such tactics could still be employed? Your Majesty, we are ready to follow your commands.
Sar was utterly convinced. Perhaps Jiang Ye could truly lead Hamas to create a miracle and turn defeat into victory. Jiang Ye gestured for him to calm down. Then he added, "First, take a look at the equipment I've sponsored for you this time.
It's not as lavish as last time. After all, that time we even deployed individual exoskeleton armor.
But what we're providing this time is no less impressive."
Sar immediately leaned in.
In Jiang Ye's hand was a list. Representatives from other factions craned their necks to get a closer look, afraid they might miss something. Supply list. Kevlar helmets, ceramic composite body armor, M4 carbines, AK-47 rifles, ACOG optical sights, tactical radios, high-explosive grenades, anti-tank mines.
After reading it,
Sar's eyes widened, his pupils sharply contracting.
This much? This is way too much.
For an organization whose only means of resistance were makeshift rocket launchers fashioned from fertilizer, sugar, and steel pipes. This gear was beyond their wildest dreams. All high-quality gear. Kevlar helmets, capable of withstanding 9mm pistol rounds at close range, as well as shrapnel from explosions like artillery shells and grenades with fragment protection speeds reaching 630 meters per second. Ceramic composite body armor effectively deflects rifle rounds like standard 7.62mm bullets at certain distances. Higher grade vests offer a terrifying 90% protection rate against standard 5.56mm and 7.62mm rounds. Needless to say, they can handle M4 carbines and AK-47s.
Common sights on the battlefield.
The active duty forces of the United States are all using these firearms.
As for the ACOG optical sight, it represents cutting-edge technology.
With a maximum magnification of 8x, a wide field of view, and illuminated reticle functionality, it remains fully operational in low-light conditions. The tactical radio, essentially a battlefield communication device, has a range varying from several kilometers to over 10 kilometers depending on the model and conditions. Its greatest strengths lie in its anti-jamming capabilities, secure communication functions, and support for multiple communication modes including voice and data transmission. In urban combat, which demands high levels of coordination and teamwork,
effective coordination can multiply overall tactical efficiency by an immeasurable degree. These things,
not just Sarl, but even representatives like Iraq, Syria, and Libya were envious.
Unfortunately, this was specifically prepared for Gaza. Otherwise, they'd definitely try to get some from Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, how much would these cost? Sar asked excitedly. No charge. Consider it my personal sponsorship. I expect you to repay me with the heads of Seleucid soldiers on the battlefield. These items are merely the most basic necessities. They're not particularly high-tech. Jiang Ye's armory could churn out large quantities with ease. It doesn't require much capital either. Compared to that negligible cost, what Jiang Ye truly wants to see is Hamas fighters striving to kill Swid. How unfortunate. Sar felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing. I said I'd be repaid with the heads of the Syriac soldiers. Very well, we swear we won't disappoint you. Sar's eyes flashed crimson. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt before Jiang Ye, about to kowtow. Jiang Ye hurriedly stopped him. No need for that. I don't do that sort of thing. Sar knew Jiang Ye had Dragon Nation blood. And kneeling before the Dragon Nation was the highest form of respect. His eyes still red, he said, "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I truly don't know how to repay you. You've given us so much equipment. You are the savior of all Hamas fighters. You've given us the chance and hope for revenge. The humiliation of being caged needn't be mentioned." This was the hatred long suppressed in the hearts of every Palestine person. What truly moved him was the scene from the day before, when his loved ones and close friends were blown to pieces. The bloody scenes. Still vivid in his mind. He knew that without Jiang Ye, they would be utterly powerless, unable to do anything. Jiang Ye said nothing, merely patting Sal's shoulder. Jiang Ye wouldn't doubt his words. Now, every Hamas fighter charged into battle with a chest filled with unbearable hatred. Jiang Ye could feel their resolve for vengeance. On the side of Elang, the representative spoke up, "Moving forward, we can also provide you with some weapons as needed." Elang is the big brother of the resistance foxes. Though with the rise of Yemen, his status as the big brother has become somewhat nominal. Because whether it's Hamas, Syria, or Iraq, they all now implicitly recognize Yemen as the top leader. Yet Elang's standing remains second only to Yemen's. After speaking, the Elang representative turned to look at Jiang Ye. "Your Majesty, to be perfectly honest, we also wish to import some equipment from your side. I wonder if there might be something suitable. Unlike other nations in Jiangdong, which have been thrown into disarray by the Lighthouse Nation and Yisili, Elang possesses an independent government. It is a complete nation." It was a thorn in Yisili's side. He feared that if Yisili learned of this symposium, they might join forces with the Lighthouse Nation to target them as well. "What aspects do you require?" "Land and air defense systems. We need both, especially air defense. We're not short on offensive weapons. They possess various rocket systems and have independent RD capabilities. Only air defense has always been their weak point." "Well, we have that too." Jiang Ye considered it. The Reputation store offers quite a few affordable defense weapons. Note: inexpensive here refers to what Jiang Ye and the Yemen kingdom could afford. Because Yemen possessed the Stellar Shield, its trump card for air defense. For nations like Iran, however, the inexpensive air defense equipment Jiang Ye mentioned was anything but cheap. Instead, they were coveted treasures. Jiang Ye recalled a model he'd spotted while browsing air defense systems in a store earlier. I have an air defense missile with a range of 400 kilometers, a maximum intercept speed of Mach 6, a payload capacity of 32 rounds, and an integrated fire control system. Interested? The Iran representative's eyes widened. He almost doubted his own ears. With that range, intercept speed, and payload capacity, it could handle multiple supersonic missiles simultaneously, right? The Kingdom of Yemen truly has no shortage of remarkable technology. I'll take it this one. The Iran representative said with delight. This would revolutionize Iran's defense capabilities. Jiang Ye shifted gears abruptly, but this system comes with a hefty price tag. How much? $500 million. Chapter 131, Seminar turns into sales pitch. The Iran representative fell silent. $500 million for the single set? This isn't just expensive, it's astronomically priced. Consider this. The Aegis system from the land of the free? Costs no more than $200 million per unit. It's one of the world's most powerful shipborne air defense systems, capable of detecting, tracking, and destroying aircraft and missiles, while also possessing the ability to engage enemy naval vessels. As for the selling price, it tops out at $300 or $400 million at most. Jiang Ye, however, is charging $500 million per set, and that's just for the equipment alone. If you later want technical guidance from Jiang Ye, wouldn't that start at $1 billion? Seeing the representative of Billion Wolf hesitating, Jiang Ye interjected, rest assured, our equipment will never disappoint you. It's a surefire profit. That's not what I meant. He knew full well Jiang Ye's equipment wouldn't be subpar. Based on the performance specifications alone, he understood just how groundbreaking it was. He also believed the Kingdom of Yemen possessed such capabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made Yisili and the Lighthouse Nation suffer so many losses. But Ilang was never a big shot like Zhongdong. He had to be more cautious with finances. He was simply too strapped for cash. If only he had more money, he wouldn't be so conflicted. Jiang Ye pledged, here's the deal. As long as you purchase my defense systems, any firepower losses or system failures within their monitoring range will be fully covered by me. No questions asked. Asking means you have absolute trust in the system's products. Because no country in the world can breach the defenses of air defense equipment purchased from the system. Not even the Lighthouse Nation. Really? Would I lie to you? Alright then, we'll take 4 sets. Ilan's representative gritted his teeth, ready to shell out $20 billion for the purchase. Seeing the deal sealed, Jiang Ye mentally calculated the costs and profits. This equipment. It could be purchased directly with cash, not requiring reputation points. Each unit cost around $1.2 billion. Calculating this way, Jiang Ye could profit $3.8 billion per set. Per sets would yield roughly $1.5 billion. The profit margin reached 75%. Honestly, experiencing the thrill of being a shady businessman, it's undeniably exhilarating. Didn't lift a finger and netted $1.5 billion. No wonder. They say there's no such thing as a businessman without a bit of cunning. Who could resist the temptation of such massive profits? After that, both parties wasted no time. They signed the contract immediately. Representatives from Iraq, Syria, and Libya watched on enviously. This seminar. Hamas and Ilang both reaped rewards, yet they came away empty-handed, a bitter pill to swallow. Your Majesty, is there any equipment more suitable for our country? The representative from Lebanon stared longingly at Jiang Ye. What exactly are you looking for? The representative from Libya paused, then asked, any powerful rocket-propelled grenades? Geographically speaking, Libya borders Yisili, with the two nations lying very close together. Over the past 2 years, conflicts have erupted repeatedly between the two sides. Lebanon has long been dissatisfied with Yisili's lawless actions in Zhongdong, its blatant violation of international law, and its occupation of Belstan's territory. Lebanon's leadership senses that a major war is inevitable. Their sole concern was their outdated weaponry. Meanwhile, Yisili possesses the renowned Iron Dome defense system. They feared that if war broke out with Israel, their current arsenal would pose little threat to Israel. Instead, Israel could easily bomb their territory. But if they possessed weapons of comparable caliber, they wouldn't worry. At worst, mutually assured destruction. They wouldn't believe the cowardly Yisili people would dare to destroy themselves along with them. Yes. Seeing the young fence representative, so bold and fearless, so determined and tenacious, Jiang Ye also admired their courage. Among the nations present, Lebanon ranked second only to Ilang in strength. After all, Ilang and Syria. Years of war. Their foundations had long been shattered. As for Gasha, it goes without saying, if not for Jiang Ye enabling them to make some progress, they'd still be caged birds with no freedom whatsoever. Jiang Ye temporarily exited the negotiation interface, opened the shop, and found something worthwhile inside. He then returned to the interaction interface. I have a model here that I'm sure will pique your interest. May I review the specifications and performance? Certainly. Jiang Ye introduced, this is our latest rocket-propelled grenade, the Superbreaker X1. It measures 35 meters in length, 0.35 meters in diameter, and has a launch weight of 500 kilograms, including propellant and warhead. It has a maximum range of 800 kilometers, utilizing a new high-energy propellant and an optimized aerodynamic design.
Multiple warhead types are available, though the primary option currently is the composite armor-piercing warhead. The explosive yield of this rocket can be controlled between 1,000 and 30,000 tons of TNT. As for accuracy, rest assured we employ the latest technology known as the composite guidance system, achieving a circular error probability within just 5 meters.
After hearing Jiang Ye's explanation, Li Nang's representative nearly popped his eyes out of his head. An 800 kilometers range? Forget Yixili, that's practically enough to cover the entire Jiangdong region. Max controllable yield, 30,000 tons of TNT. It possesses the capability to obliterate absolutely everything.
And the accuracy is absurd. A 5-meter margin of error is practically negligible. Faced with rockets of this caliber, Yixili's Iron Dome would likely turn into an iron bug. When it comes, everyone will have to weigh their own worth.
We're buying. The tender fence represents a powerful voice. No matter the price, he must buy this rocket launcher even if it means selling the family silver.
For once acquired, it becomes a national treasure rivaling the mushroom cloud.
All right. What's the price? Li Banning asked the most pressing question. One unit is priced at $100 million.
If you order 10 or more, each additional unit is $80 million.
The system itself costs $12 million, but its real-world performance makes it worth over $100 million in value. So $80 million is actually quite reasonable. Li Banning's representative exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It's within acceptable limits. They'd definitely ask for more, but since it wasn't needed immediately, it could serve as strategic reserves. Gritting his teeth, the representative of Lebanon ultimately demanded 50 units. That's $40 billion. By the time the contract was signed, Jiang Ye felt a bit embarrassed. It was supposed to be a proper symposium. How did it turn into his own sales pitch? But there was no other way. Every party was so desperate for genuine, high-quality goods that if Jiang Ye hadn't sold them, they'd have been unhappy. They were practically begging him to sell. Everyone saw it. It's not like I'm trying to profit off this. They're the ones forcing me to profit.
Another point worth mentioning, the system's products offer such high value for money that they can't be sold at excessively low prices.
Otherwise, the entire global arms industry would face a price collapse. Chapter 132, starting with a small goal.
So it's perfectly reasonable for Jiang Ye to sell it to them at several times the price.
Jiang Ye couldn't very well let his own actions disrupt the global market just because of him? How would the arms trade ever function afterward? Now only Syria and Iraq remain, watching longingly. They want it too. But
years of war have drained their coffers. They can't afford to pay top dollar for weapons like the billionaire Wolf. They can barely protect themselves. Seeing this, Jiang Ye, out of humanitarian concern, he was prepared to offer them a small gift. Here's the deal, I still have some individual combat weapons surplus from earlier stockpiles.
If you don't mind, I can give them to you for free. These weapons
were used by the Houthi forces before I took command.
Some of them were captured after eliminating the original Yemen government forces, the troops led by Houthi. They're just sitting around anyway. Rather than letting them gather dust in storage or being destroyed, why not do a favor and give them to Iraq and Syria?
This was a golden opportunity to win hearts and minds.
Jiang Ye rescued them from dire straits.
In the future, these two nations might even willingly become vassals to the Kingdom of Yemen.
Just like Hamas in Gaza. Syria and Iraq, both in terms of population and war experience, far surpass Hamas.
After all, they are nations.
Gaza is merely a region.
If possible, Jiang Ye intends to cultivate them into capable subordinates, his right-hand men. Of course. It all depends on their future performance. They better not turn out to be ingrateful dogs.
Otherwise, Jiang Ye would certainly deal with them. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. We are profoundly grateful, Your Majesty. Should you ever require anything, we Syrians will go through fire and water for you.
Both men were deeply moved.
In Jiang Ye's eyes, those were nothing but obsolete junk equipment.
But to them, it was different. They were treasures.
Rest assured, as long as you perform well, you'll be well rewarded. Jiang Ye declared generously.
He slapped both teams on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the representatives from each country looked determined. They exchanged glances, their minds even stirring with competitive thoughts. The representative of Elong felt conflicted. Once upon a time, the Yemen kingdom had been their subordinate, nurtured and supported by their own hands. Now, it seemed the tables had turned. He personally had no strong opinion on the matter, though he knew some within Elong's leadership might oppose it. But what could be done? In this world, might reigns supreme. This single delivery of empty missiles from the Yemen kingdom could protect vast swaths of Elong territory from threats by the Lighthouse Nation and Yixili. For that alone, he wouldn't hesitate to call Yemen Big Brother. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes.
An ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom.
After the seminar concluded, Jiang Ye arranged for their departure from the country, whereupon their own representatives came to greet them.
As for the orders secured during this trip, Jiang Ye promised delivery within a week. That speed
was nothing short of lightning fast. In other countries, business deals worth billions or tens of billions often take months or even years to fulfill.
This clearly demonstrates the current productive capacity of the Kingdom of Yemen.
Globally speaking, it ranks among the very best. And that's without even considering the boost Jiang Ye receives from the system.
With this in mind,
Jiang Ye proceeded to perform a simple upgrade on all major factories. The armory was expanded to 3 facilities. Previously, weapons production was solely for domestic supply.
Though export business began early, the export volume remained modest. The order just secured with Ilang and his team ranked among the largest in the history of the Yemen kingdom. After completing these tasks, Jiang Ye received news. The newly discovered stone quarry, natural gas field, and gold mine sites were ready for formal extraction once equipment installation was complete. Oil and natural gas would be exported as usual. Gold, as previously planned, would be retained as strategic reserves. This news caused quite a stir internationally. Several nations expressed interest in purchasing gold at premium prices. They intended to use it for material research and development, or like Jiang Ye, as strategic reserves. However, Jiang Ye declined all offers. After all, the Kingdom of Yemen's current gold reserves were practically non-existent. This simply won't do. The treasury must be replenished. Only with capital can we establish a foundation to stand firm in the world. We cannot pursue short-term gains. Once all the gold mines are fully developed, the Kingdom of Yemen's gold reserves could rank around 12th or 13th globally. In a sense, this is also a crucial metric for evaluating a nation. That evening, after a day of gaming, Jiang Ye stretched lazily, feeling somewhat tired. He planned to take a hot shower before going to bed. Though it might seem like just playing on a phone, every step was critical because it was linked to reality, requiring careful consideration. So playing it was still quite exhausting. It was a real brain drainer. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly, and the sense of accomplishment left Jiang Ye feeling quite satisfied. He ran the hot water. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see it was Wang Deming calling. "Academician Wang, what's the matter? I'm calling to share some good news." Wang Deming said cheerfully, "The material you provided us last time has passed several rounds of testing and fully meets the standards. I applied to the higher-ups, and the country is now preparing to mass-produce this material for practical application. I believe the material you developed will soon bring tremendous benefits to our nation." "Really? That's wonderful." Jiang Ye replied sincerely, "Academician Wang, it's an honor for me to contribute to the nation." "Ha!" Wang Deming chuckled. "Well then, is there anything you need right now? Just ask, and I'll arrange it immediately." He still believed. Last time Jiang Ye declined everything because he hadn't thought it through. Now that time has passed, he should have decided what he wants. Jiang Ye's contribution to the nation. And such a tremendous one at that. He couldn't possibly shortchange Jiang Ye. Trusting the nation, he was also quite willing to reward Jiang Ye in some way. This is commendable work worthy of encouragement. How about applying for some more RD funding? Jiang Ye thought for a moment asking for something for himself would be far more reasonable. Otherwise, Academician Wang would keep dwelling on this matter. Certainly, no problem. Wang Deming agreed immediately. RD requires funding that's perfectly normal. Would 100 million be enough to start with? Put. Jiang Ye nearly choked on his drink. Wow, starting with a modest goal, huh? Alright. Research and development really does require money. 100 million is an astronomical figure for the average person. But for an RD team? It'd be gone in a flash. That's too much. We don't need that much. Here's what we'll do. Wang Deming thought for a moment. I'll give you a shared account with 100 million yuan. Take whatever you need. And this money doesn't have to be used solely for RD. You can also withdraw from it for your daily living expenses or anything else you want. How does that sound? Chapter 133, Satellite Development. He had considered it. If this money were given directly to Jiang Ye personally, it would be too much. He might feel awkward accepting it. But if he were given an account, allowing him to withdraw as needed, that would be perfectly acceptable and much easier to handle. The funds weren't restricted to any specific purpose for Jiang Ye, be it research and development or personal enjoyment. It's all a reward for Jiang Ye anyway. He can use it however he likes. After all, Jiang Ye donated this material technology to the nation without compensation. If Jiang Ye were to apply for a patent, the potential future earnings would far exceed 100 million. So while 100 million sounds like a lot, Wang Deming even felt it was somewhat shortchanging Jiang Ye. Alright. The other party's generosity was hard to refuse. Jiang Ye couldn't keep refusing. Soon after, Wang Deming sent over an account number. This wasn't just any ordinary bank account. It was one with ultra-high privileges. It allowed direct online withdrawals to internet banking accounts and unlimited offline cash withdrawals. Additionally, it came with an overdraft facility, meaning that even if the card had no funds, Jiang Ye could still continue to use it on credit. As for the exact overdraft limit, Jiang Ye wasn't entirely sure. But it's definitely not comparable to a regular credit card. Alright, I have an important meeting to attend. If you have any other RD projects or achievements, feel free to notify me. Academician Wang, please take care of yourself. He hung up the phone. Jiang Ye logged into his online banking, staring at the over 100 million in his account. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. This is real money, no doubt about it. As the saying goes, the glittering world dazzles the eyes. Who knows how many people spend their entire lives chasing this money, only to never fulfill their dreams. Forget it, just enjoy the moment. It's all mine to enjoy. Jiang Ye cast these thoughts aside, his mind already turning to the next technical contribution he could make. He had promised Academician Wang that he'd notify him immediately upon any new breakthroughs. It's been so long. He couldn't just stay silent. Jiang Ye didn't want to abandon his genius persona. He had to keep it up. Early the next morning,
After breakfast and his morning run, Jiang Ye left campus and headed to the largest shopping mall nearby, intending to treat himself to a few new outfits.
He couldn't just sit on his money. When it's time to enjoy.
With ample funds, he skipped the budget section altogether and headed straight for the luxury wing.
Jiang Ye bought himself several designer suits, a few casual outfits, and some pajamas. Everything went smoothly. None of those novel tropes where shop assistants look down on you only to get humiliated played out. Jiang Ye had actually been looking forward to it.
Instead, they were courteous, polite, and genuinely enthusiastic.
Come to think of it, those working in such high-end establishments were professionally trained. How could they possibly look down on customers? Jiang Ye couldn't help but mentally curse the novel's author. Unfair. Deceiving me. But one thing was true.
After a shopping spree, he spent over 100,000 yuan. After all, these were all luxury brands. Seeing Jiang Ye pay without a hint of regret, the pretty cashier's gaze lingered on him so long it almost formed a trail. It was clear that if Jiang Ye had lingered a second longer, he would have asked for her contact information.
Stepping out of the mall,
Jiang Ye was carrying a huge pile of bags. Thankfully, he had the gene-enhancing serum, otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to carry this much.
Jiang Ye?
Just as he was about to hail a cab back to campus to drop off the items at his apartment, a voice caught Jiang Ye's attention. He turned his head.
Lu Yanan, a dance major from the neighboring department. They knew each other because they'd shared meals a few times before.
Lu Yanan was exceptionally beautiful, a classic oval face, snow-white skin, and exquisitely defined features.
Most importantly,
her figure was absolutely stunning. Especially those long, slender legs. Countless people had fallen for them. After all, she was a trained dancer. Rumor has it she had countless admirers at school.
What a coincidence.